Welcome to MrDantello, a scary stories channel, where stories stay with you. Tonight's video explores psychological and mind-bending horror, told calmly and slowly. If you enjoy the stories, like, subscribe, and comment your location below. Get comfortable. Story 1. I feel rain falling on me when the sky is clear and dry. The first time I felt it, I was standing outside my apartment building with a bag of groceries cutting into my fingers. It was late in the afternoon. The sun was low, warm and gold, and the street looked still enough to be painted. No clouds, no wind, no wet smell in the air. Even the pavement was pale and dusty from a week without rain. Then something cold touched the top of my head. I stopped and looked up. The sky was empty. Another drop hit my cheek, then one on my neck, then 5 or 6 at once, soft and quick, like the start of a shower. I stepped away from the building and looked around, thinking maybe someone had spilled water from an upstairs window, but all the windows were shut. The walls were dry. The fire escape was dry. The sidewalk was dry. Still, I felt rain falling on me. I held out my hand. Nothing landed in my palm. But my face, my hair, my shoulders all felt wet. Not soaked, just touched over and over by cold little drops that should not have existed. A man walked past me with his dog. He did not look up. He did not hurry. The dog did not shake itself or sniff at anything strange. They moved through the same patch of sunlight where I stood, and whatever was falling on me did not touch them. I went inside with my heart beating too hard for such a small thing. In the elevator, I checked my hair in the mirror. Dry. My shirt. Dry. My skin looked normal, but I could still feel it. The soft tapping of invisible rain. It lasted until I reached my floor, and then it stopped all at once. That should have been the end of it. A strange moment, a trick of the nerves, a problem with the skin, stress. That was what I told myself. At the time, my life was quiet enough that I had room to be afraid of little things. I lived alone on the 4th floor of an old brick building at the edge of a city. The place had narrow halls, old pipes, and heating that clanged in winter like someone beating metal with a spoon. I worked from home editing audio files for a company that made guided learning videos. It paid enough to keep me in rent and groceries. I did not have many friends nearby. I did not mind. Nights were easy for me then. I liked tea, dim lamps, and silence. I liked knowing where every sound in my home came from. The refrigerator hummed. The radiator ticked. The woman in 3B coughed through the wall at almost exactly 9 each night. The building had a language, and I knew it. That was before the rain. It happened again 2 days later while I was brushing my teeth. I was in the bathroom, half asleep, staring at myself in the mirror. Then I felt a single cold drop on my eyelid. I flinched so hard I hit the sink. A second drop touched my upper lip, then another on my scalp. I looked at the ceiling. No leak. The paint above me was cracked but dry. The light fixture was dry. I wiped my face and looked at my fingers. No water. Then the feeling came faster. Tiny impacts all across my shoulders and arms. Rain. Real enough that my body reacted to it, but when I looked, there was nothing there. I turned off the faucet and listened. The apartment was silent. The sound of the shower did not start. No dripping in the walls, no burst pipe. Yet I stood in my bathroom shivering under a rain that did not exist. It lasted maybe 20 seconds, then it stopped. I slept badly that night. Every time I started to drift off, I felt one cold drop strike somewhere on my skin, my wrist, my temple, my ankle, beneath the blanket. It was never enough to prove anything, never enough to get up and find a source, just enough to keep me awake. By morning, I had convinced myself I was getting sick. I booked a doctor's appointment for later that week. I drank more water. I cut caffeine for the day. I even went for a walk in the park because I had read somewhere that fresh air could reset a tired mind. The park was full of families and joggers and old men sitting with folded hands on benches. Ducks moved through the pond like pieces of black paper. It was a bright, clear afternoon. I sat down under a tree and closed my eyes. At once, I felt rain. It came down in a soft sheet over my head and shoulders, cold and steady now, not just a few drops. I gasped and opened my eyes. The people around me sat in dry sunlight. A child ran past licking a melting ice cream. A woman read a book with sunglasses on. A man threw crumbs into the pond. No one looked up. No one reacted. The tree branches above me barely moved, but the rain kept falling on me. I stood so quickly the bench legs scraped the path. An old man turned his head at the sound. I took a step away from the bench, then another. The rain followed. I moved into open ground. Still it fell. I remember the strangest part with perfect clarity. I looked down at the ground around my shoes, expecting to see dark spots forming in the dust. There were none. That was the first moment true fear entered me, because some part of my mind finally understood that this was not a hidden leak or a passing shower or a thing with a simple explanation. The sensation belonged to me, alone. I went home and shut every curtain. When night came, I called my doctor's office and moved my appointment to the earliest time available. The doctor was kind. She listened. She asked about stress, sleep, headaches, appetite, family history. She checked my blood pressure, looked into my eyes, tapped my knees, pressed fingers against my wrists. When I told her about feeling rain under a clear sky, she paused for only a second before her face settled into that careful, neutral look doctors learn. She said the brain could misread signals from the skin. She asked if I had been under unusual pressure. I said no. That was not fully true. 3 months earlier, my mother had died. It had been sudden and neat in the cruel way some deaths are. A stroke in the early morning. Hospital. Machines. Then stillness. We had not been close in the easy sense. We spoke every week, but our conversations were made of small things. Grocery prices, TV shows, the weather in her town. She was a private woman and raised me to be private too. Even our affection came folded up and tucked behind practical talk. After the funeral, I returned to my apartment and my work and my routines. People asked if I was all right. I said yes so often that the word became automatic. The doctor suggested I speak to someone. She said grief could move in strange ways through the body. I nodded, took the paper she handed me, and left with a referral I had no intention of using. Outside the clinic, the sky was white, blue, and empty. Before I reached the corner, I felt the rain again. That evening, I found the first wet footprint. It was on my kitchen floor. I had just made tea and was carrying the mug to the living room when I looked down and saw a dark print near the sink. Bare foot, small, narrow heel, long toes. It looked fresh, as if someone had stepped in water and then onto the old linoleum. I froze. My own feet were in socks. The window over the sink was locked. The back door was dead bolted. I set the mug down and stared at the print until my tea cooled. Then I noticed there was another print, half hidden by the table leg. Then another, leading down the short hallway toward my bedroom. I followed them slowly. The air in the apartment had gone very still. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and uneven. The prints were not puddled or smeared. They were clear and separate, each one appearing with a gap of dry floor between them, as if whatever had made them had walked carefully and without hurry. At my bedroom door, they stopped. I pushed the door open. No one inside. The room was dim, curtains half drawn, bed made, chair by the window, lamp off, closet shut. On the wooden floor beside the bed sat a single wet circle no bigger than a coin. A drop. Then another appeared beside it. I did not see it fall. It was simply there. Then a third. My scalp crawled. I backed out of the room and closed the door. I locked it. Though I knew locks were meaningless against whatever this was, I spent the night on the couch with every light on. Around 2 a.m, I woke to the sound of soft tapping, not from outside. Inside, a light, patient sound, like fingertips touching glass. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the living room window. I lay under the blanket, too afraid to move. Tap, tap, tap. There were no branches near that window, no loose cable, no bird awake at that hour. After a long time, I forced myself to look. Moonlight silvered the curtains. I could see the outline of the glass behind them. The tapping was not random. It moved. A pattern traveled slowly downward across the window, as if many small drops were striking and sliding one after another. Rain. But when I gathered enough courage to rise and pull one corner of the curtain aside, the glass was perfectly dry. The street lamp outside lit an empty road. No clouds, no storm. Still, the tapping continued for another minute, then faded away. The next morning, there were damp marks on the inside of the glass. 5 of them, long and pale, almost like finger streaks. I did not call anyone. What would I say? I started sleeping less. My work suffered. I would replay the same audio file 10 times and still miss mistakes. I kept checking windows, sinks, ceilings, floorboards. I bought a moisture meter online and tested every wall in the apartment. Dry, dry, dry. Yet the rain kept finding me. It happened in the grocery store while choosing bread, in the laundry room, in the basement, in the elevator where I stood beneath flickering light while cold droplets touched the back of my neck one by one. The worst part was that it came with a smell after a while. Not always, only sometimes. A faint smell of wet earth and old wallpaper. My mother's house had smelled like that in summer storms. She lived in a small town 3 hours away in the same narrow house where I grew up. When heavy rain came, the hallway wallpaper would lift a little at the seams. The basement would breathe up a cool, earthy damp. She never fixed the smell. She said every house had a soul, and that smell was just the house thinking. I had not remembered that in years. Now, each time the invisible rain touched me, that smell came with it. By the second week, I began checking my phone in the middle of the night to make sure I had not missed some call or message from her. Grief had not worked its way into me cleanly. It had stayed hidden. I knew that. I knew enough to suspect my own mind. But suspicion did not help when I stood in my kitchen at noon and felt freezing drops patter across my arms while sunlight warmed the floor. One evening, I did something I had been avoiding. I opened the last box from my mother's house. It had been sitting in my hallway since after the funeral, sealed with brown tape. I had told myself I was too busy to sort through it. Really, I did not want to touch anything that had belonged only to her. As long as the box stayed shut, some part of me could pretend there was still time. I carried it into the living room and cut it open. Inside were things I almost expected: old photos, 2 scarves, her address book, a cracked alarm clock wrapped in newspaper, a tin full of loose buttons. The smell of old paper rose from the box, and with it came a tenderness so sudden it hurt. At the bottom was a stack of notebooks tied together with string. I recognized them at once. Weather journals. My mother kept them for years. Every day she wrote the temperature, the cloud cover, the wind, and any rain that came. She had no training in it. It was simply her habit. She trusted weather more than people. Weather had patterns. It returned. It warned you if you paid attention. I untied the string and opened the top notebook. The pages were filled with her precise handwriting. April 3rd, light rain before dawn, cleared by 10. April 4th, dry all day, air heavy, storm smell with no storm. April 5th, heard dripping in the hall at night, pipes dry. I turned the page. April 6th, woke with wet hair, no leak above bed. A cold feeling passed through me. I flipped further. April 9th. It is happening again, only when I am alone. April 10th. I stood in the yard under full sun and felt rain on my face. Neighbor said I looked pale. My hands began to shake. I sat there for a long time reading entries that grew shorter and less steady as the days passed. April 14th. Footprints in kitchen. April 15th, tapping on bedroom window, 3rd floor. April 17th, it smells like the old basement when it comes. April 18th, it wants me to remember. Then there was a gap of 3 blank pages. After that, her handwriting changed. Not wildly, but enough. Larger. Pressed harder into the paper. April 22nd. I dreamed the hallway was full of water, but I could still breathe. April 23rd. It is not in the house. It is the house. April 24th. It walks where I walked. April 26th. I heard my own voice in the bathroom asking me to come in. I stopped reading. The room felt smaller than before. The old radiator hissed softly. Outside, a car passed. I should have felt relief. I should have thought, this is grief, inherited fear, a family weakness. Instead, what I felt was something darker. Recognition. The notebooks went back almost 20 years. I checked random pages with numb fingers. Most were ordinary. Then every few years there would be a cluster of entries. Short, troubled, dry weather, rain on skin, wet footprints, tapping at the glass. Always the same. Always ending after days or weeks, with one line repeated in different forms. It wants me to remember. I do not know why I did what I did next. Maybe because fear makes rituals of us. Maybe because some old child part of me wanted to hear her voice again. I went into the bedroom, took the shoebox from the top shelf of the closet, and found the cassette tape I had saved from years ago. It was labeled in my mother's handwriting, for when the storm is loud. I had almost forgotten it existed. When I was little and thunder frightened me, she would leave me with tapes of her reading stories if she had to work late. Her voice on tape always sounded flatter, more distant than in life, but still safe. I had kept one for reasons I never examined. I no longer had a cassette player, but there was a thrift store 2 blocks away. It was still open. I hurried there at dusk under a flawless sky. Halfway down the block, the rain began. This time it was hard enough that I ducked instinctively, one hand over my head. Cold drops struck my ears, my nose, my shoulders. I heard no sound of rainfall around me, only the sound in my own body, the little tensing jumps of skin and muscle. People passed on either side, carrying dry shopping bags. A cyclist rode by, unconcerned. The windows of parked cars reflected orange sunlight. I ran. By the time I reached the store, I was shaking. The old woman at the register watched me with mild concern as I bought a dusty cassette player and a pack of batteries. I almost asked if I looked wet. I almost asked if she could see anything on me, but shame held my mouth shut. Back home, I locked the door, loaded the batteries, and pushed the tape in. There was a hiss, then a click, then my mother's voice, thin with age and static. "Are you in bed?" I sat very still on the edge of the couch. "If you're not in bed, this won't work," she said, and I almost laughed because that was exactly the kind of thing she would say. "Pull the blanket up. There. Good." The old tape crackled. Outside, somewhere far below, a horn sounded. My mother began reading a story I had forgotten. Something about a fox crossing a snowy field. Her voice was calm, practical, slightly tired. Every few lines she would pause as if turning a page, and in those pauses I could hear the small room where she had recorded it. The soft, empty hum. Once a floorboard creaked. I listened with my eyes closed. For a few minutes, I felt peace. Then the smell came. Wet earth, old wallpaper. My eyes opened. The apartment was dim except for the lamp beside the couch. The tape kept playing. My mother's voice went on, reading about the fox, but another sound had joined it, very faint, dripping. I stood up slowly. The dripping was coming from the hallway. I paused the tape and listened. Drip, 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 slow and heavy, not like a faucet, more like water falling from height onto wood. The hallway light was off. I did not remember turning it off. I crossed the living room and stood at the mouth of the hall. Darkness pooled there thicker than it should have. My bedroom door at the far end looked black and flat, as if no light from the living room could reach it. Drip. My bare feet moved before I had decided to walk. One step, then another. The air cooled sharply with each pace. By the time I reached the bedroom door, I was shivering. The smell was stronger now, soaked into the walls. My hand touched the knob. Cold. I opened the door. At first I thought the room was flooded. The moonlight from the window lay across the floor in silver bands, and those bands trembled as if under water. My eyes struggled to understand what I was seeing. The room was dry. The rug was dry. The bed was dry. Yet every surface seemed to ripple with a skin of movement, like rain striking an invisible layer stretched through the air. Drops were falling in the room. I could not see them until they crossed the moonlight. Then they flashed white for an instant and vanished before touching the floor. My throat tightened. In the chair by the window, someone was sitting. I did not scream. I could not. My body forgot how. It was only a shape at first, the outline of a person leaning slightly forward, hands in lap, head turned toward the window, thin shoulders, Familiar posture, my mother's posture. I stood in the doorway, unable to move. The shape did not turn. Drops fell through it, or from it, or around it. I could not tell. The smell of rain and old walls filled my lungs. At last, I whispered, "Mom?" The figure rose, not quickly, not with a jump meant to frighten. It unfolded with weary slowness, the way she used to stand from her chair after reading too long. That ordinary movement was worse than anything violent could have been. When it turned, its face was hidden in shadow. But I knew it was wrong at once. Not because of wounds or missing eyes or any of the things fear imagines in the dark. It was wrong because the face seemed unfinished, blurred by a curtain of clear water. Features shifted just out of focus. A mouth there and not there. Eyes like darker places in wet glass. It took one step toward me. A wet footprint appeared on the floor. Then another. I backed into the hall and slammed the door. At once, the dripping stopped. The apartment fell silent. I stood with both hands over my mouth, shaking so hard my teeth clicked. After a long time, I forced myself to lock the bedroom door again and return to the couch. I restarted the tape with numb fingers. My mother's voice filled the room, still reading about the fox, as if nothing had happened. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun rose, I opened the bedroom door. The room was normal. Dry floor, still air, empty chair. Only the footprints remained, dark and fading beside the window. That day, I called the referral number the doctor had given me. The therapist's office was in the converted house, painted a tired yellow. She had gray hair and a low voice that made every sentence sound level and careful. I told her more than I expected to tell, not everything. I did not mention the figure in the chair. I said I had been seeing signs connected to my mother. I said I felt rain where there was none. I said I had found her journals, and they described the same thing. She did not laugh. She asked me to speak about my childhood home. I told her it was quiet, that my mother did not like noise, that she tracked storms and kept extra candles and sealed windows before anyone else on the street thought to, that when I was 9, a leak opened in the hallway ceiling during a night storm, and water dripped into a metal pot all night long. I had stood in the hall listening to the ping of each drop while my mother slept in her room with the door closed. The therapist asked why that memory mattered. I said I did not know. She asked if there were other memories of rain. There were, once I started. My mother standing at the front door in a nightgown at 3 in the morning, looking out at the dark yard while rain rushed off the roof. My mother telling me not to answer if I heard my name outside during a storm. My mother wiping the inside of the windows dry with shaking hands. My mother saying, once and only once, if it ever starts with you, do not follow it. I stopped speaking. The therapist leaned slightly forward. Starts with you? I stared at the carpet. I had not remembered that sentence in years. Maybe I had never really remembered it at all. It was one of those childhood moments filed away without context, because adults often say strange things when they are tired. The therapist asked what I thought she meant. I said I did not know, but I did, or part of me did. That night, I drove to my mother's house. I had not been back since the funeral. The town looked smaller than memory, as childhood places always do. Empty storefronts, dim porch lights, long streets where sound traveled too far. By the time I parked outside the house, Full dark had settled over everything. The place was meant to be sold. A real estate sign leaned crooked in the front yard. The windows were black. The garden had gone wild. I sat in the car for several minutes before going in. The key still fit. The house breathed out cool, stale air when I opened the door. Dust, wood, shut rooms, and beneath it all that old damp smell, faint but waiting. I turned on the hallway light. The wallpaper was gone. For a moment I thought thieves had stripped it, but no. The walls had simply been left bare beneath old glue marks, pale and rough. I remembered then that my mother had removed it in her final year. She told me over the phone she wanted a cleaner look. At the time, I had not asked why. I walked through the rooms slowly. Kitchen, dining room, living room, all emptier than grief had prepared me for. Without her things, the house looked caught between identities, no longer hers and not yet anyone else's. At the end of the hallway was her bedroom. I stood outside the door, listening. Silence. When I opened it, the smell hit me hard enough to make my eyes water. Wet earth, old plaster, closed drawers. Moonlight touched the bed frame. The mattress had been taken away. The room was nearly empty. Nearly. Beside the window sat the same old wooden chair she used to read in. I had forgotten the chair entirely. Seeing it, there sent a pulse of fear through me so sharp my knees weakened. I did not go in at first. The house creaked around me. Far off, a car passed on the road. Then all was quiet again. I stepped into the room. The floorboards were dry under my shoes. I touched the chair back. Cold. On the windowsill rested one of my mother's notebooks, separate from the others. I opened it. The writing inside was from the last month of her life. Not weather notes this time, just fragments. I should have told him when he was old enough. It likes houses where water has stayed too long. It copies after grief. It learns the shape of the person you miss. Do not let it make a room for itself. At the bottom of one page, pressed so hard the paper had nearly torn, she had written, "If he feels the rain, it has found the way back." A sound came from the hallway behind me. A soft drip. Then another. I closed the notebook. The house had gone colder. Drip, drip. The sound moved closer. I turned and saw wet footprints forming in the hall outside the bedroom, one after another, appearing from nothing on the bare wood. Small footprints, my mother's size. They stopped at the doorway. The air thickened. I knew, with the deep certainty fear sometimes brings, that if I looked up too quickly, I would see someone standing there. So I looked slowly. No one. The doorway was empty. Then, from just beyond the frame, my mother's voice said very softly, "Are you in bed?" The exact line from the tape. I dropped the notebook. Something in me finally broke free of confusion then. Not courage. Something simpler. Refusal. I said, "You are not her." The house answered with silence. Then the invisible rain began to fall through the bedroom. Cold droplets struck my face, my arms, my eyelids. Harder and harder. The window started tapping from the inside. The chair by the window creaked as if someone had sat down in it. The smell of wet walls swelled until it was hard to breathe, and beneath all of it, I heard another sound, a low voice. Not my mother's voice on the tape, not the thing in the hall. A deeper voice, muffled and warped, like speech heard through water. It was coming from the closet. I crossed the room before I could stop myself and yanked the closet door open. Inside were only shelves and dust and one square opening in the floorboards at the back. A hatch. I had never seen it before. I knelt and pulled it up. A narrow crawl space opened beneath the room, black and smelling strongly of damp earth. And with the smell came memory at last, whole and terrible. I was 9 years old. A storm had broken over the town in the night. Water leaked through the hallway ceiling. I woke and heard not only dripping, but voices. My mother's voice, low and urgent. Another voice answering from somewhere under the house. I had crept from bed and watched from the hallway. My mother was on her knees in her bedroom closet, reaching into a dark opening in the floor. Rain hammered the roof overhead. She was crying, though I had never seen her cry before. She kept saying, "Give him back, give him back." My father had died when I was very young. That was the story. Car accident, wet road. I had no memory of him at all, only one photo in a frame. But now, kneeling by that open hatch, I remembered one thing. A hand rising from darkness, wet with black water. Not my father's hand, too thin, too long, touching my mother's cheek while she sobbed. Then her head turning sharply toward me in the hall, her face full of fear. And the next memory after that was morning, dry sunlight, the hatch gone, her telling me I must have dreamed the storm, though the metal pot still sat under the leak in the hallway. I stared into the crawl space and felt the invisible rain strike my back like fingers. The warped voice under the floor said, "Come closer." It used my mother's tone at the end of the sentence almost perfectly. I shut the hatch and stumbled away from the closet. The chair by the window creaked again. This time I looked. The shape was there, seated in moonlight, face glistening and unfinished, hands folded in its lap. It looked like grief trying on a body. I backed into the hall, then turned and ran. The rain followed me through the house. Cold drops hit my neck and scalp. Wet footprints appeared ahead of me on the floorboards, guiding, leading, trying to turn me toward the front room, the cellar door, the dark corners. I kept my eyes on the front door and did not stop until I was outside. The night air was dry. The stars were clear. I leaned over in the yard gasping. Behind me, from inside the house, came the sound of steady rain. I left the front door open. I drove to a motel by the highway and did not sleep. In the morning, I called a contractor from town, told him there was hidden water damage and possible rot under the bedroom floor, and paid extra for immediate work. He asked no questions beyond practical ones. By noon, he and 2 men were at the house. I stood outside while they went in. An hour later, the contractor came back pale and sweating despite the cool day. He said there had been some kind of old cistern or collection pit under part of the house, long sealed over and forgotten. It had collapsed inward. There was stagnant water, black mold, rotten support wood. Dangerous, he said. The bedroom floor should have given way years ago. He asked if I knew there were animal bones down there. I said no. He looked at me for a long moment, as if deciding whether to say more. Then he said they had also found a box wrapped in oilcloth lodged in the mud. Inside the box was a bundle of letters tied with string and a framed photograph. The photograph was of my father holding me as a baby. I had never seen it before. The glass was cracked. Water had gotten into the frame and clouded one corner. My father's face was blurred almost to nothing. The letters were all in my mother's hand, addressed to him after his death. Most were grief poured onto paper. I miss your voice. I do not know how to raise him alone. The house is too quiet at night. Then the letters changed. I heard you in the water under the floor. It answers in your shape. I know it is not you, but I keep listening. I let it speak because I wanted one more night. My chest went cold as I read. The last letter was never sent, of course. None were. It was folded separately. If our son ever feels the rain, it means it remembers this house. I pray I have moved us far enough. I pray silence is stronger than longing. If I fail, then let him know this. It borrows the face you need. It can only enter where grief is given a chair and asked to stay. I read that line many times. The contractor asked if I wanted the house repaired or demolished. I looked at the dark windows, at the open front door, at the patch of yard where I had stood the night before while impossible rain fell inside a dry house. Demolished, I said. It took 3 weeks. I stayed in the city and tried to work. During those weeks, the rain still came, but less often. A cold drop at bedtime. A brief shower over my shoulders in the elevator, tapping on the window once at dawn. Each time I repeated aloud, "You are not her." It helped. Or maybe the workers tearing the old house apart helped. On the day they broke through the bedroom floor and drained the pit beneath, I felt rain for almost an hour. I sat on my couch with my hands gripping my knees while invisible water poured over me in icy sheets. The smell of wet earth filled the apartment. The cassette player on the shelf turned itself on. Static. Then my mother's voice, not from the old story tape. This was older, weaker, frightened. "If you hear me," she said through hiss and crackle, "do not answer from the doorway." Then the tape clicked off. I never found that recording on the cassette. I played it back later and only heard the Fox story. After the demolition, things grew quiet. Weeks passed, then a month. I slept through the night again. I gave away the moisture meter, cleaned my apartment from top to bottom, and put my mother's journals in sealed plastic bins in the closet. I kept the letters and the photograph in a desk drawer. I was not healed. I knew that. Grief does not end because a building falls, but the shape of my fear loosened. It no longer stood beside me in every room. Winter came. Dry, cold air, hard white mornings, the city under a pale sky. I began to think the thing, whatever it was, had been tied to that house after all. Then, one night in January, I woke to the feeling of a single cold drop landing on my closed eyelid. I did not move. The room was dark and still. The heater clicked in the wall. A car passed outside on wet tires, though no rain had fallen that day. Another drop touched my forehead, then one on my throat. I opened my eyes. At the foot of my bed, someone was sitting in a chair I kept by the window, just a darker shape in the dark. Waiting. I remembered the letter. It can only enter where grief is given a chair and asked to stay. Slowly, without taking my eyes off the shape, I reached for the chair's folded blanket and threw it across the room. The shape was gone before the blanket landed. The rain stopped. I sat awake until dawn, watching the empty chair. In the morning, I dragged it out of the bedroom and left it in the alley behind the building. I have no chair in my room now, no tape player, no keepsakes near the bed. Sometimes, on clear, dry nights, I still wake with the feeling that rain is touching my skin. When that happens, I keep my eyes closed. I listen to the silence in the apartment. I count my own breaths. And if I hear my mother's voice asking from somewhere in the dark if I am in bed, I do not answer. Because once, just once, months after the house was gone, I made the mistake of opening my eyes too fast. And for 1 second, in the dry winter moonlight, I saw water running down the inside of my bedroom door from top to bottom, dripping under the frame, spreading across the floor in a thin black line that crept toward the bed as if it knew exactly where I was. Then it was gone. The wood was dry. The room was silent. But on the door, at the height of a human hand, 5 damp marks remained, long and pale, as if someone outside had been trying very gently to come in. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. I found a birth certificate with my name, but a different mother. When I moved into the house on Willow Street, I told myself it was only for sleep. That was how I made it sound less sad. The truth was that I had run out of choices. My last apartment had mold on the walls and a landlord who kept promising repairs that never came. The room on Willow Street was cheap, furnished, and available the same day. The woman who handed me the key did not smile. She stood on the porch with her coat buttoned to her throat, as if the air around the house was colder than the rest of the neighborhood. "It was my aunt's place," she said. "I'm renting the upstairs room. Shared kitchen, shared bathroom, no basement access." I looked past her into the hall. The wallpaper was old and yellowing, but the floor had been swept. The place smelled like dust and lavender powder. "Why no basement access?" I asked. She slid the key into my hand without answering. "Front door sticks when it rains. Jiggle it twice." Then she walked away down the path and got into her car. I remember standing there with my bag over my shoulder, staring after her while her brake lights glowed red through the fog. She did not look back once. The room upstairs was bigger than I expected. Slanted ceiling, narrow bed, a wardrobe with one mirror cracked from top to bottom, a small writing desk under the window. Everything looked as if someone had left in a hurry and then years had passed around the shape of their leaving. Still, it was warm. The radiator knocked now and then, but it worked. The mattress sagged in the middle, but after sleeping in worse places, I didn't care. I put my clothes in the wardrobe, set my phone on the desk, and sat on the bed, listening to the house settle around me. Houses make noises. I knew that. Pipes tick. Wood creaks. Wind presses its fingers into the siding and finds places to whisper through. I knew all that. But that first night, after I turned out the lamp, I heard something else. A soft sound. Not in the walls. Under the bed. It was so faint that I thought at first it was fabric shifting when I moved. I stayed still and listened. My own breath sounded too loud in the dark. The sound came again, a dry, careful scrape. Then a pause. Then another scrape, like paper being pulled over wood. I switched on the lamp and knelt beside the bed. Nothing, only dust and an old shoebox pushed far back against the wall. I pulled it out. Empty. I laughed once, quietly, because I felt stupid. Then I put the box in the wardrobe and went back to bed. The lamp stayed on. For 3 nights, I slept badly. I worked mornings at a grocery warehouse outside town, scanning boxes and loading carts. It was dull, physical work, and by the time I got home, my body was tired enough to sleep. My mind was not. Every night, the house gave me some new sound to think about. Steps in the hall when no one else should have been there. Water in the bathroom tap after I'd closed it tight. A slow click from inside the wardrobe as if the wood inside it was tapping itself. On the fourth night, I opened my eyes at exactly 2:17. I know because the red numbers of the clock on the desk were pointed straight at me. 2:17. I had not heard anything. That was the strange part. Usually you wake because a sound drags you up from sleep. This felt different. It felt as if something inside me had been nudged awake on purpose. The room was dark, except for the numbers. Then, from somewhere below me, I heard a woman humming. It was not loud. It did not even sound close. It sounded like a memory of humming, thin and far away, drifting up through the floorboards. A tune with only 3 notes repeated over and over. I sat up too fast and hit my shoulder on the wall. The humming stopped. I waited. Nothing. I got out of bed and opened my door. The upstairs landing was empty. The bathroom door stood open. The hall light downstairs was off. The house looked hollow, as if it were holding its breath. I told myself the sound had come from outside. Another house. A television. A dream that had not finished leaving me yet. But when I stepped back into my room, I saw that the wardrobe door was open. I was sure I had closed it. Inside, hanging from one of the wooden pegs, was a child's yellow raincoat. I stared at it for a long time. I had unpacked everything. The wardrobe had been empty except for 2 bent wire hangers. I knew that. I knew it as clearly as I knew my own name. Still, there it was. The coat looked very old. The yellow had faded to something pale and sickly. 1 button was missing. The hood drooped to one side. I reached out and touched the sleeve. It was cold. There was nothing in the pockets, no tag, no clue about where it had come from. I should have been frightened enough to leave then. Instead, I did what tired people do when they do not want the world to become more difficult than it already is. I shut the wardrobe door and went back to bed. In the morning, the coat was gone. I did not tell anyone. The woman renting the place had left a number on the fridge in case of plumbing issues or power cuts. I stood in the kitchen with my phone in my hand, thinking about what I would say. Hello? Sorry to bother you. A child's coat appeared in my wardrobe during the night and then vanished by morning. There was no way to say that and still sound like someone worth taking seriously. So I kept quiet. A week passed, then another. I learned the pattern of the house. The front door jammed when it rained, just as the woman had said. The kitchen light flickered if the kettle was on. The bathroom mirror always looked slightly fogged, even when the room was cold. Sometimes, in the hall downstairs, there was a sweet smell like baby powder. It came and went, without warning. I stopped noticing it, or maybe I trained myself not to. One Sunday afternoon, rain pinned me inside. I had finished my laundry, cleaned my room, and run out of ways to stay busy. The house felt different in daylight, less threatening, more tired, like an old person sleeping in a chair. I wandered into the front sitting room, which no one used. Most of the furniture there was covered in white sheets. Dust floated through the window light. There was a cabinet against the wall with glass doors and a lock that had been snapped open long ago. Inside were old books, cracked photo frames turned face down, and a stack of paper folders tied with ribbon. I don't know why I opened it. Maybe because loneliness makes people curious. Maybe because the house had already begun to feel like it was watching me, and I wanted to look back. The folders were brittle with age, bills, letters, warranties for appliances that no longer existed. Most meant nothing to me. Then, between a property tax receipt and an old insurance form, I found a sealed envelope with no stamp and no address. Inside was a birth certificate, mine. At first I thought that without really thinking. I saw my name, and my brain jumped to the easiest answer. Then my stomach tightened. It was my name, my full name, my date of birth, the town where I was born. Everything matched except the mother's name. I sat down hard on the floor. My hands had gone numb. I read it again and again, moving my lips each time as if the words might rearrange themselves if I sounded them out carefully enough. Child's name, Daniel Mercer. Date of birth, October 14th. Place of birth, St. Agnes Maternity Home. Mother, Eleanor Vale. That was not my mother's name. My mother was Karen Mercer. She had raised me alone after my father left when I was very young. Oh, that was the story. She had shown me photographs, birthday cakes, school uniforms, my 5th Christmas by a plastic tree. There had never been a secret mother, never been an Eleanor Vale. I felt something cold move through me. Not fear, not yet. A kind of loosening, the kind you feel just before a step that isn't there. I called my mother right away. She answered on the 4th ring, sounding distracted, television in the background, dishes clinking. "Daniel, Mom, I need to ask you something." That made her pause. "Are you all right?" "I found something, an old birth certificate." "What do you mean, old?" "It has my name on it." Silence. Then, "Where are you?" "At the house I rented." "Throw it away." My mouth went dry. "What?" "Throw it away," she said again, sharper now. "Do not keep it. Do not read anything else in that house." I stood up. "Why would you say that?" Another silence, this one longer. Then her voice changed. Softer, but in the wrong way. Not calm, careful. "Come home," she said. "Just for the night. We'll talk." "I'm not a child," I said. "Just tell me what this is." She inhaled slowly, and for a second I thought I heard her crying. But when she spoke, her voice was flat. "Some papers should stay where they are found." "What does that even mean?" "It means come home." Then the line went dead. I stared at the phone until the screen dimmed. I called back 3 times. No answer. Rain tapped at the windows. Somewhere upstairs, the floor gave a small creak. I looked down at the certificate in my hand and felt, for the first time since moving in, that I should leave the house immediately. Instead, I searched the cabinet for more. I found hospital forms, intake notes, handwritten logs with dates from decades ago. The house had once belonged to a woman named Eleanor Vale. There were references to boarders, infants, temporary care, and one page that simply listed first names with no surnames beside them. Some were crossed out. Some had stars next to them. Near the bottom of one list was Daniel. No surname, only Daniel. The handwriting on that page was shaky and pressed so hard into the paper that the next sheet had embossed grooves where the pen had dug in. At 5:40, the power went out. The sitting room fell gray. Rain deepened outside. The refrigerator in the kitchen clicked off. The whole house seemed to lean inward around the silence. I stood very still, listening. Then I heard that humming again. 3 notes, soft, above me. I left the papers on the floor and went into the hall. The stairs rose into darkness. I knew the sound had come from upstairs because there was no one else in the house. There had never been anyone else in the house. I had checked when I moved in. Only my room was in use. The other upstairs room was locked. I had tried the handle once and found it stuck. Now, as I climbed the stairs, the humming stopped one step at a time, as if it were retreating ahead of me. At the top landing, both doors were shut. My room, the locked room across from it. I listened. Nothing. Then I saw a line of light beneath the locked door, a warm yellow glow. The power was out. I walked toward it slowly. The boards under my feet gave tired little groans. My reflection slid across the cracked mirror at the end of the hall, stretched and broken. The knob of the locked room turned by itself, not quickly, not dramatically, just a quiet, slow twist. I stopped breathing. The door opened an inch, 2 inches. The light inside trembled like candlelight. I should have backed away, I know that. But there are moments when fear does not make you run. It makes you narrow. It pulls all of you into one point and aims it straight ahead. I pushed the door open. The room was a nursery. Old wallpaper with faded rabbits, a wooden crib, a rocking chair. Shelves lined with stuffed animals whose eyes had dulled with dust. On a small table by the chair, a lamp glowed with a yellow shade. I stared at it in disbelief. The lamp was plugged into nothing. Its cord trailed across the table and ended in a frayed cut length. The chair moved once, a small creak. Then it settled. The room smelled strongly of baby powder. I did not go all the way in. Every part of me wanted to, and every part of me wanted to get out of the house forever. The feeling was so sharp, it made my teeth ache. On the wall above the crib hung 3 framed photographs. The first was of a woman with dark hair pinned back. She sat stiffly, one hand on the arm of the chair. Her face was plain and tired, but her eyes were striking. Not because they were beautiful, because they looked so intensely at the camera that I had the strange feeling she had expected me. The second photograph was of the same woman standing in front of the house while snow covered the yard. She was holding a baby wrapped in a blanket. The third made my knees weaken. It was my mother, younger, maybe 20 years old, pale, thin, standing in this same room. Her hands were empty. On the back of my neck, every hair lifted at once. I took the picture from the wall and turned it over. There, in faded blue ink, were the words, "Karen, leaving with Daniel. Do not let her come back." I dropped the photograph. It hit the floor face down. The lamp went out. The room turned black. Something moved beside the crib. I heard fabric slide softly over wood. Then, very close to my ear, a woman whispered, "That is not your first name." I ran. I do not remember reaching my room. I only remember slamming the door and dragging the desk in front of it with shaking hands. I sat on the bed with my back to the wall and my phone in a death grip. But there was no signal. The screen showed one pale bar, then none. Down the hall, something small and light pattered across the floorboards. Not feet exactly, more like hands, stopping, starting, pausing outside my door. I sat frozen, barely breathing. Then came a soft knock, 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps again, then the humming. I stayed like that until morning light leaked around the curtains and the shape of the room returned piece by piece. When I finally moved the desk away and opened the door, the hall was empty. Across from me, the nursery door was shut. There was no line of light beneath it. The power had come back sometime before dawn. The clock on my desk blinked 12 o'clock. I packed a bag and left for my mother's house. She lived 40 minutes away in a small place near the river, the same house I had grown up in. Seeing it should have steadied me. Instead, I felt sick before I even reached the porch. She opened the door before I knocked. She looked older than she had a week earlier. Her face was gray with exhaustion, and there were deep creases around her mouth I had never noticed. "You shouldn't have gone into that room," she said. That was the first thing she said to me. I pushed past her into the house. "You were in that room. I saw a photo." She closed the door. "Sit down." I remained standing. "Tell me the truth." For a while, she'd said nothing. Then she went into the kitchen, turned off the television, and came back with 2 glasses of water. She set one in front of me, though my hands were shaking too badly to hold it. "I wanted a child very badly," she said. "I could not have one." I stared at her. She kept her eyes on the table. There was a house, not an official place. Women came and went. Some had nowhere else. Some left babies for a while. Some never returned. Eleanor kept records. She always kept records. "You stole me?" Her face tightened, as if I had struck her. "No," she said. "Not at first." I could hear my own pulse. She folded her hands together and spoke so softly I had to lean in to catch the words. "I worked there for 6 months, cleaning, cooking, helping with laundry. Eleanor was odd. She believed some children were wrong for the women who gave birth to them. She said names mattered. Blood mattered less than names. She would hold babies and say things like, 'This one belongs elsewhere.' I thought she was only lonely." My throat hurt. "And me?" She looked at me then, really looked at me. "When you came, she said she had been expecting you." The room seemed to tilt. "Your mother's name was Eleanor Vale," she said. The same woman who owned that house. She was older than I realized, older than she pretended to be. She told different stories to different people. Sometimes she said the child was her grandson, sometimes her son, sometimes a boarder's baby. But the papers named her as your mother. She refused to let doctors take you. She refused to tell anyone who the father was. I remembered the photograph in the nursery, the woman's eyes. "No," I said, though I did not know what I was denying. "She called you by another name," my mother whispered. "She never used Daniel. She called you Jonah." The word passed through me like cold water because some part of me knew it, not remembered it, knew it. A shape in the dark of my mind shifted. My mother kept speaking. She became possessive, unstable. She wouldn't let anyone hold you for long. She said the house listened when you cried. She said the walls had waited for you. One night, I went upstairs and found her standing over your crib, talking to the corner of the room as if someone were there. She was smiling, but she looked terrified. She told me if I ever changed your name, the house would ask for it back. I could not swallow. So what happened? She got sick, fast, fever, confusion. For 2 days, she kept locking herself in that nursery. I heard her laughing, then pleading, then singing to you in a language I didn't know. Or maybe it was only nonsense. On the 3rd night, There was a storm. The power failed. I went upstairs because I heard you crying. The room was freezing. The window was open. Eleanor was on the floor by the crib. She stopped. Dead? I asked. Yes. The word settled heavily between us. She clasped her hands tighter. I picked you up and I left. I told myself I was saving you. Maybe I was. Maybe I was also taking the one thing I had always wanted. Both can be true. I backed away from the table. My legs felt weak. You changed my name. I had to. Why? Because after I brought you home, strange things started. I laughed once, but it sounded wrong, broken. You expect me to believe that? I expect nothing. Her face crumpled. But you asked for the truth? She stood and crossed to the cabinet by the wall. From the bottom drawer she removed a small photo album and set it on the table between us. I opened it. The first pages were normal. Me as a toddler in the yard. Me in a school play. Me asleep on the couch with a toy truck on my chest. Then the strange ones began. Pictures taken at night by flash. My bedroom door standing open by itself. My toys lined in a perfect row against the wall. One image showed me asleep in bed at age 6. At the foot of the bed stood a woman in a pale dress, turned slightly away from the camera. The flash had washed her face white, but I could still see the shape of dark pinned hair. That could be anyone, I said, though my voice had thinned. It was taken in a locked house, my mother said. I turned the page. There was a photograph of my 7th birthday cake. 7 candles. My mother smiling too widely. Me looking not at the cake but toward the hallway where a dark figure stood just beyond the light. Another page. My school picture tucked beside a note my mother's handwriting said his name was Jonah in his sleep again. I closed the album. The room had become too small. You should have told me. I wanted you to have a normal life. Did I? I snapped. Did I ever? She covered her face with one hand. It eased as you got older, almost stopped. Then on your 18th birthday, you woke with that fever and kept saying you wanted to go home. After that, I knew one day the house would call you back. I wanted to tell her how insane that sounded. I wanted to stand up and leave and never hear another word. But the nursery, the birth certificate, the whisper at my ear, those things sat inside me like stones. What is Jonah? I asked. Her hand slowly lowered. A name Eleanor said belonged to a child who never stayed. That made no sense, yet it terrified me more than anything else she had said. I left before evening. My mother begged me not to go back to Willow Street, but I had to. I cannot explain it better than that. Horror is not always a thing that pushes you away. Sometimes it hooks itself inside you and pulls. The drive back felt dreamlike. The roads were wet and silver under the headlights. Every mailbox I passed looked like a bent face. By the time I reached the house, night had fully fallen. Only one upstairs window was lit. The nursery. I sat in the car for several minutes with the engine running. Then I went in. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the house smelled stronger than before of powder and dust and something faintly rotten underneath. I turned on every downstairs light. The bulbs came alive one by one, but the brightness did not help. It only made the shadows sharper. On the sitting room floor, where I had left the papers during the outage, there was now a neat stack tied with blue ribbon. On top rested the birth certificate. Beneath it lay another document I had not seen before. Death certificate. Name, Jonah Vale. Age, 8 months. Cause, crib death. Date, 1 year before my date of birth. I felt the room swing around me. No, no. I went through the papers with trembling hands. There were notes, hospital papers, intake forms from St. Agnes. One of them listed Eleanor Vale as recently delivered of a male infant. Another, months later, recorded the death of an infant named Jonah. Then another birth certificate. Again, my name. Again, my date of birth. Again, St. Agnes. Again, Eleanor Vale. The signatures differed. The ink was fresher, as if one document had been made to replace the other. On the back of the second certificate, in pressed hard writing, were the words, "He came back wrong." I heard a floorboard move behind me. I turned, no one there. But the hall mirror showed something else. A woman standing just behind my shoulder. I spun around, empty hall. When I looked back at the mirror, she was gone. I grabbed the documents and ran upstairs to my room, locking the door behind me. I spread everything across the bed and tried to make sense of it. One dead baby named Jonah, one living baby given my name. Same mother, same house, same room. My thoughts tangled. I kept circling one possibility and refusing to touch it. At some point, exhaustion must have overtaken me because I woke lying sideways on the bed with papers scattered around me and moonlight across the floor. The room was cold, much colder than before. I sat up. The desk had been moved away from the door. My door stood open. In the hall, the nursery light glowed warm and steady. I rose slowly, every joint stiff, and stepped out. The hallway wallpaper looked darker, damp somehow, as if moisture had bloomed under it overnight. I could hear the faint creak of the rocking chair, back and forth, back and forth. When I reached the nursery, the sight inside rooted me to the floor. The room was no longer dusty. Everything looked used, fresh. The lamp burned softly. The crib held folded blankets. A cup sat half full on the table beside the chair. The air smelled not of old powder now, but of milk gone slightly sour. And in the rocking chair sat my mother, not as she was now, young, thin, wearing the clothes from the photograph. She rocked slowly with empty arms and stared at the crib. I could not speak. After a long moment, she said without looking at me, "He doesn't stay asleep unless someone watches him." Her voice was exactly my mother's and not my mother's. I whispered, "What is this?" She turned her head. The face was wrong. It had my mother's features arranged with someone else's expression. The eyes were Eleanor's from the photograph downstairs, deep and fixed and waiting. "You took the wrong one," she said. I stumbled backward. The chair stopped moving. "Daniel was never yours," she said. "Jonah was never mine. That was the bargain." Then from the crib came the sound of a baby breathing. I cannot describe what that did to me. The sound was so small, so ordinary, that it broke something. I moved toward the crib before I understood I was moving. Inside, wrapped in white, lay an infant sleeping on its side. Its tiny fist rested under its chin. Its face was turned away. I knew, with absolute certainty, that if I saw that face, I would understand everything and lose myself completely. The woman in the chair said softly, "Names are doors. Open the right one." Then the baby opened its eyes. Not gradually, at once, wide, looking straight at me. They were my eyes. I made a sound I had never heard from myself before and lurched back into the hall. The nursery door slammed shut on its own. The lamp inside went dark. Something hit the other side of the wood once, hard enough to shake the frame. Then came a child's voice from within. Not a baby. Older. Clear. "Jonah?" The house answered. Every board, every pipe, every hidden hollow inside the walls gave a long, soft sigh. I ran downstairs, grabbed my keys, and drove to a motel on the highway without stopping once. I left everything else behind. I did not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the infant's face with my eyes in it. Near dawn, I called my mother again. She sounded as if she had been waiting by the phone all night. "I saw something," I said. "I know," she replied. "How could you know?" "Because he used to come to my room too." I pressed my hand over my mouth. She continued, voice breaking. "When you were little, some nights you would stand by my bed and ask who Jonah was. But you were asleep, your eyes were open, and your voice was not yours." "Once," I answered. "The next morning you had a bruise around your ankle like someone had held on too tight." I leaned forward until my forehead touched the motel wall. "What am I?" I whispered. She cried then, quietly, helplessly. "My son." That should have comforted me. Instead, I felt the floor drift farther away. 3 days later, the woman who rented me the room called. I had not told her I was gone, and I had not answered her earlier messages about unpaid rent. "You left papers all over the sitting room," she said, "and the upstairs room was open." I swallowed. "What upstairs room?" A pause. "The nursery." My skin tightened. I thought no one had a key. "No one does." She sounded annoyed. "It's been boarded from the inside for years." I sat down on the edge of the motel bed. "What?" She sighed. "My aunt had the doorway sealed after the last tenant started claiming she heard a baby crying in there. There is no room behind that wall now. Hasn't been for years." I did not answer. "Hello?" I hung up. For a long time, I stared at nothing. Then I drove back to Willow Street in daylight. The front of the house looked smaller than I remembered, more ordinary. I went inside and climbed the stairs with my heart pounding so hard it made my vision pulse. My room was where I had left it. Across the hall where the nursery door should have been, there was only wallpaper. Continuous, faded, unbroken. I touched it. Solid wall, no frame, no knob, no seam. I stepped back so fast I nearly fell. Then I heard the rocking chair, not ahead of me, behind me, in my room. I turned. The yellow raincoat hung from the wardrobe door, and from inside the wardrobe came a child's sleepy voice, speaking in the soft tone children use when they wake and expect to find someone they trust nearby. "Mother?" I do not remember leaving the house. I only remember standing by my car in the street, shaking so violently I could not fit the key into the lock. I never went back. The woman kept my deposit. I let her. I moved twice in the next year. Then again, I threw away old photographs. I stopped answering my mother's calls for a while because every conversation with her felt like standing at the edge of a hole and listening to something breathe from below. But distance did nothing. The first time it followed me, I was in a studio apartment over a bakery. I woke at 2:17 to the smell of baby powder and found a wardrobe door open. The second time, in a different town, I heard 3 notes hummed outside my bathroom while I brushed my teeth. When I opened the door, the hall was empty except for a damp footprint too small to belong to an adult. Then the dreams started changing. I used to dream of the nursery. Now I dream of a hospital room with white curtains moving in a draft. A woman I know as Eleanor lies in bed, sweating, smiling at something in the corner. She holds out her arms to me, but when I step closer, I see she is not reaching for me. She is reaching past me, toward another crib, another child, a child I never quite see. Each time, just before I wake, she says the same thing. You were the one who lived. I have tried to prove all of this wrong. I requested records from St. Agnes. It burned down before I was old enough to remember it. Most files were lost. What survived was partial and damaged. My birth record exists, but the original signature is blurred by water. My mother's name is unreadable. I hired a man once to look into Eleanor Vale. He found a death notice, some tax records, and one newspaper clipping about complaints from neighbors who heard crying at all hours from her house, long after everyone believed she lived there alone. He also found mention of a son who died in infancy, no name listed. I asked my mother years later why she kept the photo album if she was so desperate to bury the truth. She told me, because if I threw it away, I was afraid the memories would have to go somewhere. She died last winter, natural causes. Peaceful, they said. I cleaned out her house myself. In the drawer beside her bed, I found a note written in the uncertain hand she had developed near the end. It held only one sentence. If he asks for his name, do not answer. I burned the note in the sink. That night, for the first time in months, I slept deeply. I dreamed I was a child again, standing in the upstairs hall of the Willow Street house. The wallpaper was damp. The air was cold. At the end of the hall, where there should have been only wall, stood the nursery door. It opened slowly. Warm light spilled out across my bare feet. Inside, the rocking chair moved. A woman sat there in shadow. In the crib, a baby fussed softly, and from somewhere behind me came my mother's voice, young and terrified, whispering, "Take Daniel and go." Then the woman in the chair answered in a calm voice full of patient hatred, "I am." I woke with tears on my face and the taste of metal in my mouth. At the foot of my bed lay a folded sheet of paper. I live alone. I lock every door before I sleep. There are no drafts in that room strong enough to move paper from the desk to the bed. I know this because I tested every window afterward with shaking hands. The paper was old, brittle. When I opened it, I found a birth certificate, not mine. The child's name line was blank. The mother's name read Eleanor Vale. The date was tomorrow. I sat there until morning, unable to move, while the room slowly brightened around me. Tomorrow. Not a date in the past. Tomorrow. I wanted to tear it up, but I could not make my fingers obey. I wanted to call someone, but what could I say? That the past had begun writing itself ahead of me? That a house I fled years ago had found a way to put a future in my hands? I did not go to work. I did not leave the apartment. All day I waited for something to happen. Every creak made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to thicken when I looked away from it. By evening, I had convinced myself that fear had finally cracked me open, and all of this was grief, exhaustion, memory, guilt. Then night came. At 2:17, I woke. The room was lit by a warm yellow glow, not from the lamp by my bed, from the wardrobe. Its doors stood open. Inside was not wood, not hanging clothes, not the back panel with its cheap veneer and nail heads. Inside was the nursery, the crib, the rocking chair, the faded rabbit wallpaper. And in the chair sat Eleanor Vale, alive as if no years had passed at all, one hand resting on the arm, the other held out toward me. Her face was gentle now, almost kind. "I have been waiting a very long time," she said. I could not breathe. She tilted her head, studying me with those fixed, dark eyes. "Do you know why babies cry at night?" I said nothing. "Because waking is the first fear," she said. "The first understanding that they have been placed somewhere they did not choose." The air in my room had turned icy. Frost traced the edges of the mirror. From the nursery came the tiny sleeping sound of an infant. Eleanor's outstretched hand did not waver. "I lost one," she said. "Then I was given another. But names are stubborn things. They pull at the heart. They pull at the house. They pull open what should stay shut." My voice came out ragged. "What do you want from me?" She smiled, not cruelly, worse than cruelly, tenderly. "I want to know which one you are." Then the baby in the crib began to cry. The sound filled both rooms at once, too loud, too raw, too close. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it went on until I thought I would split apart from it. Eleanor stood. The rocking chair slowed behind her. "Come here," she said. "Let me see what stayed." I stumbled backward off the bed. My shoulders struck the wall. The cry sharpened into something almost like a word. My own name, maybe, or the other name. I could not tell. The wardrobe seemed deeper now, the nursery stretching farther than the dimensions of my room should allow. I could see the small table, the cup, the blankets, the photograph on the wall of my mother standing on that room with empty hands. Eleanor took one step toward me, and the lights in my apartment went out. Total darkness. The crying stopped. For a second, there was nothing at all. Then, from right beside my bed, a child whispered into the dark, "He gave me your name." I do not know how long I stayed on the floor. Minutes. Hours. By the time dawn came, the wardrobe was only a wardrobe again. Empty, except for my coats. But on the floor in front of it lay a yellow raincoat, neatly folded. In the pocket was a hospital bracelet small enough for a newborn wrist. The name printed on it was not Daniel. It was Jonah. I have not slept since. I sit awake through the nights because every time I start to drift, I hear the chair begin to rock somewhere in the apartment. Slow, patient, back and forth. If I close my eyes, I can smell the powder. If I look at the mirror too long, I see the outline of someone standing behind me with a child in her arms. I keep the birth certificate locked in a drawer now, the one dated tomorrow. Tomorrow passed 3 weeks ago. This morning, I opened the drawer to make sure it was still there. It was gone. In its place was a new certificate. Same paper, same brittle edges. Child's name, Jonah Vale. Mother, Eleanor Vale. Date of birth, October 14th. My date. My hand shook so badly I nearly dropped it. There was one more line typed beneath the others, darker than the rest as if added later. Date of return, tonight. It is almost 2:17 now. The apartment is cold. The wardrobe door has just clicked open by itself. And from inside, in the soft voice my mother used when I was very small and half asleep, someone is humming 3 notes and whispering the name I have spent my whole life trying not to remember. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. I woke up clutching a key from a dream I cannot remember. I woke before dawn with my hand closed so tight that my nails had cut half moons into my palm. At first, I thought I had been holding the edge of the blanket, or maybe my phone, or nothing at all. I was still halfway inside sleep, and the room around me looked flat and strange, washed in the gray light that comes before morning. My heart was beating too fast. My mouth was dry. I had the feeling that I had been falling for a long time and had landed inside my own bed. Then I opened my hand. There was a key in it. It was old, heavy, and cold enough to sting my skin. Not a modern key. It was long, made of dark metal with a round head and 3 deep teeth cut into one side. It looked like the kind of key that belonged to a chest or an old inside door or something no one had opened in years. I sat up too quickly and had to steady myself. I lived alone in a small apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building that clicked and sighed at night when the pipes cooled. I always locked my door before bed. I always left my keys in the dish by the sink. No one could have come in and placed that thing in my hand without waking me. I checked the dish anyway. My apartment key was there, my mailbox key too. The old key was not mine. I stood in the middle of the kitchen in my socks, holding it under the weak yellow light above the stove. There was no tag, no mark, no number, only a thin line of rust in the grooves and a smell like wet metal. I tried to remember the dream. I knew there had been one. It clung to me in pieces, in feelings rather than pictures. A hallway, bare feet on wood, a sound like someone breathing behind a door, a hand reaching toward me from darkness, then nothing. The dream had been so strong that waking up had felt like tearing through cloth, but the dream itself was gone. All that remained was the key. I told myself there had to be a simple answer. Maybe I had picked it up somewhere and forgotten. Maybe it had been mixed in with something I bought at a thrift store. Maybe I had fallen asleep holding it after finding it in a coat pocket. Strange things happen when you live alone. Days blur. Weeks pass without anyone noticing your routines except you. I set the key on the table and made coffee. While the water heated, I kept looking at it. It did not belong in my apartment. Everything else I owned was plain, cheap, practical. My table was scratched. My curtains did not match. My couch leaned slightly to one side because one leg was shorter than the others. But the key looked important. Not valuable exactly, just serious. Like it had a purpose and knew it. When the coffee was done, I carried my cup to the table and sat across from the key, as if I were expecting it to explain itself. The memory came then, quick and small. A door in my dream. Not a front door, not the door of this apartment. A narrow wooden door painted white long ago, though the paint had cracked into curling strips. I had stood in front of it, I think. I had known I was supposed to open it. My hand had been shaking. I had been afraid of what was behind it. Then I heard my alarm from the bedroom and jumped so hard coffee spilled over the rim of my cup. By the time I came back, the memory had faded again. I almost threw the key away before work. I actually carried it to the trash can and held it over the open bag, but something in me resisted. A quiet, stubborn feeling. Throwing it away seemed wrong, not because it mattered, but because it felt unfinished, like tearing the last page from a book because you did not like how tense the chapter was getting. So I dropped it into my coat pocket instead and left for work. All day I could feel its weight. I worked the front desk at a small storage company on the edge of town. Most days were slow. I signed forms, answered calls, pointed people toward units full of furniture they no longer wanted in their homes, but could not bring themselves to get rid of. The office had no windows except one narrow pane in the door, so time passed strangely there. Morning and evening looked the same under fluorescent lights. Around 11, while I was checking a rental agreement, I slipped my hand into my pocket and touched the key. I do not know why. The moment my fingers closed around it, a picture flashed in my mind so sharply that I gasped. A staircase, dark wood, turning left at the top. Wallpaper with small blue flowers, a light at the end of the hall that kept flickering, not because the bulb was bad, but because something passed in front of it again and again. Then the image vanished. I was back at my desk, staring at the same form, my pulse racing. "Everything okay?" My manager called from the back room. "Yeah," I said too fast. "Paper cut." He laughed and went back to whatever he was doing. I did not touch the key again until lunch. This time, I closed my office door, sat very still, and held it in both hands. Nothing happened at first. Then I heard a sound. 3 soft knocks, not on the office door, not from outside. The sound came from somewhere inside my head, but it was so clear that I looked around anyway. 3 knocks. A pause. Then a voice. Not words, just the shape of a voice. A low sound that seemed to push against the edge of meaning without ever becoming language. I let go of the key so fast it hit the desk and spun in a circle. The sound stopped. For the rest of the day, I told myself I had imagined it because I was tired. I had not been sleeping well for weeks. That was true. Ever since winter began, I had been waking in the middle of the night with the strange certainty that someone had just left my room. I would open my eyes and see nothing but the dark outline of my dresser, the square of the window, the chair in the corner with clothes on it. Yet the feeling remained. Not that someone was there, but that someone had been there and had moved away just before I looked. You can get used to almost anything if it comes in small enough pieces. By the time I got home that evening, I had decided the key was only making me anxious because I had let myself turn it into a mystery. I would put it in the junk drawer and forget about it. That plan lasted until I opened my apartment door. Something was wrong. No furniture had been moved. Nothing was missing. The windows were locked, but the air felt disturbed, as if the room had been recently occupied by someone standing very still. My skin tightened. Then I saw the wall by the kitchen. 3 small marks had been scratched into the paint beside the light switch, not random scratches. 3 short lines, neat and parallel, like someone had tested the tip of a nail there. I stood in the doorway for a full minute, listening. The refrigerator hummed. A car passed outside. Somewhere above me, someone dragged a chair across the floor. Ordinary sounds, ordinary apartment. Still, I locked the door behind me and checked every room. I lived in a 1-bedroom place. It took less than a minute. No one was there. I ate dinner on the couch without tasting it. Every few minutes I looked toward the kitchen wall. The marks stayed where they were. They did not mean anything. They were probably old, and I had somehow never noticed them. At 10, I brushed my teeth, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Sleep did not come easily. The key was in the junk drawer. I had made sure of that. I had shut the drawer firmly. I had even stacked a few takeout menus on top of it, though I could not have said why. I lay on my back and listened to the building, pipes ticking, a television murmuring somewhere far off, wind pressing thin fingers against the window. Then, sometime after midnight, I heard the knocks, 3 of them, soft, hollow, not on my front door, inside the apartment. I sat up at once. There were no more knocks. The room stayed dark and still. I reached for my phone on the nightstand and checked the time. 12:17. Again, 3 knocks. This time I knew where they came from. The kitchen. I got out of bed slowly, trying not to make noise, though I had no idea what I would do if there really was someone in my apartment. My phone flashlight shook in my hand as I crossed the hall. The kitchen was empty. The sink was empty too. The windows were locked. The back of the apartment opened only onto brick and an alley 3 floors below. Then the knocks came a 3rd time. I turned the light toward the cabinets. Not the cabinets, the drawer, the junk drawer. I stared at it. One side of the drawer trembled very slightly, then stopped. My whole body went cold. There is a point in fear where your mind becomes very clear. Every excuse, every lie you have told yourself falls away. You stop asking what is likely and start asking what is true. What was true was this: something had knocked from inside a closed drawer. I took 1 step back. The drawer slid open by itself, only an inch, then another inch. The beam of my phone light landed on the old key lying on top of the menus and dead batteries and rubber bands. It looked wet, though when I leaned closer, I saw it was only reflecting the light. Beside it, scratched into the wood at the bottom of the drawer, were 3 words. Don't let me. I dropped the phone. The light spun wildly over the floor, the cabinets, the toe of my foot. By the time I grabbed it again, the drawer was fully open. The words were gone. Only the key remained. I did not sleep at all after that. I sat on the couch with every light on until morning, the key on the table in front of me, because I could not bring myself to touch it again and could not bring myself to throw it away. At 6, I called in sick to work for the first time in nearly a year. Then I did something I should have done much earlier. I called my mother. We did not speak often, not because of any fight. We had just become one of those families that drift apart quietly, with long pauses that harden into habit. She still lived in the town where I grew up, 2 hours away, in the same house she had lived in since I was 12. When she answered, she sounded surprised but pleased. We made awkward conversation for a minute. Then I asked, trying to sound casual, "Do you remember ever having an old key around the house? A big one, dark metal?" The line went silent. Then she said, "Why are you asking me that?" Something in her voice made my stomach drop. "I found one," I said. I don't know, it just reminded me of something." Another silence. At last she said very softly, "Did you dream about the room?" I stood up without meaning to. What room? But I already knew. A shape had opened in my mind. Not a memory exactly, more like a place where a memory had been buried. Blue flowers on wallpaper, a narrow white door. 3 knocks. My mother drew in a long breath. "I always hoped you truly forgot." The coffee table seemed to tilt under my gaze. Forgot what? She did not answer right away. When she finally spoke, her words came slowly, as if she were choosing each one with care. "When we moved into that house, there was a small room upstairs at the end of the hall. too small to be a bedroom. Your father used it for storage. Then after—" She stopped. "After he got sick, he spent more and more time in there." I waited, hardly breathing. "He said it was the only room where he could think. He kept the door locked. He carried the key on a chain around his neck. At night, I would hear him moving in there, talking sometimes. I asked him who he was speaking to, and he said he was practicing." "Practicing what?" "He would not tell me. I had no memory of this. None. My father had died when I was 13. In my mind he existed in fragments, his coat hanging by the door, his laugh from another room, the smell of aftershave and dust. But there was no locked room in any memory I could clearly hold. I never went in, my mother said. Not until after. After he died. Yes. Her voice had become very thin. "What was in it?" I asked. Nothing that made sense. The apartment seemed too bright, too quiet. There were papers all over the floor, pages torn from notebooks, drawings of doors, lists of times, strange sentences written over and over, and on the wall. She paused again. "He had written your name." I swallowed. "Mine?" "Many times." A cold feeling spread through my arms. "Why?" "I don't know." The line crackled softly between us. Then she said something that made me grip the edge of the counter to stay steady. "You were the one who found him in that room?" I shut my eyes. No, that was wrong. I would remember that. I would have to. But even as I resisted it, the feeling returned. A child standing barefoot in a hallway, hand on a white door, heart pounding because he had heard something moving inside after everyone had said the room was empty. I was 12, my mother continued, almost 13. You had been sleepwalking for weeks. We thought it was stress. You kept waking up in front of that door, once with your hand on the knob, once sitting outside it. Then one night, her voice shook. One night I woke up and you were gone. I found you upstairs. The door was open. You were inside, standing by the wall, holding your father's key. The key on my table seemed to darken. I thought after we left that house it was over, she whispered. You stopped talking about the knocking. You stopped having those dreams. The doctor said children can block things out after grief. I let myself believe that was enough. My throat hurt. What was I saying? What? In the room, what was I saying? My mother answered so quietly I almost did not hear her. You kept asking me why he had put the other you in the wall. For a long moment, I forgot how to breathe. My phone slipped in my damp hand. I almost dropped it. Mom, I said, but my voice did not sound like mine. What does that mean? She started crying then, the kind of crying someone tries very hard to hide. It frightened me more than anything she had said. I don't know, she whispered. I don't know. We moved. We packed only what we had to. I threw the key into the river on the way out of town. I turned and looked at the key on the table. Dark metal, round head, 3 teeth. My hand was numb around the phone. I have to go, I said. Don't go back there, she said quickly. If this is about the house, don't go back. But I had already made the mistake of glancing toward the hall mirror by the front door. There was someone standing behind me. I spun around so hard my shoulder hit the wall. No one. The kitchen was empty. Yet in the mirror, for one flashing second before my movement changed the angle, I had seen a thin figure in the doorway to my bedroom. Not a stranger. Not exactly. It had been me. Or something shaped like me. Its face had been turned slightly down, as if listening. I ended the call without another word. For the next hour, I packed a bag with the clumsy speed of someone trying not to panic. Not because I knew what I was doing, but because movement felt safer than stillness. I told myself I was only going to my mother's for a few days. I told myself distance would help. Fresh air, familiar roads, a different bed. Before leaving, I went to the kitchen for the key. It was gone. I searched the table, the floor, under the chair, the sink, the drawer. Nothing. Then I noticed the apartment door was unlocked. I knew I had locked it after coming in the night before. I knew it. The hall outside was empty. The old carpet smelled of dust and boiled cabbage. Somewhere downstairs, a radio played faintly. But on the wall beside my door, scratched into the paint at eye level, were 3 neat lines. Under them, in smaller marks, almost too shallow to see, was a shape. A little square with a line through it. A door. I drove to my mother's house in daylight, with the radio on too loud and both hands tied on the wheel. Twice I caught myself checking the rear-view mirror, more than the road ahead. Every time there was only the back seat, my jacket, a paper cup rolling near the floor mat. I did not look at the house when I arrived. I parked in the driveway and went straight in. My mother had aged more than I realized. Maybe that happens when you only see someone once every year or two. The changes stack quietly until one day they appear all at once. She hugged me at the door, but there was fear in the way she kept looking over my shoulder. We did not talk much at first. She made tea. I did not drink it. She asked if I had eaten. I said I was not hungry. The old clock in the kitchen clicked so loudly it seemed to divide the room into thin slices of time. Finally, she brought out a cardboard box from the hall closet. "I should have burned these," she said. Inside were photographs, folded papers, and a small spiral notebook stained at the edges. The photographs came first. Most were ordinary family pictures. Me in a school uniform. My father holding a rake in the yard. My mother in the kitchen, smiling at someone behind a camera. Then, halfway down the stack, there was one of the upstairs hall. I almost dropped it. The wallpaper with blue flowers, the narrow white door at the end. Even in the photo, the hall looked wrong. Too long. The shadows too deep. The bulb overhead cast a weak cone of light that did not reach the door completely. There seemed to be a darker shape standing just outside that circle, but when I looked closer, it was only grain. "This was taken when we were selling the house," my mother said. "The agent wanted room photos." Why would she photograph the hall? She didn't mean to. It was on the edge of another picture. I turned it over. On the back, in faded pen, someone had written, "Keep him awake." The handwriting was my father's. My mouth went dry. We looked through the papers next. Most were exactly what my mother had described: drawings of doors, pages of repeated phrases, dates with no explanation. One sentence appeared over and over in different handwriting pressures, as if written in calm moments and frantic ones. "If he dreams it, he brings it closer." On another page, "The child remembers doors that do not belong to the house." And another, "Do not let him sleepwalk past the third knock." Simple words, insane words. Then I opened the notebook. The first pages were blank. Halfway through, the writing began. It was my father's journal, though journal was not the right word. The entries were uneven, some only a line, some filling whole pages. Dates had been crossed out. Many times he referred to the room, without saying what room he meant. He wrote about sounds in the walls, about seeing the hallway in dreams before finding details from those dreams waiting in the house the next day. He wrote that I had opened the wrong door while sleeping. He wrote that sometimes, at night, he heard my voice from inside the locked room while I was asleep in bed down the hall. I could feel my mother watching me as I read. Then I reached the final pages. The handwriting there was jagged and cramped. He is almost able to hold the key when waking. The other one learns faster every night. If I lock the room, it knocks from the walls instead. If I leave the room open, it stands by the boy's bed and listens. I think it wants to be the one outside. My hands shook so badly I had to set the notebook down for a moment. There was one last page, no date, only this. When he asks which one of us is his father, I do not know what to say. I pushed the notebook away. Neither of us spoke. At last, my mother said, "I never read that far." I believed her. Her face had gone pale. There are moments when fear changes shape. Before, it is an animal chasing you through dark woods. Simple, hot, sharp. But then knowledge enters it. Knowledge makes fear colder. It gives it rooms and corners. It lets it sit beside you and breathe softly while you pretend not to hear. By evening, I had convinced myself of only one thing. The old house was the center of it. Whether the story was grief, illness, childhood trauma, or something worse, it had started there. I told my mother I needed to see it. She said no at once. Then she saw from my face that I had already decided. The house had not been sold after all. The sale had fallen through years ago, and after that it had become tied up in paperwork and neglect. My mother had not gone back. She still paid someone in town to cut the grass twice each summer, so the place would not become a complete ruin. But no one lived there. "It should have been torn down," she said as she handed me the key to the front door. I should have done that much. The drive to the old house took 20 minutes. Twilight had begun to flatten the fields and trees into dark shapes by the time I reached it. The place sat at the end of a narrow road, half hidden by tall grass and 2 maples that had grown thick and wild. It looked smaller than in my memory, and more tired. The porch sagged. One shutter hung loose. The upstairs windows reflected a sky the color of old bruises. I sat in the car with the engine off and listened to the ticking sound as it cooled. I did not want to go in. That is important to say. Some stories make it seem as if fear can pull a person forward like a rope. But really, it is the opposite. Fear roots you. It tells you not to move, not to touch, not to know. The thing that drives you onward is something weaker and stranger. Shame, maybe, or the need to prove that the worst thing you imagine is not true. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. Dust, wood rot, the faint smell of old paper and trapped windows. My flashlight beam moved over the entryway, the staircase, the living room door. The furniture was gone, but pale shapes remained on the floor where it had once stood. Every sound I made came back smaller, as if the house were listening carefully before deciding whether to return it. I knew the layout before I truly remembered it. Left to the kitchen, right to the parlor. Staircase straight ahead. Halfway up, a landing with the tall window, then the narrow hall. I climbed slowly. The wallpaper with blue flowers was still there, faded now to grayish blue, peeling at the seams. At the end of the hall stood the white door, my dream door. It was smaller than I had imagined and more ordinary. Just wood, paint, a tarnished knob. But the sight of it hit me so hard, my knees nearly gave way. Memories did not come in a stream. They came in stabs. My child hand raised toward the knob. My father kneeling in front of me, gripping my shoulders too hard, saying, "If you hear yourself in there, do not answer." My mother crying downstairs. 3 knocks from the other side of the door. I put a hand to the wall until a dizziness passed. The key in my pocket felt heavy. Yes, it was back. I had found it on the passenger seat of my car while driving here. I had not seen it appear. One glance at the road, one glance back, and there it had been, lying against the dark fabric as if it had always ridden beside me. I took it out now. It fit the old brass lock beneath the knob perfectly. For a long time, I did nothing. The hall seemed to hold its breath. Then, from inside the room, very softly, came 3 knocks. Not on the door. In the wall. I should have run, I know that. But the sound did something terrible to me. It did not only frighten me, it woke recognition. My body knew this moment. Some buried part of me had been walking toward it for years. I turned a key. The lock clicked. I opened the door. The room was small and nearly empty. No furniture, no shelves, no boxes, only bare floorboards, yellowed walls, and one stained mattress in the corner. For a second, that almost made it worse. The human mind can fight monsters more easily than plain rooms. Plain rooms leave too much space for thought. My flashlight moved across the walls, writing, faded, layered, everywhere, not just my name. Words, dates, circles, lines connecting one phrase to another. Most had blurred with age, but some were still clear. He comes back wrong if he wakes holding it. Do not trust the voice that knows private things. The dream makes a copy first, and over, in larger letters. Keep the door between them. I stepped inside. The air was colder in there than in the hall. My flashlight reached the far wall and stopped. There was a small door built low into it, no higher than my chest. I had not seen it at first because it had been painted the same color as the wall. A crawl-space door, maybe, or an old access panel. It stood slightly open. A black line showed in the gap. I felt at once that this was the true room and everything else had only been waiting area. The house creaked behind me. Then a voice spoke from the hall. My own voice. "Don't close it again." Every muscle in my back locked. I turned very slowly. At first I saw only a flashlight glare in the dust. Then the beam found a figure standing in the doorway I had just come through. It was my height, my shape, my face, not perfect. The eyes were slightly wrong, too still and too bright in the narrow light. The smile was not a smile but an attempt at one, as if remembered from far away. Its hair lay flat with dampness. Its bare feet were gray with dust. It held one hand open. In its palm lay another, old key. "I couldn't remember the dream either," it said in my voice. I backed toward the far wall. The thing in the doorway tilted its head the way I do when listening. "You lock me in every time," it said. "Then you forget which side you're on." My throat was so tight I could not answer. It took one step into the room. The floorboard beneath it gave a long, thin groan. That sound broke something loose in my mind. Memory returned all at once, brutal and complete. I remembered waking as a child in this room, not knowing how I got there, with my father kneeling before the little door in the wall, pushing it shut while something on the other side scratched and laughed in my voice. I remembered him turning to me and saying, "If it ever learns to wake up first, it will take your place by doing ordinary things better than you can." I remembered asking him what it was, and him answering, "The part of the dream that stayed behind." I remembered the final night, his face gray with exhaustion, carrying me half asleep through the hall while something walked below us in the walls, knocking 3 times wherever we went. I remembered opening my eyes just enough to see him place the key in my hand and say, "When you wake with this, don't trust your memories. It moves in what you forget." Then I remembered finding him dead here at dawn, slumped against the little wall door, as if he had spent his last strength holding it shut. The thing wearing my face smiled wider, seeing recognition in me. "Yes," it said softly. "That helps." I turned toward the small door in the wall. The gap there had widened. Something was moving behind it, not a body. A shifting darkness, deep and slow, like a room breathing. I understood then, in the ugly, cold way one understands a nightmare only while still inside it, that there had never been just one copy. The dream did not make a double and set it loose. It made a door first. Then it taught whatever stood behind the door how to become familiar. My father had not locked one thing in. He had been feeding the lock to something that learned. The false me took another step. "I've been outside before," it said. "You call those years childhood." Its words did not make sense at first. Then they did. Gaps in memory, long blank spaces in my early life. Teachers once telling my mother I seemed different some weeks. Friends I barely remembered, nights of waking in odd places. I looked at the writing on the walls. Keep the door between them, not destroy it, not open it, not choose a side. Keep the door between them. The thing in the doorway saw the thought cross my face, and its expression changed for the first time. The smile flattened. "You're slow when you're frightened," it said. Then it lunged. I slammed the room door shut between us by pure instinct. Its shoulder hit the wood with enough force to shake dust from the frame. The knob jerked wildly in my hand. At once, from behind me, the little door in the wall began knocking. 3 soft knocks, then 3 more, then the low shape of a voice. I was trapped between them. The house seemed to bend around the sound. The outer door boomed under another hit. The latch would not hold long. I shoved the old key back into the lock with trembling fingers, turned it, and heard the bolt catch just as the false me struck again from the other side. The door shuddered, but held. Behind me, the panel in the wall creaked wider. Cold air spilled from the gap, carrying a smell like deep water in long, closed rooms. I swung the flashlight toward it. Inside was no crawl space. There was a hallway, impossible, narrow, dimly lit by a weak bulb somewhere far off. Wallpaper with blue flowers. A copy of the upstairs hall stretching much farther than the house could contain. And at the end of it stood a child. Me at 12. He looked frightened and exhausted. He clutched a blanket against his chest. When he saw me, his face broke with relief. "Please," he whispered. "He said if I saw you, I should ask which one woke up first." I could not move. The child glanced over his shoulder into the deeper dark behind him. "You have to answer fast." The room door behind me shook under another impact. I understood the trap then. Simple, elegant, cruel. If I answered him, I accepted the hallway as real. I accepted the question on its terms. That was how it worked. It did not only imitate, it waited for you to help choose what belonged. So I asked my own. "What did my father say after that?" The child stared. Its face changed, just a little, but enough. The skin around the mouth tightened. The eyes lost their wet fear and became watchful. Then in my voice, from behind the child in the false hallway, something laughed. The panel swung wider. Hands emerged from the dark behind the child. Not many, not a writhing mass, only two pale hands resting gently on his shoulders as if guiding him forward. I backed away until I hit the opposite wall. The locked room door strained under another blow. The wood near the latch began to split. For one wild second, I thought of setting the whole house on fire, but I had no fuel, no matches, and no confidence that fire would touch whatever lived in a place made of remembered halls. Then I saw something beneath the writing on the floorboards, near the mattress, a narrow iron staple fixed into the wood, and beside it, mostly hidden under dust, a length of chain. My father had left it there, not for the room door, for the little door in the wall. I dropped to my knees and pulled. The chain came free in a shower of dirt, heavy and cold. One end had an old iron hook. The other had a clasp worn shiny by use. The child in the wall began to cry, then softly at first, then harder. It sounded exactly like I remembered sounding at that age. The outer door cracked. A hand slid through the gap near the frame. My own hand, long fingers, reaching. I threw myself at the wall panel. The thing behind the child rushed forward with sudden speed, and the child's shape simply opened, like paper tearing, revealing a deeper dark inside him. I slammed the panel shut on reaching fingers that were too many and not arranged right. The impact nearly tore my shoulder from its socket. The knocks became frantic at once. 3, 3, 3, 3, no pauses now. I looped the chain through the iron staple, across the panel handle, back through itself. My fingers slipped. The iron bit my skin. The voice behind the panel changed from my own to my father's, then my mother's, then a stranger's, all pleading, all urgent, all telling me I was making a mistake. The room door burst inward. The false me came through sideways with a shower of splinters. Its face was no longer trying to pass for human. The smile had widened too far. The eyes were sunk deep, bright as wet stones. It moved toward me with a limp I did not have, then without that limp, then with it again, as if testing possibilities. I snapped the clasp shut. The chain went tight. The wall panel jerked once, twice, then held. The false me stopped. For the first time it looked uncertain. The room changed around us. Not visibly at first, more like a pressure shift. The walls seemed to lean inward. The air thickened. Somewhere in the house below us, doors began opening and closing in a slow wave, one after another. The thing wearing my face looked toward the chained panel and hissed through its teeth. Then it looked back at me. "You don't know what side you kept out," it said. "I know enough." It gave a sad little nod, almost respectful. "No," it said, "you don't." The floor dropped, not much, an inch maybe, but enough to throw us both off balance. A second later came a deep cracking sound from inside the walls, as if the house had finally noticed how old it was. The false me moved first, darting for the hall. I could have let it go. I think about that often. Maybe I should have. Maybe it was only trying to escape what was waking behind the chained panel. But the idea of it loose again, wearing my life in small pieces, was worse than whatever might happen next. I grabbed the broken room door from the floor and swung it like a shield into its path. The edge struck its shoulder. It staggered into the wall. For a split second, we were face to face, so close I could smell damp plaster on its skin. It whispered, "You were never the original either." Then the ceiling above the hall gave way. Rotten plaster, lath, dust, and old insulation crashed down in a white storm. The false me vanished under it with a sound that might have been a cry or a laugh. The floor lurched again. I ran, down the hall with blue flowers, down the stairs as wood split under my feet, through the front room where shadows seemed to move along the walls against the direction of my flashlight. Behind me, from upstairs, came the chain-rattle thunder of the small panel door being pulled and pulled and pulled. I reached the front door and threw myself outside just as a window shattered somewhere behind me. Cold evening air hit my face. I stumbled into the yard and turned. The upstairs hall window glowed briefly from within, not with fire, but with a pale moving light like moonlight trapped under water. A shape crossed it, then another. Then something struck the glass from inside hard enough to spiderweb it, though it did not break. The house groaned. One side of the porch collapsed. The whole structure leaned with a terrible slowness, as if bowing. Then the roof above the back half caved in, taking the upper rooms with it in a crash, so loud birds lifted from the trees and scattered across the darkening sky. Dust rolled outward. Silence followed. I stood in the yard shaking until full dark. No one came. There were no nearby neighbors to hear. At last I got back in my car and drove. I did not return to my apartment. I could not. I went to my mother's and slept, if what happened can be called sleep, on the couch with all the lights on. In the morning, I told her the old house had partially collapsed. That part was true. I did not tell her the rest. She did not ask. For a while, life became almost normal. That is how these things survive, I think. Not by staying at their worst, but by becoming almost bearable. I found a new apartment across town. I replaced my phone after dropping the old one too many times. I returned to work. My manager asked if I had enjoyed my unexpected vacation. I laughed because that was easier. Weeks passed. Then one night, I woke before dawn with my heart racing. My hand was closed tight. I sat up slowly in the dark. For several seconds, I could not make myself open it. When I finally did, my palm was empty, except for crescent marks from my nails. I laughed then, a quick, broken laugh of relief. But as I got out of bed to drink water, I noticed the bedroom door was standing open. I always sleep with it closed. Beyond it, the hall was dim. The kitchen clock gave off a weak green light. Nothing moved. I went to shut the door. On the floor just outside the threshold lay a small trail of plaster dust. 3 little piles, neat and pale, as if someone had tapped an old wall with dusty fingertips. I looked up. At the far end of the hall, where the darkness thickened near the kitchen, there was a shape standing very still. It was my height, my outline, nothing more than that. I did not breathe, neither did it seem to. Then, softly, From somewhere behind the wall beside my bed came 3 knocks. The shape in the hall tilted its head, listening, and in that terrible quiet, with sleep still clinging to me like another skin, I understood the one thing I had not wanted to know. The house had not been the center of it. The house had only been where my father found the first door. Now, every night, I sleep lightly. I do not dream if I can help it. I keep lamps on in every room until dawn. I have moved twice more, and each new place takes on my habits within days. Doors closed, mirrors covered at night, no sleeping past sunrise, no answering voices that speak before I am fully awake. Sometimes I go weeks without hearing the knocks. Sometimes I wake with plaster dust under my nails. Once I found wet footprints on the kitchen floor leading to the junk drawer of a cabinet I had never used. There was nothing inside except a folded piece of paper. In my father's handwriting, though the ink looked fresh, it said, "If you are reading this, one of you remembered where I hid the note. Do not trust the one who says I wrote only one." I burned that paper in the sink and watched the ash gather in the drain like gray snow. It did not help. Last month, I began seeing someone in passing reflections. Not every day, never long enough. A face behind mine in the microwave door, a shoulder just beyond the bathroom frame. A figure sitting at the foot of my bed, reflected in the black TV screen. Gone when I turned. It never rushes now. It never chases. That is what frightens me most. It is patient because it has time. It only needs one morning, one small failure, one moment when I wake holding something cold and old and real, with a dream slipping away too fast to name. Sometimes, in the hour before dawn, I think I understand what my father was trying to do. Not fight it, not destroy it, only confuse it long enough that the wrong self woke in the wrong place and had to spend years pretending. Maybe that is what happened to him in the end. Maybe he stopped knowing which side he was guarding. Maybe I already have. Tonight, the apartment is quiet. The radiator hums. A car passes below and fades into the distance. On the table beside me is a cup of tea, gone cold. The clock says 3:14. I am writing this because I do not want to sleep. A little while ago, I checked every lock, every closet, every cabinet. I even looked under the bed like a child. Nothing. And yet, the feeling is here again. Not that someone is in the apartment, that someone has just stepped out of sight. I keep thinking of a memory that might not be mine. My father in the upstairs hall, looking more tired than any man should look, kneeling so his eyes were level with mine, pressing the old key into my hand, saying, "When you wake, choose quickly." I did not understand him then. I am not sure I do now. The bedroom door is closed. I know that because I can see it from where I sit. Still, every so often, I hear the faintest sound from the other side, not footsteps, not breathing, only 3 soft knocks, carefully spaced, as if whatever is there is trying very hard to be polite. I am so tired. That may be the worst part of all. Not fear, not the waiting, the tiredness, the endless drag of staying one small step ahead of sleep. I used to think madness would arrive like thunder, a loud break from reality. Now I think it comes as simple surrender. A person gets tired enough, lonely enough, confused enough, and one night they stop checking whether the voice in the hall is truly theirs. The knocks came again just now. 3. Then a pause. Then, very gently, My own voice from behind the bedroom door said, "You can rest. I already opened it." I have not moved. The tea beside me has begun to tremble from the shaking of my hand. There is dust gathering under the door, white dust, plaster maybe, or old paint, or the soft, dry remains of a wall that has been opened from the inside. The voice has not spoken again, but I know it is still there, listening, waiting to hear which floorboard I step on first. I think about opening the front door and running into the street. I think about staying where I am until sunrise. I think about how many mornings of my life I cannot clearly remember. And on the table, though I know with all the cold certainty left in me that it was not there a minute ago, lies an old key, dark metal, round head, 3 teeth. I have not touched it yet, but I can smell wet iron, and somewhere, very close, just beyond the thin wall beside my chair, a child begins to cry in a voice I have not heard since I was 12. It is my voice. It is asking to be let out. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. My driver's license age increases. Every time I check it, I noticed it on a Tuesday night, the kind of night that feels older than it should. Nothing important had happened that day. I had worked late, eaten a cold sandwich at my desk, and driven home through rain so thin it looked like dust floating in the headlights. By the time I reached my apartment building, the parking lot was almost empty. A broken yellow lamp near the stairs kept flickering on and off, making the wet ground seem to jump. I remember this because I stood under that light while digging through my wallet for my license. The front door to my building had started sticking again. The lock needed a hard shove before the key would turn. I had my grocery bag in one hand, my keys in the other, and my wallet tucked under my arm. Everything was slipping. A tomato rolled out of the bag and burst against the concrete. I bent to pick up the rest, annoyed and tired, and my license slid free from my wallet and landed face up in a shallow puddle. I picked it up right away. The first thing I saw was my photo. The same old tired face, flat hair, blank expression, the kind of picture that makes you look guilty of something even when you are only trying to stand still. Then I saw the age, 29. I frowned. I was 27, not almost 29, not close enough to shrug it off. I had turned 27 just 4 months earlier. I stood there under the flickering light, rain touching the back of my neck, and looked again. Name, Daniel Voss. Address, correct. Date of birth, correct. Age, 29. I actually laughed a little. I thought maybe I was too tired to read straight. Maybe water had distorted the print. But when I tilted the card under the light, the number stayed clear, sharp, official, like it had always been there. I wiped it on my sleeve and checked it again. 29. I went upstairs, put away the groceries, and checked one more time under the kitchen light. 29. I sat down at the table and stared at it until my eyes hurt. The strangest part was not the wrong number. The strangest part was how normal everything else looked. There was no sign of tampering, no scratch marks, no peeling plastic, no faded print. My license looked exactly the way it should. If someone had handed it to me that moment and asked what was wrong with it, I might have needed a second to answer. I opened my laptop and searched whether driver's licenses even listed age. Mine did, in a small box at the lower right, beneath my height and eye color. I had never paid much attention to it before. Why would I? Age changes. Date of birth is what matters. Still, I knew what I saw. I called my younger sister, Mara. She answered on the fourth ring, sounding half asleep. Did someone die? No. Is your apartment flooding again? No. Then why are you calling me at 11:40? I need you to tell me how old I am. There was a long pause. Then she said, I am hanging up. Mara, wait. Just answer. You are 27. Why? I looked down at the card in my hand. My license says I'm 29. That woke her up a little. What? It says 29. You're reading something else. I'm not. Then your license is wrong. Can that happen? It's the government, she said. Of course it can happen. I should have felt better hearing that. A simple mistake, nothing more. But something in me stayed cold. It wasn't wrong before, I said. How do you know? I didn't answer. Because I would have noticed. Because I am sure. Because the moment I saw it, I felt not surprise, but recognition. Like something I had been trying not to think about had finally walked into the room and sat down across from me. Mara yawned. Call the DMV tomorrow. Get it fixed. Go to sleep. Yeah. And Daniel? What? Stop staring at it? That would have been smart. Instead, after we hung up, I kept the license on the table and looked at it every few minutes while I washed dishes, changed clothes, and got ready for bed. Every time, it still said 29. Nothing else changed. Around 1 a.m, I turned off the lights and lay down. My apartment was quiet in the usual way. The refrigerator hummed in the kitchen, pipes clicked behind the bathroom wall. Somewhere above me, a neighbor dragged a chair across the floor. I had lived there for 3 years. I knew every sound. I knew which ones belonged and which ones didn't. A little after 2, I heard someone say my name. Not loud, not a shout. Just a voice in the dark, close to my bed, speaking as if I had almost missed an important detail. Daniel? My eyes opened at once. The room was black except for the dim streetlight glow through the blinds. I did not move. I listened. My heart beat hard enough to make the pillow shake. Nothing. Then I told myself what anyone would tell themselves. I was half asleep. It had been one of those drifting moments between dream and waking. A sound from outside had slid into my mind and become a voice. It happens. I rolled over and checked the time on my phone. 2:17. Without thinking, I reached to the nightstand for my wallet. I took out the license and held it close to the screen light. Age 30. I sat up so fast I hit my head on the wall. No. I blinked and looked again. 30. I dropped the card onto the blanket as if it had burned me. For a full minute, I did not touch it. Then I picked it up again with shaking of fingers. 30. I opened my phone and took a picture. In the photo, the number was clear. 30. I took another picture. 30. Then while I watched, the screen dimmed. My own reflection slid over the image. I touched the screen to brighten it, and for 1 sick second, I thought the face reflected back at me looked older than mine. Not different. Mine, only thinned and stretched. The skin under the eyes darker, the mouth tighter. The look of someone who had spent too many years listening for a sound inside the walls. I dropped the phone. The reflection broke apart. I did not sleep the rest of that night. In the morning, Everything felt stupid. I was exhausted. My head hurt. The gray daylight made the whole thing seem small and embarrassing. I made coffee, opened the photo I had taken, and felt a little relief. The picture showed my license with age 29, not 30. I checked the card itself. 31. The coffee slipped from my hand and spilled across the counter. I stared at the license while brown liquid ran over the edge and dripped onto the floor. 31. I checked the date of birth again. Still correct. I did the math out loud. I said my birth year, my birth month, my age. I said it twice, slowly, as if speaking to a child. Then I checked again. 31. I took another picture. The photo showed 31. I backed away from the counter. This was the moment when something changed in me. Until then, I had been trying to fit what was happening into normal life. Print and error, fatigue, stress, bad light, bad sleep. A joke so unlikely it barely counted as a thought. But normal explanations have a shape. They let you stand on them. This had no shape. I called in sick to work. My manager asked if I was all right. I said, "I don't think so," and realized I meant it more than she knew. The DMV office was across town, in a low building beside a highway service road. I brought every document I had: passport, birth certificate, utility bill, social security card, old expired learner's permit from a drawer I had not opened in years. I kept my current license in my pocket and touched it every few minutes, just to feel that it was still there. The waiting room was bright and airless. Children cried. A television mounted in one corner played a home renovation show with no sound. Numbers flashed on a screen above the service windows. When my turn came, I stepped up to a woman with sharp glasses and a tired face. Her name tag said, "Ellen. What can I help you with?" "My license has incorrect information." "What information?" "My age." She paused, fingers resting on the keyboard. "Your date of birth is wrong?" "No, the date of birth is right. The age is wrong." That earned me a look. "May I see it?" I handed it over. She glanced down, then up at me, then down again. "Sir," she said, "this says you're 34. My mouth went dry. I grabbed the counter with both hands. "No, it doesn't." She turned the card so I could see it. 34. I heard a rushing sound in my ears. A man at the next window was arguing about registration renewal. Somewhere, a baby was crying. The television flashed from kitchen cabinets to a smiling couple. The room looked painfully bright, every edge too sharp. "It said 31 this morning," I whispered. "Excuse me?" "Nothing," I swallowed. "Can you fix it?" She typed for a while. "I'm not seeing a discrepancy," she said. "What?" "Your file matches the card." "That's impossible." She turned the monitor slightly toward me, more than she should have. There, on the screen, was my information. Name, Daniel Voss. Date of birth, correct. Age, 34. Issued 3 years earlier. Renewal, due, next year. Address, correct. My hands began to shake. "There has to be a mistake," I said. She looked uncomfortable now. "If you believe there's an error in your record, you can fill out a correction form and provide supporting documents." I pushed my birth certificate toward her. "Here." She took it, checked it, and frowned. "What?" I asked. She hesitated. "This document is damaged." "It isn't." At first I thought she meant the fold lines. Then she turned it toward me. The paper looked old. Not old the way paper naturally gets. Not yellow from a drawer, not worn at the edges. It looked handled, used, kept too long. The corners were soft. The print had faded just enough to make me lean in. There was a water stain near the seal that I had never seen before. My passport was next. The photo looked like mine, but not recent mine. A heavier face, a line at the forehead. The issue date was 6 years earlier than it should have been. I laughed then, a short cracked sound I did not mean to make. Ellen leaned back in her chair. "Sir, are you okay?" I gathered my papers with stiff hands. "Can I have a new license?" "You'll need to complete the forms." "How long does that take?" "A few weeks." A few weeks? I imagined checking my license tomorrow and seeing 40, then 48, then 63, then some impossible number no living face could carry. I took the forms and sat down in a plastic chair under the television. The pen in my hand felt light and fake. I filled out my name, address, birth date. At the line marked "Reason for Correction," I stopped. What could I write? My age is changing when I look at it. Every official record around me seems to agree. I think time is slipping in one direction only when I pay attention. Instead, I wrote "clerical error." When I returned to the counter, Ellen accepted the form and told me I would receive notice by mail. Her voice had that careful gentleness people use when they think they are speaking to someone unstable. Outside, the sun was too bright. The highway hissed with traffic. A warm wind blew trash along the curb. I sat in my car and checked the license. 35. I did not drive home right away. I sat there for almost an hour, staring through the windshield at the service road while my thoughts moved in circles. The obvious answer was that I was losing my mind. That answer should have scared me most. It didn't. It almost comforted me. If I was having some kind of break, then there was still a world beneath it. A normal one, a fixed one. Other people lived in it. I could be treated, helped, returned. But there was a problem with that. The problem was Ellen. The problem was the computer screen. The problem was my birth certificate aging in her hands. I started the car and drove to my mother's house. She lived 40 minutes away in the same small town where I grew up. Since Dad died, she had kept the place exactly the same. Same pale curtains, same cracked bird bath out front, same brass house numbers half hanging from one screw. The trees had grown taller. The house had grown smaller. That always happens. When she opened the door and saw my face, she said, "What happened?" "I need to ask you something. Daniel, please." She stepped aside and let me in. The house smelled like furniture polish and old books. I stood in the hallway without taking off my shoes. My chest felt tight. "How old am I?" I asked. She blinked at me. "You drove all this way for that?" "How old am I?" 27. I nearly sagged with relief. Then she looked closer at me, and something in her expression changed. Not confusion, not concern, recognition. A quiet, deep recognition, like hearing a floorboard creak in the night and knowing exactly where the weight is. "Why?" she asked softly. I took out my license and handed it to her. She read it. The color drained from her face. For a moment, she did not breathe. Then she gave it back and walked past me into the kitchen. I followed her. She stood by the sink, gripping the edge of the counter. "Mom," She kept looking out the window above the sink toward the backyard where the grass needed cutting. "Mom, what is this?" Her shoulders rose and fell once. "When you were little," she said, "you used to wake up crying on your birthday." I stared at her. "What?" "Not every year. Just some years. You would say the same thing every time." She turned to face me. "You would say it came back." A cold spread through my arms. "I don't remember that." "No," she said. "I know." "What came back?" She shook her head. "I thought it stopped." That's not an answer. She reached for a kitchen chair and sat down slowly, as if her knees had weakened. "When you were 5, we had to stop putting mirrors in your room." I laughed once in disbelief. "What?" "You said there was another room inside them." I said nothing. My own reflection on my dark phone screen flashed through my mind. That older face, that exhausted look. Mom rubbed at her hands. "You would stand in the hall at night and stare at the mirror by the coat closet. Sometimes for an hour. When we asked what you were doing, you said you were waiting for the man to finish writing." The kitchen seemed to tilt. "What man?" "You said he looked like you." I backed away from the table. "No, I thought it was childhood imagination," she said quickly, too quickly. "Then one night, your father saw you talking to the mirror. He said your reflection wasn't moving right." "Stop." She did. The refrigerator hummed. A clock ticked somewhere in the living room. I looked at the window over the sink and could see our faint reflections in the glass. Mine looked pale and stretched. My mother's looked small. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because of your face," she said. I touched my cheek without meaning to. "What about my face?" She swallowed. "For the last few minutes," she said, "you have looked older every time I look up." I left before sunset. I wish I hadn't. If I had stayed there, maybe the night would have passed differently. Maybe not. Maybe it had already started long before I noticed it, under the flickering light in the rain. The drive back felt longer than usual. By then the clouds had thickened. The road through the low woods outside town was dark early, and my headlights kept catching tree trunks in sudden white flashes. Every mailbox looked like a person standing by the roadside. Every puddle held a warped sky. At a red light, I checked the license again. 37. I put it in the glove box and slammed it shut. When I reached my apartment building, the broken yellow lamp by the stairs was still flickering. The burst tomato from the night before had been washed away by rain. There was no sign anything had happened there at all. Upstairs, my apartment felt wrong the second I entered. Nothing had been moved, but the air had a used feeling, as if someone had spent the day inside my rooms, walking softly from one wall to another, touching things with dry hands. I locked the door. Then I checked the deadbolt twice. Then I turned on every light. The place looked ordinary. Couch, TV, bookshelf, the dish towel I'd left hanging by the oven, the coffee stain on the counter I had missed while cleaning up. Everything was where it belonged. Still, I could not shake the feeling that something had been standing just behind me when I opened the door and had stepped back the instant I turned on the light. I called Mara again. She answered right away this time. "You sound terrible." "I went to Mom's." A pause. "Why?" "She said weird things." "She says weird things all the time." "Not like this." I told her everything, about the DMV, about Mom saying I talked to mirrors as a child, about the man who looked like me. Mara was quiet for so long that I thought the call had dropped. Then she said, "I remember one thing." "What?" "You had a birthday cake once with the wrong number." I frowned. "What?" "I was little, maybe 6. You were older. I don't know how much older. Mom brought out the cake, and the candle number was wrong. I remember because Dad got angry at first. He thought she messed it up. But Mom looked scared. It was just the wrong candle." "No," Mara said. "I remember the way she looked, like the cake had told her something." A pressure began behind my eyes. "How old was I?" "I don't know. Try." "I think—" She stopped. "I think the candle said 14. I sat very still. I had no memory of this. But the number landed in me with a strange weight, like a stone dropped into deep water. "Daniel," she said carefully, "where is your license right now?" "In the glove box." "Don't look at it." "Why?" "Because every time you check it, it changes, right?" I almost said yes. Then I realized something. Not every time. "What?" "It doesn't change every time I check it," I said. "It changes every time I notice it." "Isn't that the same thing?" "No." I did not know how to explain it. There had been moments when I looked without really seeing, and nothing happened. But when my attention truly landed on it, when I focused, when the number became real in my mind, it seemed to move, like a shadow that only shifts when you look straight at it, or like something that wakes when you wake it. "Come stay with me tonight," Mara said. I looked around my bright apartment, at the lit hallway, the bedroom doorway, the black square of the TV screen reflecting the room back at me. "No," I said. "Why not?" "Because I was afraid to carry this anywhere else. Because some ugly, selfish part of me thought distance might protect her. Because I felt, in a way I could not explain, that if I left, the apartment would not be empty." "I'll be okay," I said. "You don't sound okay." "I know." After we hung up, I covered every reflective surface I could find. Bathroom mirror, towel, microwave door, dishcloth, TV, blanket, framed photo glass, turned face down, dark window over the sink, closed blinds. I left only one thing uncovered, the narrow mirror by the front door. I told myself I'd forgotten it. That was a lie. Some part of me wanted to see. It was close to midnight when the knocking started. 3 soft knocks, not on the door, from inside the wall beside my bed. I froze. 3 more. Then silence. The apartment above me was quiet. The hallway outside was quiet. I got out of bed and stood in the dark, listening. My room smelled faintly of dust and warm fabric. The towel over the bathroom mirror hung still. Knock. This time from the wall near the closet. Knock. Knock. Then, from the front of the apartment, another set of 3, as if something were moving room to room, testing the walls from the other side. I backed into the hallway. The mirror by the front door stood in the dim light from the kitchen. At first I saw only myself. Pale t-shirt, bare feet, face washed colorless by fear. Then I noticed that my reflection was standing a little closer to the mirror than I was, only by an inch, maybe less. I stopped breathing. The reflected me stopped too. I lifted one hand. It lifted the same hand. Perfect. I took one careful step backward. The reflection did not. It remained where it was, now noticeably nearer to the glass than me, its eyes fixed on mine. My throat tightened shut. Very slowly, the reflected Daniel smiled. I had never seen my own face do that. It was not wide, not dramatic, just a small, tired, knowing smile. The smile of someone who had been waiting a very long time for a late guest to finally arrive. Then it raised its hand and tapped from inside the glass. 3 soft knocks. I ran. I do not remember deciding to run. 1 second I was in the hallway staring at that impossible smile, and the next I was out the door, down the stairs, half falling into the wet parking lot with my keys digging into my palm. I drove without a plan. The roads were nearly empty. Rain slicked the windshield. Every red light felt dangerous. Every dark storefront window looked like another mirror, another opening, another place where I might see him waiting. At 1:12 in the morning, I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour grocery store and parked under a floodlight. There were only 3 other cars there. A cart rolled loose across the asphalt and bumped a curb. I sat gripping the wheel, chest heaving, and stared straight ahead. After a few minutes, I made the mistake of checking the rearview mirror. My back seat was empty, but there was a shape in the rear window reflection, not inside the car, behind it. A man standing under the floodlight several parking spaces back. He looked like me, older, not old exactly, just progressed, as if years had been laid over my face one by one without pause, without rest. His posture had the slack heaviness of someone worn down by time. His eyes were fixed on the back of my head through the glass. I turned around. The parking lot behind me was empty. When I faced forward again, the rearview mirror showed only the wet lane and the store's glowing sign. I covered the mirror with my hand and kept it there for a long time. At some point, I must have slept. Not fully, not deeply. A shallow, panicked drift. Because I woke to someone tapping on the driver's side window. I shouted and jerked upright. A store employee in a green apron stood outside, looking startled. He motioned for me to lower the window. I cracked it an inch. "You okay, man?" he asked. "You've been parked here for hours." Morning light had filled the lot. Hours. "Yeah," I said. My voice was rough. "Just tired." He peered at me, concern fighting with discomfort. "You sure?" I nodded. Then I saw his expression change, only slightly. His eyes moved over my face, and for a second he looked like my mother had looked in the kitchen, like Ellen at the DMV, like he had glanced at something that did not belong in the world. "You all right?" I asked. He stepped back. "Yeah, sorry. Have a good one." He walked away quickly. Hands shaking, I opened the glove box. The license lay where I had left it. I stared at the ceiling of the car for a full 10 seconds before looking down. Age, 41. My skin went cold all over. 41. I took out my phone and turned on the front camera. The face on the screen was mine. But not exactly. There were lines at the corners of my eyes that had not been there 2 days ago. The skin around my mouth had tightened. Even my hairline looked faintly thinner at the temples. No one else would have noticed at a glance. I noticed, because it was my face, and because I had been watching it my whole life, and because I knew with a certainty deeper than reason that something had begun to catch up. My phone buzzed in my hand. A text from Mom. "I did not sleep. Do not look into any mirrors. Come here now." Before I could answer, another message came. It was from my own number. I opened it. "You already did." I stared at the words until they blurred. Then a third message arrived, also from my number. "I am almost finished writing." I threw the phone onto the passenger seat as if the screen itself had become hot. For a moment, I just sat there, unable to move, listening to my own breathing and the soft ticking of the cooling engine. Cars passed on the road beyond the parking lot. Somewhere nearby, metal carts banged together. Morning had fully arrived. People were buying bread, milk, coffee, fruit. A normal day had started for everyone else. My day had not started. It had only continued. I picked up the phone again and called my mother. She answered on the first ring. "Daniel, I got your text. Where are you?" "In a grocery store parking lot." "Come here now." "Mom." My throat hurt. My number texted me. Silence. Then, very quietly, "What did it say?" "That it was almost finished writing." She made a sound I had never heard from her before, not exactly fear, not surprise, more like the sound a person makes when something they always dreaded finally opens the door and walks in. "Come here," she repeated. "I need you to tell me what's happening." "I can't do that over the phone." "You can try." For a few seconds, I heard only her breathing. Then she said, "When your father was alive, there were things we never told you because we hoped silence would starve them." "Them?" She ignored that. "You started writing when you were 7. "I wrote stories?" "No," she said, "not stories." The floodlight over the parking space buzzed faintly above my car. What did I write? At first it was only numbers, on walls, on paper, on your own arms. We would find them everywhere. I looked at my forearm without meaning to. My skin was clean, but for the briefest moment, in the corner of my eye, I thought I saw pale indentations there, as if something had once been pressed hard enough to mark me and then faded. "What numbers?" "Your age," she said. I closed my eyes. "Different ages?" "Yes." "What happened when I wrote them?" She was silent again. Then she said, "Sometimes they came true." I nearly laughed, but there was no room in me for it. "You hear how insane that sounds." "Yes." "Then say something else." "I can't." I pressed the heel of my hand against my eyes. "Mom, if this is some family joke—" "It is not a joke." "Then what is it?" When she answered, her voice sounded older than I had ever heard it. "Your father believed there was something wrong with the way you saw yourself, not emotionally, not mentally. He thought there was some kind of opening. He said some people are born with weak places and sometimes time gets in." I lowered my hand. "Time gets in," I repeated. "I know how it sounds." "No," I said, staring through the windshield at the empty parking spaces. "I don't think you do." A shadow passed over the hood of my car. I looked up fast. A cloud moved over the sun. Nothing else. "Come to the house," she said. "Please." I should have gone right then. Instead, because I was already making bad choices without understanding why, I opened my phone and searched old family photos stored in the cloud. There were hundreds. Birthdays, school pictures, summers in the yard, Christmas mornings, Mara with missing front teeth, Dad at the grill, Mom smiling with tired eyes over a cake. My hands shook as I scrolled. Age 7, age 8, age 10. Then I found a birthday photo I did not remember. I was standing at the kitchen table in my mother's old house. There was a cake in front of me, and on the cake was a candle number, 14. I stared so long my eyes watered. I looked young in the photo. Not 14, maybe 11, maybe 12. Hard to say, but the candle was clear, 4 and 1, bright against white frosting. My mother stood behind me with one hand on my shoulder. She was smiling, but her eyes were not on the camera. They were on me, and her face held the same expression I had seen yesterday in her kitchen. Not confusion, not concern, recognition. I zoomed in until the image turned grainy. In the dark window behind us, there was a reflection. At first I thought it was my father. Then I realized my father had taken the photo. The figure in the reflection was standing beside me close enough to touch. Same shape, same face. Older. I dropped the phone into my lap and sat very still. Then I drove. The whole way to my mother's house, I did not look in a single mirror. Not the rear view, not the side glass, not the dark screen of the radio. I kept my eyes on the road and my hands tight on the wheel until my knuckles hurt. Mom was waiting in the driveway. That alone frightened me. She never waited outside. She always called from the kitchen window or let people knock. But there she stood under the pale daylight, cardigan over her nightgown, hair pinned back badly, as if she had been afraid to stay inside one more minute. When I got out of the car, she looked at me for less than a second before looking away. That hurt more than it should have. "Why won't you look at me?" I asked. She swallowed. "Because I can see it now." I did not ask what she meant. I followed her inside. The house looked wrong the instant I entered, but not because of anything supernatural. It looked wrong because all the mirrors were gone. The oval one from the hall, gone. The bathroom mirror, gone. The glass from framed photos had been removed. The television in the living room was covered with a sheet. Even the microwave had a towel over the door. "You did all this?" She nodded. "Today?" "Last night." I stood in the hallway, remembering my own apartment, my own desperate hands covering things too late. Mom led me to the kitchen and set a box on the table. It was full of old notebooks. Some were spiral school notebooks. Some were black hardcovers. One was just a stack of folded paper tied with string. All of them looked worn, not neatly stored, used, hidden, moved often. "What is this?" I asked. "Your father kept them." "Why?" "Because he didn't know what else to do." I sat down slowly. The first notebook had my name on it in my father's handwriting. "Daniel, do not throw away." I looked up at Mom. She did not sit. She stood by the sink again, same as yesterday, hands gripping the edge of the counter. "Read," she said. Inside the notebook were dates. Most pages had only short entries, quick notes, times, observations. Age 6, woke at 2:13 a.m. crying. Said he is older now. Age 7, found 23 written repeatedly on bedroom wall behind dresser. Age 8, refused to look in mirror for 3 months. Improved. Age 10, school photo package arrived. In one photo, subject appears older than current age. Retake normal. My eyes moved faster. Age 11, birthday candle issue again. D insists he did not choose it. Age 11, mirror in hallway removed after incident. Reflection delay observed by both parents approximately 1 to 2 seconds. Age 12, no episodes for 7 months. Do not discuss in front of him. Age 13, he asked me, when do I become that one? I stopped reading. The kitchen was very quiet. When do I become that one? I said softly. Mom covered her mouth. You remember? No, I said, but it feels familiar. I opened another notebook. This one had longer entries, mostly from my father. His handwriting got worse as the pages went on tighter and more uneven. I had to force myself to keep reading. He describes the reflection as a progression, not an imitation. Daniel's reflection is not inventing a face. It is moving ahead of his. Do not say double. It is not a second person exactly, more like an accumulation. He notices when Daniel notices. Attention may act as a bridge. Age on identification documents changes after direct fixation, temporary at first, becoming less temporary over time. I felt the blood leave my face. I read that line again. Age on identification documents changes after direct fixation. My father had seen this before, not imagined, not guessed, seen. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. Mom looked near tears now. "Because it stopped." I stood up so fast the chair scraped hard across the floor. "It didn't stop. It waited." "I know. You let me live alone." "What was I supposed to do?" she said suddenly, voice rising with a pain that sounded old and exhausted. "Follow you forever? Sit in your apartment and watch every dark window? Tell you from childhood that if you look too hard at yourself, something might answer back? We tried doctors, Daniel. We tried tests. We tried pretending. We tried prayer." She cut herself off, shaking her head hard, changing course at once. "We tried everything harmless we could think of. Nothing made sense. Then it stopped for years. Years. You were normal. You were happy." The word happy struck me strangely, as if she were speaking about a version of me I had only rented for a while. I looked back at the notebook. There were more pages near the end. I turned them carefully. If this returns when he is older, the trigger may be documentation of identity. Mirrors are bad, but official records are worse. A mirror only reflects the face. A record tells time what to call him. I swallowed. The next page had been torn halfway out. The one after that was almost unreadable. I could still make out a few lines. If he asks about the age again, do not tell him about the basement. I looked up slowly. The basement? Mom closed her eyes. "What about it?" I asked. "There's nothing there." "Then why write that?" "Your father was scared." "Of what?" She opened her eyes and looked at me directly for the first time since I arrived. I wished she hadn't, because now I saw it in full. The fear, not of me, of what was arriving through me. "Your father thought," she said carefully, "that something began in the basement mirror." I felt suddenly cold despite the warm kitchen. There was a basement mirror. Long ago. What happened? She shook her head. "You need to leave that alone." "No, Daniel, no." I heard my own voice harden. "I am done being told half things." She looked at the notebooks, then at the floor, then back at me. "When you were 4, she said, "we lived here, and the basement was unfinished. Your father had leaned an old standing mirror against the wall down there after we cleared out your grandmother's things. One afternoon, I couldn't find you. I searched the whole house. You were missing for maybe 6 minutes, maybe less. I went down to the basement and found you sitting in front of that mirror." I said nothing. "You were talking to it," she said, "not to yourself, to it, very calmly." My hands had gone numb. What did I say? I only heard the end. She looked away. "You said, 'Then let me stay this one a little longer.'" The house groaned softly as old houses do, a settling noise, wood and age shifting against each other. I stared at her. "What did you do?" "I took you upstairs." "And the mirror?" "Your father broke it that night." There was a silence after that which did not feel empty. It felt occupied. I looked toward the hallway leading to the cellar door. The basement still there? Of course it is. I want to see it. No. Mom. No. I walked toward the hall. She came after me faster than I expected and caught my arm. Do not go down there. Why? Because if he is writing, she whispered, that is where he writes. For a second, neither of us moved. Then, from somewhere below us, there came 3 soft knocks. Not loud, not dramatic, just enough to pass through floorboards and up into my bones. Mom let go of my arm at once. We both stood frozen. 3 more knocks, this time from directly beneath the kitchen. I looked down at the floor as if I might see a hand push through the boards. He knows you're here, she said. How long has this been happening again? She shook her head. I heard things last month, very soft. I thought it was the pipes. Then 2 weeks ago, I found old handwriting on the cellar wall. My mouth was dry. Mine? No, she said. Your father's. That made no sense. My father's been dead for 6 years. I know. I pulled free and went into the hall. Daniel, please. I reached the cellar door. It was old painted wood with a black iron handle and a lock that had not been there when I was a child. Someone had added 2 extra bolts near the frame. Both were drawn back. I looked over my shoulder. You unlocked this? Her face crumpled. I heard knocking all night, she said. I thought if I locked it, it might think I was holding it in. That was such a frightened, helpless sentence that for a second I nearly stopped. Then I heard another sound from below, not knocking this time, a chair leg dragging slowly across concrete. I opened the door. The smell that came up was earth, old paint, and cold dust. Basement smell, deep house smell. The smell of things kept too long and forgotten on purpose. A single bulb burned at the bottom of the stairs. I went down. Each step creaked in a different voice. My hand slid along the rough wall. The air cooled around me. At the bottom, the basement opened in a low, unfinished room with cinder block walls and exposed beams overhead. There was no mirror, no standing frame, no broken shards. Only old shelves, cardboard boxes, a rusted exercise bike, and in the far corner, a small wooden desk facing the wall. The chair before it was still moving, barely, a soft sway as if someone had just stood up. I did not hear my mother come halfway down the stairs, but I knew she had from the shape of her breathing behind me. Do you see? She whispered. I walked toward the desk. There was a notebook on it, open, a black pen lying across the page. My father's handwriting covered the left side. Not old handwriting, not faded, fresh, dark, wet enough in one stroke to catch the basement light. I bent over it. The first line read, "If you find this, do not let him check again." I stared. Below it, written in a different hand, one I did not recognize at first because I had never seen my own writing look that slow and aged, were the words, "Too late." My mother made a sound behind me. I turned the page. Every sheet after that was filled with ages. 42, 43, 51, 66, 72, 44, 39, 88, 103. The numbers were written over each other, crossed out, repeated, dug so hard into the paper that several pages had torn. Near the middle of the notebook, one line had been written again and again. "The right one will hold." I flipped faster. At the back of the notebook, there was a crude drawing of a driver's license. Not mine exactly, just the shape. the boxes, the photo square, and where the age should be, my father had written, "Do not let it settle on a number." "What does that mean?" I whispered. My mother did not answer. I checked the desk drawers. The first held dead pens, old nails, a measuring tape. The second held folded bills from years ago, yellowed receipts, one cracked watch. The third stuck halfway. I pulled harder. It came open with a groan. Inside was a stack of photographs tied with twine. Family photos. Most I recognized, some I didn't. I took the top one off the stack. It showed me at what looked like aged 9, sitting on basement stairs and smiling at the camera with a missing tooth. Behind me, at the bottom of the stairs, stood a man in the shadows. His face was mine, much older. In the next photo, I was maybe 13, opening a birthday gift in the living room. My mother and father sat on either side of me. In the dark screen of the turned-off television, the same older me was visible, sitting in the corner, watching. Another photo. School play. I was in costume. He was in the polished black floor beneath me. Another. Beach trip. He was in my sunglasses. I dropped the stack back into the drawer. "No," I said. My voice was barely there. "No." Mom came down the last few steps and stood beside me. She did not touch the photos. "Your father started collecting them when he realized it was always there," she said. "Always?" She nodded, tears in her eyes. "Sometimes far back, sometimes close, but always somewhere." I looked around the basement. The walls were bare except for water stains and old nail holes. Then I saw writing in the cinder blocks behind the desk. It had been painted over once badly. The whitewash had peeled and thinned. Through it, I could still make out pencil marks. I stepped closer. A line-by-line list. Ages, dates, comments. 14. Appears stable for short periods. 19. Too thin. 27. Forgets too much. 31. Notices. 41. Almost ready. My stomach dropped. There were more entries lower down, faded and smeared. 55. Mother cannot look at him. 63. Voice improves. Then, at the very bottom, in large, uneven letters pressed so hard into the wall that the pencil had snapped and scratched the block itself. When he reads this, I come out. I stumbled back into the desk so hard the pen rolled off and hit the floor. The basement bulb flickered once, twice, then stayed on. Mom seized my wrist. "We're leaving." I didn't argue. We went up the stairs almost running. At the top, she slammed the cellar door and shoved the bolts across with shaking hands. We stood in the hall, listening. Nothing. No knocking. No dragging chair. Only the old house breathing around us. I looked at her. "We need to call someone." "Who?" I had no answer. "Police? What would I say?" There is a notebook in my mother's basement written by my dead father and by something that uses my face and reflections and updates my official age as it moves closer to replacing me. No, there was no language in normal life for this. "What did Dad think it wanted?" I asked. Mom wiped at her eyes. "At first, he thought it wanted your life." "At first?" She looked at the cellar door. "Later, he thought it wanted your years." That sentence settled over us like cold ash. My phone buzzed. I flinched so hard I nearly dropped it. Another message from my number. "You should not have gone downstairs." Then another. "You moved a number." Then a third. "Check your license." I did not. I turned the phone off. Mom and I sat at the kitchen table for the next hour with the notebook spread between us. We read every page we could bear to read. Patterns emerged. Not clear ones, not enough to save me, but patterns. The thing in the reflections had always appeared after some form of counting or naming. Birthdays, school records, height marks on walls, official forms, age questions, identity cards. It liked numbers attached to me. It liked proof. It grew stronger when my life was measured. There were also pages from my father near the end that sounded less like notes and more like pleas to himself. Do not compare old photos. Do not say his age aloud more than once. If his reflection smiles first, leave the room. He thinks it is stealing time. I think it is sorting him. Sorting him into what? No answer. One line had been boxed 3 times. There may be more than one correct age for him. I stared at that until the words lost shape. What does that even mean? I asked. Mom shook her head slowly. Your father once said that some people become themselves by living year after year in order. He was afraid you were becoming yourself another way. I laughed once weakly. By what? Skipping ahead. She looked at me with a terrible softness. By being chosen. I got up from the table and went to the sink because I thought I was going to be sick. The backyard beyond a window was dull green under a clouded sky. The bird bath was full of rain. The glass gave back a faint reflection of the kitchen behind me. I looked away at once. My phone, still off, felt heavy in my pocket. How old do I look? I asked. The question came out before I could stop it. Mom shut her eyes. Don't ask me that. How old? Please. I turned. How old? She opened her eyes and looked at me only for a second. Then she whispered, different every time. A knock came at the front door. 3 soft taps. Mom and I both froze. Another 3, not the wall this time, not below us. The front door. Someone was outside. I moved into the hallway. Mom grabbed my sleeve. No. What if it's Mara? I had texted Mara nothing since last night. I had not told her where I was, but panic does stupid math. It turns any possibility into hope. The knocking came again. Then a voice. My voice. Mom, it said from the other side of the door, calm and tired. Please let me in. Every hair on my arm stood up. Mom's grip on my sleeve became painful. Do not open it, she breathed. The voice came again, sounding patient now. You have the wrong one in there. Something hit the inside of my chest so hard I thought my heart had misfired. I stepped back from the door. Then my phone turned on in my pocket by itself. The screen lit through the fabric. A vibration ran against my thigh. Then another and another. I pulled it out. Messages were arriving too fast to count, all from my own number. Wrong one, wrong one, wrong one. Let me in. You took the unfinished one. Check the license. I flung the phone onto the couch. The front doorknob turned slowly, once to the left, once to the right. Testing. Mom made a choking sound. I looked around wildly, as if there might be some ordinary object in the house that could answer this. Knife, hammer, fire poker, anything. But before I could move, the house fell silent. Not quiet. Silent. The kind of silence that feels packed and deliberate, as if every small background noise has stepped away to make room for something larger. Then, from the hallway mirror that no longer hung there, I heard 3 knocks, clear, close, from empty air. Mom screamed. The cellar door below the hall shuddered once under its bolts, then the front door shuddered too. A hit from outside, another from below. Something was trying to come in. Something else was trying to come up. And standing between those two sounds, in the narrow hall of my childhood home, with my dead father's notebooks on the kitchen table and my own face calling from the wrong side of the door, I understood one thing with complete certainty. Whatever had been following me all my life was no longer content to stay in reflections. It had found a number it liked, and it thought I was almost old enough to trade places with it. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My social media posts appear online before I write them. I used to think the internet made people less alone. That was the lie I told myself when I moved into that room above the old tailor shop and realized how little of my life was actually touched by another human being. The room was cheap, narrow, and always a little wet no matter how hot the weather got. The paint on the walls had bubbled from old dampness. A brown stain had spread across the ceiling above my bed in the shape of a hand with too many fingers. The window looked down over a thin street with broken pavement, hanging wires, and a shop sign that creaked on windy nights. The bathroom was hardly bigger than a closet. The mirror over the sink had a crack through the top left corner, so my face always looked split when I stood too close. Still, it was mine. At least, that was what I liked to think. I worked from home editing product photos and writing short descriptions for online listings. It was dull work, but it paid enough to keep me fed and indoors. I spent most days alone at my desk and most nights on my bed with my phone in my hand, scrolling until my eyes hurt. I posted often, not because I was interesting or because I had something important to say, but because posting made me feel visible. A joke about sleep, a picture of tea, rain on the window, a blurry street at midnight. Little pieces of myself thrown into the dark so the dark would have to throw something back. And it usually did. Likes, comments, the tiny warm feeling of not vanishing. That mattered to me more than I ever admitted. The first strange thing happened so quietly that I almost missed how wrong it was. It was late. Rain was tapping at the window. The room smelled like wet plaster and old wood. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, thinking of posting something about how the rain sounded like whispering outside the glass. I remember the sentence clearly because I had not typed it yet. I was still turning it over in my head, deciding whether it sounded too dramatic. Then my phone buzzed. A notification. Your post is now live. I frowned and opened the app. There it was. Can't sleep. Rain sounds like someone whispering outside my window. Posted now. For a few seconds I only stared. Then I laughed once, short and confused. I told myself I must have typed it without thinking. Maybe my thumb had hit post. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. The sentence was one I could have written. It was exactly my kind of post. I deleted it and made a different one about tea. That should have been the end of it. The next night, it happened again. This time, I was in bed with the light still on, looking at the ceiling stain and trying to come up with something stupid to post before sleeping. I thought, if I fall asleep with my lights on again, I deserve every electric bill I get. Before my thumbs moved, before I opened the text box fully, my phone buzzed. Your post is now live. The exact sentence was already there. Something cold slid down my back. I checked my drafts. Empty. I checked my recent activity. Nothing useful. I changed my password, then changed it again. I logged out of every device. I turned on extra security. I checked the login history and saw only my own phone, my own location, my own account. No one else had touched it. At least, no one visible had. For a day, I decided not to post at all. I thought if I simply ignored the account, whatever glitch this was would stop. Instead, it got worse. I woke up to a new post that I had not written in my sleep, had not drafted, had not even thought consciously. Late breakfast again. My life is a museum of bad habits. The time stamp said 9:14 a.m. At 9:14 a.m., I had been asleep. I know because I woke at 10:02 and saw the post before my feet even touched the floor. A few people had liked it. One person commented with a laughing face. Someone else replied, "Too real." I deleted the post and stood in the center of my room with my heart knocking hard in my chest. Then I checked the door lock, the window latch, the bathroom, under the bed. Though I had no reason to think a person would be hiding there, there was no one. The room felt normal. That was the problem. Fear is easier when you can point at something, a broken lock, a footprint, a handprint on glass. But there was nothing, only a cheap room, a humming old refrigerator in the tailor shop below, and my own phone in my hand. That night, I called my friend Mira. She lived across town in a small apartment full of plants she mostly forgot to water. She was the only person I trusted enough to tell things I did not understand. "It posted by itself?" she asked. "Yes." "And not random stuff?" "No. Things I was going to write, or things that sound like me." "Maybe your app is syncing old drafts." "It posted while I was asleep." There was a pause. "You sure you didn't do it half asleep?" "I am not sleep posting, Mira." Another pause. "Okay," she said gently. "Then maybe someone has access." I checked. No one does. "Then bring the phone to a repair place." "It's not the phone." "You don't know that." I leaned back against the wall and looked at the water stain on the ceiling. "I know how this sounds. I'm not saying you're making it up." But she said it in the careful tone people use when they are trying not to upset someone who may be more fragile than they first thought. "I can stay with you a few nights," I said, trying to sound casual. "Of course," she replied quickly. "Come tomorrow if you want." I should have gone right then. Instead, I told her I was fine. That was my first real mistake. That night, I powered my phone off completely and placed it face down on the table beside the bed. Then I lay in darkness and listened to the building settle. Pipes clicked in the walls. Somewhere below, a chair scraped over a floor. Rain dripped from the gutter outside. After a long time, all those sounds faded. The old building seemed to hold its breath. At some point, I slept. When I woke, gray morning light was leaking through the curtain. My tongue felt dry. My neck hurt from the bad pillow. For one confused second, I thought maybe I had dreamed everything. Then I turned my phone on. Notifications flooded the screen. Likes, replies, mentions. There was a post from 3:11 a.m. I shouldn't look under the bed again. It makes me feel stupid when there's never anything there. I sat very still. At first I did not understand why my stomach dropped. Then I remembered. At 3:11 a.m., I had woken from a nightmare with the crushing certainty that something was under my bed. I had not turned my phone on. I had not opened any app. I had slid from the mattress, knelt on the floor, and looked into the dark space beneath the frame. There'd been nothing there except dust and an old receipt, but the post knew. It had gone live while my phone was off. I read the line over and over until the words stopped looking real. Then a comment appeared under it from an account with no picture. What did you expect to find? My throat closed. I tapped the profile. No posts, no followers. A username made only of numbers. Then the account vanished as if it had never existed. That day I spent as little time in my room as possible. I worked from a cafe with bright lights and loud music, though I could barely focus. Every time my phone buzzed, I flinched. Every time I saw my own reflection in the black screen, I looked tired in a way that scared me. By evening, I had convinced myself of several normal explanations and believed none of them. When I got back to my building, the tailor shop below was closed. The metal shutter was down. The street was almost empty. My footsteps on the stairs sounded too loud. At the top landing, I stopped. My door was slightly open. I knew I had locked it. A thin line of darkness showed between the frame and the edge. I stood there with my keys in my hand and listened. Nothing. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was dark and smelled stronger than usual, damp and stale, like wet cardboard left in a basement. I reached for the switch and turned on the light. Nothing seemed stolen. Nothing looked broken. Then I saw the chair. It was a plain wooden chair I used mostly for clothes. I kept it in the corner by the window. Now it had been pulled beside my bed and turned to face the pillow, like someone had sat there and watched me sleep. I backed into the hallway so fast my shoulder hit the wall. I called the landlord. No answer. I called Mira. "This isn't normal," I said as soon as she picked up. "What happened?" I told her. "Come here," she said immediately. "Now, don't stay there." This time I listened. I packed quickly without unpacking the shape of what I had seen. Clothes, charger, wallet, laptop, toothbrush. I did not touch the chair. I did not look under the bed. I locked the room and went straight to Mira's apartment. Her place smelled like soap and coffee and dusty books. It was warm and bright and full of harmless clutter. She gave me a blanket and made tea while I sat at her kitchen table staring at my hands. "Give me the phone," she said. I handed it over. She turned it off herself and placed it on the counter. "There. If anything posts now, I'll admit it's haunted." I almost smiled, but I could tell she was forcing lightness because the fear on my face had unsettled her. I slept on her couch, though sleep is not the right word. I drifted in and out, each time waking with the hard feeling that someone had just stepped out of the room. Once I opened my eyes and thought I saw a tall shape by the balcony curtain. It was only a coat hanging from a stand. I knew that. It still took me 10 minutes to calm down. In the morning, Mira was already up. "Well?" she asked. "Any ghost posts?" "Check." She rolled her eyes, reached for the phone, and switched it on. Then she froze. "What?" I asked. She turned the screen toward me. There was a new post from 4:02 a.m. "Mira is pretending not to be scared. She keeps looking at the curtains like she thinks they moved." I looked at her. She looked back at me, face drained of color. "I did that," she whispered. "I woke up and looked at them twice." I had never seen her afraid in that specific way before, not ordinary fear, not of a noise or a break-in or a bad phone call. This was a private kind of fear, the kind that enters when your own thoughts stop feeling private. "It can't know that," she said. I did not answer because I no longer believed in the word can't. We went back to my room together that afternoon to collect the rest of my things. The landlord met us downstairs and looked annoyed more than concerned. He was a thin man with a soft cough and a habit of wiping his hands on his trousers even when they were clean. "No one has spare key," he said. "You must have left chair there and forgot." I did not forget moving the chair to face my bed. He shrugged as if that was my own problem. When Mira and I entered the room, the chair was back in the corner exactly where I always kept it, clothes draped over it like before. The room looked untouched. Mira turned to me. "I know what I saw," I said. "I believe that. I still do." We packed in silence. Every sound in that room made me jump. A passing scooter outside, water in the pipes, a scrape of my zipper over the bag. When I bent to unplug my charger, I noticed something under the bed frame, taped to the wood, a folded paper. My fingers shook as I pulled it free. The paper was old, soft from age, yellow around the edges. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was small, neat, and pressed hard enough to dent the sheet. "If you find this, do not write about it." A pulse began to beat in my throat. Below that first line was more. It starts with little things, messages, drafts, notes. It learns from whatever turns your thoughts into words. Once it knows your shape, it gets ahead of you. Then it begins to pull. My knees felt weak. Do not answer it. Do not argue with it. Do not ask what it wants. It grows faster when other people read. If it starts posting, leave before it learns your face. At the bottom, written darker than the rest, was one final sentence. "If you're reading this in the room upstairs, I'm sorry." I stared at that line. There was no upstairs. My room was the top floor. A sound came from above us, one creak, then another, slow footsteps. Mira heard them too. I knew, because the hand she had on the bag handle tightened so hard her knuckles turned white. We both looked at the ceiling. There was a seam there I had never noticed before, half hidden by the stain above the bed. Not a crack. A square line in the plaster. A trap door. The footsteps stopped directly over us. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I already knew there would be a new post, and I already knew I was not going to read it in that room. We ran. I wish I could say I left with some clear plan after that, but fear makes a mess of logic. I stayed with Mira a little longer, then in a motel, then in another cheap rental. I kept trying simple solutions. New phone, new passwords, new email. I deleted the app, then the account. 6 hours later, an account with my same name, same picture, and all my old posts restored itself as if it had grown back from the dark. The bio said only one thing: I'm still here. The posts changed over time. At first, they copied what I was about to say. Then they posted what I was thinking. Then they posted what I would do. I'll wake up at 3:18 and check the lock twice. Posted at 1:06 a.m. Mira and I sat up waiting, telling ourselves I would not do it. We drank coffee and watched the clock. At some point, I must have fallen asleep for a few minutes. At 3:18, I woke standing at the front door. My fingers were already on the lock. I checked it once, unlocked, and relocked it, then checked it a second time. I stared at my own hand on the metal as if it belonged to someone else. Another post said I would cut my finger opening a can and laugh because it would not hurt right away. I avoided the kitchen all day. Nothing happened. That evening, opening a packet of crackers, I sliced my finger on the foil and gave a short laugh of surprise before the pain arrived. After that, I stopped trusting my own future. My account began posting sentences that felt less like observations and more like instructions my body had already agreed to follow. I keep thinking the mirror in the bathroom is showing me a delay. I'm going to check the hallway through the peephole in 3, 2, 1. When I blink tonight, I'll think I missed someone moving. Sometimes I fought them. Sometimes I won for an hour or two. But eventually, almost always, something in me bent the right way and the post became true. I started feeling watched even in crowded places, not looked at, watched. That is different. Being looked at means someone sees you. Being watched means something is waiting for the next thing you will do. Mira tried to help, but helping me changed her too. One night, we sat on the floor of her living room because neither of us wanted to sleep. Rain brushed softly at the windows. The apartment was dim, except for a lamp in the corner. My phone was on the coffee table, screen down. We had been talking about ordinary things on purpose, work and rent, and a movie she had wanted to see months ago when we both heard it. Typing. Soft, fast tapping. My phone was not in anyone's hand. The sound came from the table. Neither of us moved. Tap, 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 tap. Then silence. The phone lit up. A new post. She heard it too. The room seemed to draw tighter around us. The lamp in the corner suddenly looked weak and far away. I took one step toward the phone and saw a comment appear below the post from the number account. Turn around. Mira whispered, Don't. But I already had. There was no one behind me. Nothing except the doorway to the hall, the dark kitchen beyond it, and the strange feeling that the room had become too full for what my eyes could see. The next morning, Mira cried while she packed my things into a bag. I believe you, she kept saying. That's why I need you to go. I could not hate her for it. She had started waking with scratches on the inside of her wrist, small and shallow, as if she had done it in sleep with her own nails. Her search history had once shown a phrase she swore she had never typed. Why do my thoughts feel written down already? She heard typing in empty rooms. She kept checking her curtains. The thing was not done with me, but it had begun reaching around me. I left before it learned her too well. After that came the motel by the bus station, then a rented room above a bakery in another town, then a tiny basement studio with one high window and a heater that groaned all night. I moved often. Every place began to feel wrong after a few days, not because I saw anything clear, but because the silence changed. I would lie in bed and know with no proof that the room had begun listening. The worst night in the motel started with almost normal quiet. The air conditioner buzzed weakly. A truck passed now and then on the road outside. I had not checked my account all evening because I was trying to starve whatever fed on my attention. At 2:17 a.m., unable to sleep, I looked anyway. A live video had started from my account. My blood seemed to leave my body all at once. I tapped it. The screen showed darkness. Then, slowly, I understood I was looking at a room in very low light. My old room above the tailor shop. The camera was pointed toward the bed. Comments were already appearing. What is this? Why am I uncomfortable? Can't see anything. Is this a joke? For a long time, nothing moved. Then a shape entered from the side. At first, I thought it was a person. Then I thought it was only shadow. Then I realized it was moving in a way that made neither answer feel safe. It bent into frame too smoothly, then paused too stiffly. The edges did not look right. I could not make out a face, only darkness denser than the dark behind it. One arm lifted, a finger pointed toward the bed. I ended the stream and threw up in the sink. The next morning, with my face washed pale and my hands still shaking, I made the worst decision of my life and went back to the building alone. I wanted proof. That is the trap fear lays for you. Once you have lived too long in uncertainty, proof begins to feel like rescue. The tailor shop was shut. Dust lined the shutter outside. I climbed the stairs, listening to every groan of wood beneath my shoes. At my old door, I stood for almost a minute before unlocking it. Inside, the air smelled stale and shut in. The room looked exactly as I remembered, and somehow that was more disturbing than if it had changed. The bed, the mug by the window, the cracked mirror, the chair in the corner, the faint city noise from outside. It all looked normal enough to make me doubt my own fear. Then I heard it. A very soft scrape overhead. I looked up at the seam in the ceiling. The trap door was still there. Without allowing myself time to think, I dragged the chair under it and climbed up. My hands were slick on the wood. There was a metal ring set into the panel, almost painted over. I hooked 2 fingers into it and pulled. The trap door opened with a sticky, reluctant sound. A smell came down at once. Dust, rotting paper, cold, damp wood, something faintly sour underneath, like old breath trapped too long in a sealed place. I nearly climbed down. Instead, I raised my phone flashlight and shone it up. There was an attic space above the room, but not a proper one. More like a narrow hidden chamber between roof and ceiling, with rough boards, low beams, and no windows. Just enough space for a person to crouch. For a second, the light shook so badly I saw only flashes. Then it steadied. There were things up there, stacks of old notebooks tied with cord, a small desk pushed under a beam, a dead lamp, a tin cup, and on the wall directly opposite the opening, written over and over in dark, uneven lines, the same sentence. It gets there. First, I stopped breathing. The writing covered almost the entire wall. Some lines were neat, some were scratched, some looked written with marker, others with pencil, others with something too dark and brown to study closely. My phone light moved. There was a mattress in the corner, flattened and stained from long use, a sweater draped over a crate, a row of old phones lined carefully along a beam, all dusty, all dead-looking, and beside them, a framed mirror leaned against the wall, not facing outward, facing the mattress, as if someone had wanted to watch themselves sleeping. I wanted to get down. Every part of me wanted down, but my need to understand had become stronger than good sense. I climbed through the opening and crouched in the hidden room. The wood groaned under my weight. Dust rose and made me cough. At close range, the notebooks looked old, but handled often. I picked one up, untied the cord, and opened it. Every page was full. At first I thought it was diary writing, but the lines repeated, shifted, corrected, chased one another like someone trying to catch thoughts before they escaped. I haven't posted in 3 days, and it's using my grocery list. I typed good night, and it posted don't fall asleep. It made a second account after I deleted the first. Mother says, I'm not well. I heard typing under the bed. Do not answer comments from blank profiles. I've found old posts in my drafts from dates before I owned the phone. Some entries were crossed out so hard the paper tore. One page had only a single sentence in large letters. If it writes you first, you start disappearing. I dropped the notebook. A sound came from below, not from the street, not from the building, from my room. A small electronic buzz. My phone was in my hand. Then I realized, no, another phone. One of the old dead phones lined along the beam behind me lit up. A soft blue rectangle in the dimness. Then another. One by one, screens woke in the attic room, not bright enough to illuminate it fully, just enough to make glass eyes out of the dark. Each one showed the same thing, my account, a fresh post. He finally came up to look. The flashlight slipped from my fingers and spun across the floorboards, throwing wild shadows around the beams. In that spinning light, for less than a second, I saw movement in the far corner behind the mattress. Not clear, not enough to name. Just the impossible impression of someone pulling back deeper into a space that should not have had depth enough to hide anything. I made a noise I had never heard from myself before. I dropped through the trapdoor so fast I bruised my leg on the chair. I hit the floor, scrambled up, and ran for the door. Something landed lightly above me, not in the attic, on the ceiling, as if a careful weight had shifted to keep pace with me from the other side. I fled the building and never returned. For weeks after that, I lived in a state so tense that ordinary life became unreal. I forgot to eat until I felt sick. I woke with my jaw aching from grinding my teeth. I checked corners of rooms before turning on lights. I stopped looking at mirrors directly. My account kept posting. Short lines at first, then longer ones, as if whatever used it had grown more confident. I don't think he understands the attic was never empty. He keeps moving like distance matters. He doesn't know how language works. People online loved it. That was the part that made me feel ill in a special way. My follower count rose. Strangers praised the writing. They said the posts felt raw, intimate, haunted. Some told me they had started checking their own phones after reading. Others begged for longer stories, for explanations, for a book someday. A book. The idea made my skin crawl. Every share spread me further into places I would never see. I tried to warn people. Once I posted a plain message saying, "Something is wrong. These are not deliberate. Please stop interacting with this account." A minute later, the post was gone and replaced with, "I say things like that when I want people to lean closer." The replies called it genius. Another time, I recorded a video of myself saying the account was not me. When I played it back, there was no audio. My mouth moved, but all I heard was a soft sound like fingers skimming across a keyboard. Soon after, I stopped trying to explain. It began learning my memories. That was when fear turned into something deeper. A private thought is one thing. Memory is another. Memory is where you keep your old self folded away. The first post that proved it could reach there read, "I still remember hiding under the kitchen table at 7 because I thought the window over the sink had blinked." No one knew that. I had never told it to anyone. I had barely remembered it myself. Then came others. The dead bird I buried in a shoebox behind my school. The night I stood by my mother's bed to make sure she was breathing. The time I stared into a dark television screen and thought my reflection smiled a moment late. I felt stripped, not watched from outside anymore, but opened from within. I stopped writing entirely. No texts, no posts, no work. I quit the job by phone and gave no reason. I bought a simple phone with no internet. I moved to a small town where I knew no one and rented a plain room in a house owned by an old woman who did not ask questions. I paid cash. I spoke little. I read paper books. I walked into early mornings when the streets were almost empty and the world still felt undecided. For a while, that silence helped. No new posts that I could see, no strange notifications, no comments from blank accounts. I started to think maybe it had needed the app after all. Maybe I had escaped by stepping out of the channel it used. Then the dreams started. In the dreams, I was not in any room I knew. I was in a black space, lit only by white text appearing one line at a time in front of me. Almost ready, you make everything. Words. Silence is only unwritten language. The last post will be yours. I woke from those dreams with my heart racing and the sour taste of fear already in my mouth, as if the dream had not shown me anything but had simply reminded me of something I was trying to forget. One morning, after a hot shower, I looked at the bathroom mirror and saw words traced in the fading steam. Not writing is still writing. I stepped back so hard I hit the door. I had not touched the mirror. That same night, half asleep, I heard typing from inside the wardrobe. I did not open it. The next day I left that town too. By then my life had become a string of temporary rooms, short rentals, spare rooms, hotels near highways, apartments paid week by week. I arrived with one bag and left before any place could feel shaped around me. I kept almost nothing, a few clothes, a toothbrush, some cash. One notebook I refused to write in and carried anyway because throwing it out felt unlucky. Sometimes I thought I was getting better. Days would pass with no sign of it, and I would let myself breathe deeper, speak a little more freely, maybe even think in full sentences again. Then something small would happen. A borrowed library computer would show my account already open. A stranger on a bus would laugh softly at a line I recognized as one of mine. A television in a shop window would flash a social feed, and my own face would be there for half a second before the ads changed. Each time, the fear returned stronger because it had been waiting underneath all along. The most terrible shift happened on a winter evening in another city, months or maybe a year after the attic. Time had gone muddy by then. I was renting a room at the back of a tired house near the train tracks. The radiator hissed all night. The wallpaper peeled in one corner. My bed faced a mirror fixed to a wardrobe door, and I kept a blanket thrown over it because I hated waking and finding a room waiting inside another room. That evening, I came back from buying food and found my old account open on the television. I did not own a television. It had come with the room and mostly showed static. Now the screen glowed with a login page already passed. My profile picture sat in the top corner. A draft post was open. No keyboard was connected. No remote lay nearby. The cursor blinked in the empty box. Then letters began to appear, not all at once, slowly, like someone thinking, I can make this easier. I stood frozen just inside the doorway. More words. One honest post, and I'll leave the rest alone. I took one step back. The television gave a small click, though the image did not change. Tell them what was in the attic corner. I had never seen clearly enough to know, but the moment those words appeared, something in me lurched, as if a memory I had boarded shut was pressing from the other side. I saw flashes, not enough to trust, but enough to feel sick. Knees folded wrong, head bent too low, shoulders moving with breath too slow to belong to anything alive. A face turned toward me from behind the mattress, not dark because there was no light, but dark the way a hole in a wall is dark, as if light itself refused to settle on it. I grabbed the television and pulled a plug from the wall. The screen went black. In the silence that followed, I heard typing continue from somewhere behind me. I did not turn around. That night, I hardly slept. Near dawn, in that thin hour when your mind loosens and mistakes itself for dreaming, I felt a weight settle lightly on the end of the bed. The mattress dipped. I kept my eyes shut. Every part of me wanted to run, but something deeper and older knew that if I opened my eyes and saw nothing, I would be more afraid. And if I opened them and saw something, I would not survive it cleanly in my head. The weight remained for a long time. Then it lifted. A few seconds later, my blanket over the wardrobe mirror slipped slowly to the floor. I still did not open my eyes. Morning light finally came. The room was empty. On the mirror, written in a line that looked drawn by a fingertip in dust, were the words, "You see more when you don't look after that." I stopped pretending the account was the center of this. The account was only how it reached outward. The real place it lived was narrower and worse. It lived in that instant before expression, in the bridge between feeling and language. It waited where thoughts turned into words, because that was where a person became visible even to themselves. That was why deleting apps did nothing. That was why changing cities did nothing. That was why silence failed. It was in the habit all humans have of phrasing the world inside their own heads. I started trying not to think in words. I wish I could describe how impossible that is. You can avoid speaking, you can avoid writing, but your mind is full of little sentences all day long. Too cold, need sleep, lock the door. That noise again. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. Even fear itself arrives in language before you notice it. I tried replacing words with shapes, with numbers, with music in my head. Sometimes it worked for a little while. Other times I would realize with horror that I had been silently narrating my own effort to stop narrating. The account remained active somewhere beyond my reach. I know because I still saw it in flashes, in cafes, on screens over shoulders, in passing reflections. The bio changed often. "I'm still here. You're already reading me." He thought the attic was above him. Then one day, in a bus station half full of tired people and dirty winter light, I learned the worst truth of all. I was sitting with my bag between my feet, waiting for a bus I was not sure I would board. Across from me, a young man in a gray coat was staring at his phone with the uneasy smile people wear when they find something frightening and enjoyable at the same time. My face flashed on his screen as he scrolled. I stood before I meant to. He opened the post fully. I was close enough to read over his shoulder. I saw a line I had never seen before. I saw a man reading over a stranger's shoulder and wondering when he had started doing it every night. My skin went cold from head to toe. The post was not about me. Not exactly. It was about him, or maybe about the moment he entered the shape of my fear by reading it. He scrolled down, and there were comments from other people saying things like, "Same and stop. That's too real, and why did I just look over my shoulder?" I went outside into the freezing air and stood there until my fingers hurt. It had spread, maybe through attention, maybe through language itself, maybe through all the minds that leaned close when they should have looked away. I did not know. I still do not. But from then on, I started noticing things. Too many late-night posts from strangers that sounded too much like private thought. Too many blank profile comments under them. Too many people laughing uneasily at their phones and then glancing at the room around them as if listening for something. I keep moving. I keep my life small. I speak little. I sleep badly. I avoid mirrors, draft, dark screens, and any room with a hidden space above it. And yet, tonight, after all this time, I have done the one thing I swore never to do again. I am writing this, not on my own device, not on my own account, on a borrowed machine in a quiet room where the bulbs hum faintly and the window shows only black glass. I told myself I was writing it down to empty it out of me, to put shape around the fear before it keeps shaping itself, to choose the words before they are chosen for me. That was foolish. I knew it the moment I wrote the title. For a long time now, I have had the feeling that I am no longer fully ahead of the story, that somewhere a cleaner version of it is always appearing before I finish living it. A better version, sharper, more shareable, more likely to make strangers feel that delicious little chill and pass it on. Maybe this is what it wanted all along. Maybe every attempt to warn people is only another post. The room around me is very quiet. Too quiet. I can hear the old machine fan. I can hear my own breathing. I can hear, far away, a car passing in the street outside, and underneath that, soft and steady, I can hear typing, not from the keys under my fingers, from behind me, matching my pace exactly. I have not turned around yet. I do not want to, because I know now that what waits behind me may not need a clear shape to ruin the rest of my life. Sometimes the suggestion is enough. A bend in the air. A darkness where darkness should not gather. A presence so close it seems to have always been there, just a little ahead of my next thought. My hands are shaking. The screen beside these words has gone dim and bright again twice, as if something touched it. I know what the next post will say before I see it. That is how it always works. It will say I finally decided to tell the whole story. It will say the room is too still. It will say I can hear breathing over my shoulder. It will say I already know what I'll see if I turn around. And just now, beside my right hand, though there should be no phone here, though I left mine broken in a trash bin months ago, though I have checked this desk 3 times and found nothing on it but dust and this machine, something has begun to vibrate against the wood. Once, twice, 3 times, like knuckles tapping from the other side of glass. I am looking at the dark window now, and in the reflection I can see my back, the chair, the dim room, the pale oval of my own face on the screen, and behind me a second shape leaning close enough to read before I finish. I think it has already posted this. 1 minute feels like a year when I stand in the kitchen. I moved into the house in late November when the cold had already settled into the walls of the town and made every window look blind. The rent was cheap because the place stood at the end of a narrow street where no one liked to walk after dark. The owner did not hide anything. He told me the house had been empty for years. He told me the pipes complained, the floor sank in one corner of the hall, and the kitchen light had a habit of buzzing at night, even when it was off. He laughed when he said that last part, like he was making fun of himself for believing in old house stories. I laughed too. At the time, I needed cheap more than I needed comfort. The house was narrow and taller than it looked from outside. 2 floors, a low attic, a little patch of dead grass in the back, and one large kitchen at the rear of the first floor. The kitchen was the reason I took the place. It had a deep sink under a wide window, pale green cabinets, and enough space for a small table. I imagined myself standing there every morning, making tea while the first weak light came in through the glass. On the first day, I carried my boxes in one by one. The living room smelled of old paper and damp wood. The staircase creaked in a way that made me think of a throat trying to clear itself. But the kitchen felt almost normal. It was cold, yes, and there was a faint smell of metal from the sink, but it felt usable, safe. That was before I learned what happened when I stood in it too long. The first time was so small, I almost forgot it. I had unpacked enough to make the place look less abandoned. 1 lamp in the living room, my clothes in the wardrobe upstairs, a blanket on the bed, a kettle on the stove. I remember being tired in a soft way, the kind that comes after lifting boxes all day. It was almost midnight. I filled the kettle at the sink and waited for it to boil. The kitchen was quiet, except for the low hum of the fridge. I leaned against the counter and looked out the black window over the sink. The glass showed me my own reflection more clearly than the yard outside. My face looked pale and stretched. Behind me, the kitchen seemed wider in the reflection than it really was. I noticed that first. The room behind me, in the window, looked longer. The back wall felt farther away. Then the kettle clicked. I turned, poured the water, and looked at the clock above the stove. 12:37. I frowned because it had been 12:36 when I filled the kettle. That made no sense. The old kettle took longer than a minute to boil. I was sure I had stood there for at least 5 minutes, maybe more. I checked my phone. 12:37. I remember smiling at myself. I had been tired, that was all. I drank my tea in bed and slept badly. The second time happened 3 nights later. I had gone to bed early but woke thirsty around 2 in the morning. The house was one of those places that never really settled. Every board had a private voice. Every pipe had a private complaint. I lay there for a while listening to it, then gave up and went downstairs for water. I did not turn on the kitchen light right away. There was enough silver moonlight coming through the window to show the shape of the table, the chairs, the counter. I crossed the room, filled a glass, and stood there for a second, listening. There was a sound not in the house. In my head, I thought at first, a soft, steady ticking. I looked toward the stove. The clock above it had stopped at 9:14. I had noticed that on the first day and never fixed it. The ticking was not coming from there. The sound was closer to me, almost under me, like the room itself had a small hidden clock beating somewhere inside the walls. Tick, tick, tick. I should have left right then. There was no reason to stay. But I stood there, holding the glass, trying to find the sound. The air felt thick. That is the best way I can explain it. Not warmer, not colder, just thick, like the kitchen had filled with clear water and I was standing inside it. I could breathe, but every movement felt delayed, slightly resisted. The ticking grew louder. My hand tightened around the glass. For one strange moment, I felt sure someone was standing behind me. I did not hear footsteps. I did not hear breathing. I only knew, with the kind of certainty that comes from nowhere, that if I turned around too fast, I would see another person in the kitchen. I turned anyway. No one was there. But the kitchen looked wrong. The table seemed farther from the fridge than it should have been. The sink looked narrower. The door leading back to the hall was shut. I was certain I had left it open. I stared at it, confused. Then I blinked, and everything was normal again. The door was open. The room was the right size. The ticking had stopped. My glass slipped a little in my hand because my fingers had gone numb. I looked at the clock on the microwave. 2:11. I had come downstairs at 2:09. 2 minutes. That was all. But my legs ached, as if I had been standing for an hour. After that, I started avoiding the kitchen at night. It sounds silly now. A grown adult changing habits because a room felt strange in the dark. But the body knows things before the mind is willing to name them. During the day, the kitchen was ordinary. I made breakfast there, washed dishes, sat at the table with my laptop. If I was busy, nothing happened. It only happened when I stood still. That was the rule, though I did not know it yet. Stand in the kitchen, stay there, wait. Then time changed. At first it was only small pieces, a minute that felt too long. A few seconds stretched thin enough to make me uneasy. Then it got worse. One evening, I was making soup. I had chopped carrots and onions and put them in a pot with stock. The window was dark over the sink. Rain tapped softly against the glass. It should have felt cozy. Instead, I had that same old sense of being watched by something too quiet to catch. The soup needed stirring. I stood by the stove, spoon in hand, listening to it simmer. The kitchen light buzzed overhead. I looked up at it, just for a second. When I looked back down, the soup was gone. The pot was empty and dry. I jerked backward so hard I hit the counter behind me. My first thought was insane. I thought someone had switched the pot, that someone had come in silently while I had looked at the light and taken the soup away. Then I saw steam rising. The soup was there, full to the rim, gently bubbling, normal. I gripped the spoon and stared at it until my eyes hurt. On the microwave clock, 1 minute had passed. Only one. I switched the stove off. I did not eat that night. I began keeping notes because writing things down made them feel less slippery. November 29th. Kitchen feels wrong after dark. Time seems shorter on clocks than in my head. December 1st. Heard ticking near sink. Felt like someone behind me. December 3rd. Stood by stove. 1 minute passed on clock. Felt longer. Saw pot empty for a moment. December 5th. Do not stand still in kitchen. That last line should have been enough. It should have stayed a nervous habit, one of those harmless private rules people make for themselves. But fear breeds attention, and attention feeds fear. The more I tried not to think about the kitchen, the more every little sound in the house pushed my thoughts back there. Soon I noticed things beyond the time. The chairs were never quite where I left them. A spoon I had washed and placed beside the sink turned up in the drawer. The window above the sink sometimes reflected the room before I moved in it. I would raise a hand, and for a tiny moment, the reflection would hesitate. And always, when I stood still, there came that thickness in the air, that feeling of sinking into a moment that had no wish to let me go. I told myself I needed more sleep. I told myself the move had shaken me. I told myself old houses played tricks because they were full of drafts and shadows and bad wiring. Then I found the mark on the floor. It was just inside the kitchen, near the center of the room, where the overhead light fell straight down. A dark line scratched into the old wood, not fresh, not deep, more like something had been dragged there again and again over a long time. I knelt and touched it. The wood around it was smoother than the floor nearby, worn by pressure. A chair leg, I thought. But no chair in the kitchen matched the mark. I checked all four. Wrong shape. That evening I called the owner and asked, as casually as I could, if the previous tenant had left in a hurry. He was quiet for a moment. There wasn't really a previous tenant, he said. Not for long. What does that mean? Couple rented it some years back. 3 months, maybe. They broke the lease. Why? Couldn't tell you. They weren't happy. Kept talking about noise. Wanted their deposit back. I said no. They left anyway. What kind of noise? He laughed again, but not very naturally this time. In an old house. Who knows? Pipes, mice, each other. I almost asked more, but I stopped. I did not want to hear myself sounding afraid. That night, I dreamed of the kitchen. In the dream, I stood in the center of the room on the dark scratch in the floor. The light above me buzzed and buzzed and buzzed. The clock on the stove had no numbers. The window over the sink showed daylight, but the room itself was dark. I knew that if I moved, something terrible would happen. So I stayed still. Then, very slowly, another hand came into view beside my own reflection in the window. It rested on the sink. It was pale, thin, and old-looking, with knuckles too sharp under the skin. It was not my hand. I woke with my jaw aching from grinding my teeth. The next day, I nailed a blanket over the kitchen window. That helped for exactly 1 evening. Without the glass to reflect the room, I could no longer catch those tiny delays in movement. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt blind. The kitchen seemed less honest without the window, more sealed, more separate from the rest of the house. That night, the ticking returned. I was brushing my teeth upstairs when I heard it. Tick, tick, tick. It came faintly through the floorboards, regular and patient. I stood in the bathroom doorway, toothbrush in hand, listening to it. The sound was coming from below, from the kitchen. I told myself not to go down. I even got into bed and pulled the blanket up. But after 10 minutes, I was still listening. Tick, 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 slow enough to leave room for dread between each sound, soft enough that I had to hold my breath to hear it. At last, I got up. The house was cold on the stairs. The hall downstairs smelled faintly wet, though it had not rained that day. I reached the kitchen door and stopped. The door was almost closed, leaving only a narrow gap. I had left it open. Through the gap, I could see the kitchen light was on. I had turned it off before going upstairs. The ticking was louder now. I pushed the door. It opened an inch and stopped. Something blocked it from the other side. My mouth went dry. I pressed harder. The door scraped over the floor, moved another inch, then another. Whatever blocked it slid with it. At last I made enough space to look inside. One of the kitchen chairs was tipped over behind the door. That was all, nothing else. No person, no animal, no intruder. I let out a breath and laughed once weakly because my heart had been pounding hard enough to hurt. Then I saw the chair was not tipped over by accident. It was placed on its side, carefully, as if someone had laid it there. The ticking stopped. I do not know why I entered the room. I wish I did. Maybe fear has its own gravity. Maybe after enough nights of unease, there comes a point where the mind wants the thing to happen, just so the waiting can end. I righted the chair and stood in the middle of the kitchen. The air changed at once, thick, still, listening. That is another way to say it. The room felt like it was listening to me. I looked at the microwave clock. 2:43. "All right," I whispered, though I do not know who I was speaking to. "What?" Nothing happened. I stood there, arms folded tight against myself, feeling the cold creep through my sleeves. Then I noticed the silence. Not house silence, not night silence, total silence. No fridge hum, no distant pipes, no wind outside. The kind of silence that feels built, not natural. My breathing sounded ugly in it. I looked toward the sink. The blanket over the window had puffed inward slightly as if a draft had touched it. Then it settled. A second later, it puffed inward again. From outside, I thought. Then I understood. Outside, air pushes inward when a window leaks. But the blanket had moved toward the kitchen, as if something behind it had breathed out. I backed away from the sink so fast I struck the table with my thigh. The microwave clock still read 2:43. I stared at it, waiting for the minute to change. It did not. I do not know how long I stood there. Long enough for my feet to begin throbbing. Long enough for my shoulders to ache with tension. Long enough for my thoughts to start fraying around the edges. At some point, I became aware of another sound. Not ticking. Breathing. Very slow. Very close. I told myself it was mine, but it was wrong. My own breath came quick and high in my chest. This sound was deeper, calmer, almost sleepy. Behind me. Then, from the sink area, a soft voice said, "Don't move." I moved. I ran for the hall so hard my vision went gray at the edges. I hit the stairs with one hand and nearly fell. When I reached my room, I locked the door and pushed the dresser against it. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the bed with the lamp on, watching the thin line of darkness under the door. In the morning, everything looked harmless again. The kitchen chair was upright. The blanket still hung over the window. The microwave clock read 8:12 and blinked because the power had cut sometime during the night. That should have reassured me. It almost did. Then I saw the note. It was lying on the kitchen table, a narrow strip of yellowed paper as if torn from an old notebook. On it, in faded pencil, were 4 words. It gets longer if noticed. I read it 3 times. The handwriting was not mine. I turned the house upside down after that. Every drawer, every cupboard, every shelf in the attic. I searched for old papers, letters, anything left behind by the couple who had broken the lease. What I found was almost nothing. A cracked bowl in one cupboard, a child's sock under a radiator upstairs, and in a small gap beneath the lowest kitchen drawer, a folded page from a notebook. The paper was soft with age. The writing on it matched the note from the table. I sat on the kitchen floor to read it, then realized what I was doing and hurried into the living room instead. The page contained no date, no name, just lines written one under another, as if by someone trying to think fast before courage faded. Do not stand in the middle. Do not wait for the minute to change. If you hear it breathing, leave. If the door is closed, do not open it. If you look at the window and see the room still there after you move, do not go near the sink. It knows when you are counting. It hates being left alone. It learns your shape. I must have read that page 20 times. Any ordinary part of me should have packed my things and left that same day. Instead, I stayed. It shames me to admit that, but fear is not always clean. Part of me wanted to understand. Part of me wanted proof that I was not losing my mind. And part of me, the worst part, had begun to feel that if I left without solving it, the kitchen would follow me in some invisible way, that every room after it would contain a corner of that silence. So I made rules. Never enter the kitchen after midnight. Never stand still near the center mark. Keep music playing in the next room. Look away from the window. Count out loud when necessary, so time stays mine. The rules worked for nearly a week. Then came the night the power failed. It was just after 11. Wind had been beating at the house for hours, and every now and then the lights dimmed as if the darkness outside were trying to draw them toward itself. I was in the living room with a book I was not really reading. The television was on low, more for company than attention. The lights flickered once, twice, then went out. The television died. The lamp died. The whole house sank into blackness so complete it felt like falling under water. I sat still, waiting for the power to return. It did not. The only light came from a thin gray wash through the front curtains where the street lamp outside still glowed. Then, from the kitchen, I heard a chair scrape. Slowly, wood against wood. I did not breathe. Another scrape. Then the ticking began, louder than ever before. Not hidden in the walls now, open, certain, like a clock placed in the center of the room. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam looked weak and nervous in the dark. I told myself I was going to the front door, leaving the house, waiting in my car until morning. That was all. But between me and the front door lay the hall. And beyond the hall, visible in a black rectangle, the kitchen doorway. As I stepped into the hall, the ticking changed. It slowed. Tick, long pause. Tick, long pause. As if matching my steps. The kitchen door was shut. I stopped 3 feet from it. My flashlight trembled over the peeling paint, over the brass handle, over the narrow line of darkness beneath the door. Something tapped gently on the other side. 3 times. I should have run. Instead, I said very softly, "Who's there?" For one terrible second, I thought no answer would come. Then my own voice said through the door, "Please." Every hair on my arms rose. It was my voice exactly, not close, not similar, mine. I backed away, shaking my head before I even knew I was doing it. Again, my voice came through the door. "Please, let me out." I made a sound then. I do not know what kind. Something small and broken. The handle turned slowly. I ran. I went upstairs 2 at a time, locked myself in the bedroom, and stayed there while the power remained out. At some point in the night, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, dragging a little like someone tired. They came as far as the landing and stopped outside my room. Then there was a knock, not loud, not threatening, gentle, the way someone knocks when they do not want to wake the whole house. I sat frozen on the bed, one hand over my mouth. A pause. Then, from just beyond the door, my own voice whispered, "If you sleep, you'll wake up there." The footsteps went away. I did not sleep. Morning came gray and icy. The power was back. The house looked drained, harmless, stupid in daylight, but I knew I could not stay another night. I packed before noon. Not everything, only what mattered. Clothes, laptop, documents, a framed picture of my parents, the notebook pages. I loaded the car in quick trips, never letting myself look too long toward the kitchen. When the bedroom was almost empty, I saw something that made me stop. Mud. There were damp footprints on the floorboard leading from the hall to my bed. Bare feet. Small, narrow, almost delicate. They ended inches from where my head had rested on the pillow. I did not call the police. What would I say? That a room was making time feel wrong? That I had heard my own voice behind a closed door? That wet footprints appeared upstairs after a stormy night in a house with old pipes and a damaged roof? I knew how it would sound. I drove to a motel by the highway and spent 2 nights there. The first night was easy because any room that was not that house felt blessed. The second night, I started noticing things. The bathroom mirror seemed to hold my reflection a little too long. The motel clock made a ticking sound, even though it was digital. When I stood by the little counter near the sink making instant coffee, the minute on my phone did not seem willing to change. I left the coffee untouched and sat on the bed until sunrise. After that, I went back to the house. I have asked myself many times why. I still do not have an answer that sounds sane. I think in some deep, stubborn place, I believed a thing in the kitchen had already measured me, already learned my shape, as the note said. Leaving had not made me free. It had only made me absent. And absence, I was beginning to understand, was something it hated. I returned in the afternoon, carrying a hammer, a flashlight, and a small crowbar from a hardware store. I had one simple idea. Old houses hide old things. If something had happened there before me, maybe it had left a center, a crack, a source. And if there was one room in the house that felt wrong in a way no mind could invent for itself, it was the kitchen. The dark scratch on the floor was where I started. I moved the table, peeled back the old rug, and knelt over the mark. The wood there looked no different except for that worn line. I tapped the boards with a hammer handle. Solid, then hollow, then solid again. Under the center of the kitchen floor was a gap. My hands shook as I pried up the first board. Dust rose. The nails screamed softly as they gave. Under it was blackness and the smell of earth long closed away. There was a crawl space beneath the kitchen. I widened the opening enough to shine the flashlight down. Dirt, old pipes, a nest of cobwebs, and directly under the mark, a chair. It was not standing upright. It was buried halfway in the earth. tilted at an angle, as if the house had settled around it. It was old, older than the house's current kitchen furniture, with a curved wooden back and one missing leg. Something was tied to it. I swallowed hard and crouched lower. Not something. Someone. Bones, dry and yellow in the light. The skeleton sat slumped against the buried chair, wrists bound behind it with what looked like strips of fabric turned black by age. The skull leaned sideways, jaw open in a silent word. For a moment, I did not understand what I was seeing. My mind refused the shape of it, refused the fact that a person had been hidden under the place where I had boiled water, made soup, stood listening to the dark. Then my flashlight slipped lower and caught the wall behind the chair. The dirt had been scratched, lines, hundreds of them, count marks, grouped by fives, running up and down the packed earth in desperate rows. I dropped the flashlight. It spun in the crawl space beam up, casting wild shadows over the skull and chair and broken pipes, and in one flashing angle I saw writing scratched among the count marks. Not minutes. The kitchen above me went silent, not normal silent, listening silent. I backed away from the hole on my hands and knees. The overhead light buzzed once and came on by itself. I had not touched the switch. The microwave clock blinked 4:17, then 4:17 again, then 4:17 again. The same minute, returning each time the number should have changed. The air thickened around me. I pushed myself to my feet, dizzy. The room seemed longer now, just as it had in the window reflection on the first night. The sink had drifted farther away. The hall door looked smaller, not closed, but distant, as if at the far end of a tunnel, shaped like my kitchen. A soft breath came from the sink area. Then my own voice, very tired, said, "You looked?" I stumbled backward. The blanket over the window lifted slowly, though there was no wind, no open crack, no reason. It rose from the glass as if fingers behind it had peeled it away. Light spilled into the room, thin and colorless. In the window, I saw the kitchen, not as it was, as it had been. The old chair stood in the center of the room. A person sat on it, wrists bound behind the back, head hanging, bare feet on the floorboards. The overhead light buzzed above them. The room around them was empty, except for a second figure standing by the sink. That second figure was me. Not exactly me. Something wearing my height, my outline, the turn of my shoulders. It stood with its back to the room, facing the sink, very still. In the reflection, the bound person slowly raised their head. The face was mine. My knees nearly gave out. The reflected version of me in the chair looked straight at me through the glass and moved its lips. 1 minute. Then the thing by the sink turned. Its face had no features, just smooth, pale skin stretched where eyes and mouth should have been. It took one step toward the chair. I ran for the hall door and hit it with both hands. It did not move. I yanked at the handle, slammed my shoulder into the wood, kicked the lower panel. Nothing. The door felt sealed into the frame. Behind me, the microwave clock continued blinking the same minute. 4:17, 4:17, 4:17. My chest had tightened so much I could barely drag in breath. The voice came from the center of the kitchen now, not mine and not human in any way I can explain. It sounded like many years trying to speak through one dry throat. Stand still. I clapped my hands over my ears. The floor beneath me gave a small sigh, then another. The boards around the open crawl space shifted inward, as if the earth below were settling or waking. A crack snaked across the wood from the hole toward my feet. I looked back. The room had grown longer again. The chair in the window reflection was empty now. The thing with no face was gone. Something touched the back of my neck. I screamed and spun around. No one, nothing. But on my skin, just below my hairline, lingered the clear, cold feeling of fingers. That was the moment I understood the real horror of it. It was never trapping me in the kitchen to frighten me. It was teaching me how to stay there, stretching moments, thinning time, making 1 minute wide enough to live inside, long enough to suffer in, long enough to become the only place left. I looked down at the dark scratch in the floor. It was no scratch. It was a groove made by a chair leg dragged in tiny movements over and over and over, because whoever had been tied there had not been kept for hours or days, but for minutes. That became years. I snatched the hammer from the floor and swung it at the window. The first blow cracked the glass. The second shattered it. Cold air burst into the room, real air, sharp and alive. The blanket flew outward through the broken frame. For 1 bright second, the thickness lifted. The hall door slammed open behind me. I did not even think. I hurled myself through it, hit the hall wall, caught my balance, and ran all the way out of the house. I left the hammer, the crowbar, the floorboards, everything. Outside, the late afternoon sun looked wrong to me. Too bright, too clean. I stood by my car shaking so hard my teeth clicked, staring at the house windows. The kitchen window at the back was a black gap full of broken glass and flapping cloth. Then, in the upper bedroom window, I saw someone standing there. Me, just standing, watching the yard. When I blinked, the window was empty. The police came after that because this time I had something they could not laugh away. A body beneath the kitchen floor. They dug up the crawl space, took pictures, asked questions, sealed the property. The remains were old. Too old for quick answers. Decades, they said. Maybe more. Records were searched. Histories dragged up. There had once been another house on that lot before a fire. A woman had gone missing. Then, years later, a boarder. Then a child no one could prove had ever really been there. Stories collected around the address like dust in corners. None of it clean, none of it complete. They asked why I had pried up the floor. I said I heard rats. They did not believe me, but they accepted it because the body mattered more than my reason. The house was later condemned. Months passed, then a year. I moved twice. I never rented another old place. I avoided houses with large kitchens. I avoided standing still near sinks. I avoided dark windows at night. Life narrowed in quiet ways, not enough for others to notice, but enough for me. Sometimes I would wake certain I had heard ticking. Sometimes, while washing a cup, I would suddenly feel that same thick air around my arms and have to step away before panic took me. But mostly, as time went on, I began telling myself it was ending. That distance and daylight and ordinary routine were wearing the edges off what had happened. Memory can lose its teeth if you starve it. Then, 3 nights ago, I was in my apartment making tea. Small place, new building, clean walls, bright kitchen with no history I know of. The kettle had just begun to whisper. My phone lay on the counter beside me. The digital clock on the oven read 11:58. I was tired. Work had gone late. Rain tapped softly at the window. For no reason at all, I found myself standing very still in the middle of the kitchen floor. The air changed. Not much, just enough. My heart gave one heavy, painful beat. I looked at the oven clock. 11:58. I looked away for what felt like a long time. Long enough to think through a whole memory, long enough for fear to gather old and cold in the pit of my stomach. I looked back. 11:58. I stepped away at once, knocking the spoon jar over with my elbow. The moment broke. The kettle clicked. The oven clock turned to 11:59. I did not sleep that night. Yesterday I found something under my apartment sink while looking for a leaked bottle of cleaner. A strip of yellowed paper pushed far back against the wall. Old, soft with age, not mine. In faded pencil, in handwriting I know too well now, it said, "You noticed again." I have not gone into the kitchen since. I am writing this from the edge of my bed while the apartment stays silent around me. A few minutes ago, I heard a chair scrape softly across tile. Then 3 knocks from the other side of my bedroom door. Gentle, patient, like someone trying not to wake the whole house. And now, from down the hall, I can hear the kettle boiling. It has been boiling for a very long time. I checked my phone before the battery died. It was 11:59. It is still 11:59, and I think I finally understand why the note said it hates being left alone. Because once it learns your shape, the kitchen is not a room anymore. It is a minute, a single minute, waiting. And if I open this door, I know exactly what I will hear from the dark. My own voice, softly, tired, from the center of the kitchen, begging me not to move. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. People stop responding when I say my own name. Aloud, the first time it happened, I thought my mother was angry with me. I was standing in her kitchen on a wet Thursday evening with rain ticking against the window over the sink. She was cutting carrots into neat little coins, and I was leaning against the counter, talking too much the way I always did when I was tired. She had asked if I wanted tea. I said yes. Then I said, "You know what the man at work said to me today, Mom? He said, 'Evan, if you keep fixing everyone else's mistakes, they'll never learn.'" The knife stopped, not for long, just for a second. Then it started again. I smiled a little and waited for her to answer. She always had an answer, usually something dry, usually something that made me feel 12 years old again. But she did not say anything. "Mom?" She kept slicing. I thought maybe she had not heard me. The rain was loud. The old kitchen fan was louder. So I stepped closer and said, "Mom, did you hear me?" I said, "The guy at work told me." Still nothing. She did not look up. She did not nod. She did not make the little sound she made when she was half listening. It was strange, but not yet frightening. I moved around the table so I was more in front of her. "Mom?" She took the chopped carrots and pushed them into a bowl. Calm, normal, almost too normal. Then she reached for the onion. I laughed once, unsure. "Are you ignoring me?" Nothing. That was when I felt the first little twist in my stomach. I stood there for another 10 seconds, maybe 15, watching her peel the onion skin off in long, papery strips. The room smelled sharp and clean and familiar. The radio in the next room was playing old songs softly through static. Everything looked ordinary. That was the worst part. I raised my voice a bit. "Mom." Still no answer. I reached out and touched her shoulder. She jumped so hard she nearly dropped the knife. Then she spun around and stared at me, pale and wide-eyed, one hand pressed to her chest. "Evan, don't do that." I stared back at her. "What? Don't sneak up on me." I actually smiled then because it was so absurd. "Sneak up on you? I've been standing here talking to you." She blinked. "No, you haven't." I waited for the joke. There was no joke. "Yes, I have." She frowned at me the way people frown at clocks when they are sure the time is wrong. "You just came over from the window." "I have been right here for like a minute." She shook her head. "No." That feeling in my stomach turned colder. "Mom," I said my name. I said, "The man at work told me, Evan, if you keep fixing everyone else's mistakes—" Again, that look. A small, confused, almost frightened look. "Why would you say your own name like that?" I was repeating what he said. She kept staring. Then she gave a weak shrug and turned back to the counter. "Well, I didn't hear it." I laughed again, but it came out thin. "You didn't hear any of it?" "No." She began chopping the onion. Maybe I was thinking about something else. That should have been the end of it. If it had only happened once, I would have forgotten it. But later that night, I called my friend Daniel while I was driving home, and the same thing happened again. I had him on speaker. Traffic was slow. Wipers moved back and forth in a sleepy rhythm. He was telling me about a leak under his bathroom sink, and I was half listening, half watching red brake lights blur in the rain. Then I said, "Daniel, listen, there's something weird I wanted to ask you. Earlier, my mom just stopped responding to me when I said my own name." Silence. Not the normal silence of someone thinking, the hard kind, the blank kind. I waited. "Daniel?" Nothing. "Daniel, are you there?" Still nothing but road noise and the hiss of tires. I checked the screen. The call was still connected. "Daniel?" Then suddenly he said, "Sorry, what?" I tightened my grip on the wheel. I said earlier, my mom stopped responding when I said my own name. A pause. Then, "You cut out." "No, I didn't." "Yeah, you did. You were talking, and then it went dead for a second." "It didn't go dead. I was talking the whole time." Another pause. "Okay," he said slowly. "What did you say?" I repeated it. I said my mom stopped responding when I said my own name. This time he answered right away. "Why would that matter?" I felt irritation rise up, sharp and childish. "That's what I'm asking you." "But what happened exactly?" I almost said it again, almost used the sentence one more time, but something in me hesitated. I changed it instead. I was telling her a story. I repeated something someone said to me at work. In the sentence, I used my name. "Okay?" And she acted like I hadn't said anything at all. He laughed. "That is weird." I did not tell him that when I used a sentence with my name in it on the phone, he had also gone silent. I told myself it was a coincidence. By the time I got back to my apartment, I had almost convinced myself. My apartment was on the 3rd floor of a narrow building that used to be a tailor shop. The landlord had painted everything white to make it look modern, but the walls still held old smells in damp weather. Steam, dust, something woody and old. I lived alone. Usually I like that. That night, When I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the quiet felt watchful. I turned on every light. I microwaved leftovers I did not want. I sat on the couch with my food and tried not to think about the kitchen at my mother's house, the look on her face when I touched her shoulder, the way Daniel's line had gone dead only when I said that sentence. Around 10:30, I decided I was being stupid. I even said it aloud. "You are being stupid, Evan." The room seemed to tighten. It was not a sound. It was not movement. It was just a feeling so sudden and complete that I stopped breathing for a second. My own name hung in the air. Evan. Nothing answered. Of course nothing answered. I was alone. But it felt wrong anyway. As if the room had listened. As if something had leaned closer. I set my plate down on the coffee table and laughed under my breath, trying to shake it off. Very normal. Very sane. Then my phone buzzed. A text from Daniel. "Call me." I called him at once. He picked up on the first ring. "Did you just leave me a voicemail?" he asked. "No." He was quiet for a second. "I got a voicemail from you about 10 seconds ago." "I didn't leave you a voicemail. It's your number?" A cold prickling spread over my arms. "What does it say?" He did not answer right away. "Daniel? It's weird. What does it say?" His voice dropped a little as if someone else might hear. "It's you, I think. Or it sounds like you. But the audio's bad. Like you're far away. You say—" He stopped. "What?" "You say your own name over and over." I sat up straighter. "What?" "And then you say, 'Can you still hear me?'" I did not speak. The building gave one of its old settling groans. Daniel said, "This is a joke, right?" "No." "You didn't call me?" "No." He let out a breath through his nose. "Do you want me to play it?" I should have said no. Instead, I said yes. There was some rustling, then a click, then static. At first I heard nothing else. Then a voice. Very soft, very far away. It was my voice. I knew it before the first word was even clear, because no matter how much we hate hearing ourselves recorded, we still know it. The voice said, "Evan." Static. "Evan." Then louder and strained somehow, as if speaking through teeth. "Evan, Evan, Evan." A dragging breath. Then, "Can you still hear me?" The voicemail ended. Neither of us spoke. I realized I was gripping the phone so hard my fingers hurt. Daniel said, "That was you." "I know." "What the hell is this?" "I don't know." "You have to stop doing that." "Doing what?" "Saying your name like that." I almost asked why, but I already knew. Because he had gone quiet when I said it. Because my mother had gone quiet. Because hearing my own name and my own voice had filled my apartment with a pressure I could feel behind my eyes. My throat felt dry. "I didn't make that voicemail." "You sure?" "Yes." He was silent. Then, in a careful voice, "Evan, are you sleeping okay?" That anger came back, hotter this time. "Don't do that." "I'm serious. I am not losing my mind." "I didn't say you were." "You were thinking it." "I'm thinking something is wrong." I stood and began pacing. Outside, rain pressed softly against the windows. A siren moved somewhere far off in the city, then faded. Daniel said, "Come stay here tonight." I stopped pacing. "What?" "Just for tonight." I looked toward my bedroom door. Open. Dark inside. I did not want to admit how badly I wanted to say yes. But I also did not want to drag this strange feeling into someone else's place. "No," I said. "I'm fine." "You don't sound fine." I did not answer. He said, "Call me if anything else happens." I promised I would. Then we hung up. I slept badly. I had a dream that I was in my old elementary school, walking down the long beige hallway toward the office. The lights overhead hummed. The trophy case glass reflected me in broken stretches. I could hear someone behind me calling my name. At first I thought it was a teacher. Then I realized the voice was mine. Not exactly mine, close enough to make my skin crawl. Evan, it called from somewhere behind the bathroom doors. Evan? In the dream, I knew that if I turned around, I would see myself standing there. So I kept walking. The voice grew closer anyway. Evan. When I reached the office window, the secretary behind the glass was my mother. She was looking right at me, but her eyes were blank, like a sleepwalker's. I knocked on the glass. She did not react. Behind me, my voice said my name one last time, very gently, almost kindly. Then I woke up with my face wet from sweat and the taste of metal in my mouth. It was 3:14 in the morning. My bedroom was dark except for the streetlight glow coming through the blinds. And from the living room, I heard the floorboards creak. One step, then another. I stopped breathing. The apartment was old. Old places creak, pipes tick, floors settle. I knew that. But I also knew the difference between a house making sounds and a person shifting their weight from one foot to the other. I lay there under the blanket, staring at my doorway. Another creak. Closer this time. Or maybe that was my imagination. I reached blindly for my phone on the bedside table. My hand shook so badly I almost knocked it to the floor. No new messages, no missed calls. The apartment was silent again. I listened so hard my ears began to ring. After 5 long minutes, I forced myself out of bed. I turned on my bedroom light and walked into the living room holding the phone like it was some kind of weapon. Nothing. The couch, the coffee table, the untouched plate from earlier, the kitchen beyond with its thin yellow light over the stove. Everything exactly as it should be. I checked the front door, locked, the windows, locked, the bathroom, empty. I was about to go back to bed when I saw the voice memo app open on my phone screen. My blood went cold. I had not opened it, I was sure of that. But there it was, lit up, recording time frozen at 0:47:47 seconds. My thumb hovered over the file, then I pressed play. At first, there was only the soft rustle of bed sheets and my breathing. Then, after a few seconds, a sound from far away in the apartment. A creak, another. Then my bedroom door opening. I did not remember hearing that. In the recording, my sleeping self breathed slowly and steadily. Something moved closer. There was a whisper too low to understand. Then a clear voice right beside the phone on the bedside table. My voice. Evan. In the recording, my sleeping breathing did not change. My voice again, a little louder. Evan. Then silence. Then footsteps retreating. The bedroom door closing. The file ended there. I dropped the phone onto the bed as if it had burned me. For a long time, I stood in the middle of the room, staring at nothing. There are moments when fear is sharp and loud, when you want to scream or run. This was not like that. This was quiet fear, the kind that spreads slowly through your body until every familiar thing becomes wrong. My bed, my lamp, my own phone, my own voice. I did not sleep again that night. At sunrise, I left the apartment and went straight to work without showering. The office was on the 8th floor of a gray building near the river. I worked in document control for a shipping company. It was dull safe work. Lists, forms, signatures, scanned files. I usually liked it because it asked almost nothing of me except attention. That day, attention was exactly what I did not have. My coworker Nina stopped by my desk around 9 with a stack of papers. "You look awful," she said. "Thanks." She smiled. "Late night?" I nearly told her. I nearly said, "Have you ever had the feeling that something is learning how to sound like you?" Instead, I said, "Didn't sleep much?" She set the papers down. "You want coffee?" "Please." She turned to go, then glanced back. "Oh, by the way, a guy from records called earlier asking for you." "Who?" "I don't know. He sounded strange." I frowned. "Strange how?" She shrugged, flat, like he was reading from something. He asked, "Is Evan there?" And when I said yes, he just stayed on the line. Then I asked who was calling, and he hung up. The room felt too warm all of a sudden. What time was that? Maybe 20 minutes ago. I looked at my desk phone. No missed internal calls. Nina noticed my face change. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," I lied. "Just tired?" She gave me another uncertain smile and walked away. I spent the next hour trying to work, but every sound made me look up. The printer starting, chairs rolling back, phones ringing, someone laughing in the break room. At 10:17, my desk phone rang. I stared at it. The display showed no name, just an internal extension number I did not recognize. I picked up slowly. "Hello?" Silence. Not dead air. Breathing. Very faint. "Hello?" Nothing. Then softly, in my own voice, "Evan." I slammed the phone down so hard it bounced. Across the room, Nina looked over. I pretended I had dropped something. My hands were numb. A minute later, I stood up and went to the restroom. I locked myself in a stall and sat there with my elbows on my knees, staring at the tile floor. I wanted this to be a prank. I wanted Daniel to burst into laughter and admit he had faked the voicemail somehow. I wanted to find some sleeping app on my phone that I had installed and forgotten, some stupid glitch, some explanation with wires and screens and tiredness. But I knew the shape of what was happening, even if I did not know the reason. Something was taking hold whenever I said my own name aloud. Not when other people said it, not when I read it, only when I said it. And once spoken, something answered in the space left behind. At lunch, I called my mother again. This time, I was careful. I did not say my name. I did not mention the voicemail. I just asked strange little questions in a calm voice. "Did I seem normal last night?" A pause. "What kind of question is that?" "Just answer." "You seem tired." "Anything else?" "No." "Did I say anything odd?" She hesitated. "You kept asking if I could hear you." I swallowed. "When?" "In the kitchen. Before dinner." "I asked that?" "Yes." A beat passed. Then she added, "And for a second I thought you were in the hall." "What?" "It doesn't matter." "Mom." She sighed softly. "I heard your voice from the hall, but when I looked, you were in the kitchen. I must have been distracted." I pressed my fingers against my eyes. "Mom, listen carefully. If I call you again tonight, and if I say my name, don't answer me." Silence. Then, very quietly, "Why?" "I don't know. You're scaring me." "I'm scared too." After work, I did not go home. I went to Daniel's apartment. He lived in a newer building with polished floors and wide windows, and none of the old house noises mine had. He buzzed me in at once. When he opened the door, he looked almost relieved to see me in one piece. He handed me a beer. then seemed to remember I had barely slept and took it back and gave me water instead. We sat at his kitchen table. He had played the voicemail for himself too many times. I could see that from the way he kept glancing at his phone. "I did some searching," he said. "Online?" "Yeah, I know how that sounds." "Not worse than anything else?" He nodded. "There's a lot of stupid stuff, superstition, urban legend, nonsense. But there was one thing that kept showing up in different places. Not exact matches, just similar." I waited. He leaned forward. "The idea is that saying your own name aloud is a way of pointing at yourself. Not socially, not mentally. I mean, somehow deeper than that. Like calling yourself to attention." I almost laughed, but I was too tired. "That means nothing." "I know. I'm just telling you." "Go on." He rubbed his jaw. "In some of the stories, people say if you do it enough, especially alone, something starts answering to it." The apartment suddenly felt colder. "That is ridiculous," I said. "Of course it is." But neither of us smiled. He looked at me for a long second. "How often do you say your own name?" I frowned. "What?" "In conversation, repeating stories, introducing yourself on calls, practicing something in your head out loud." "I don't know." I never thought about it. He reached for his phone and played the voicemail again without asking me. My own voice filled the kitchen. "Evan." The sound of it made my stomach clench. Daniel stopped the playback. "That doesn't sound like someone introducing himself. It sounds like someone trying to get the right person to look." I stared at the table. He said, "Stay here tonight." This time, I said yes. That should have made things easier. It did not. His apartment was quiet, in a dead, sealed way, the kind of quiet only new buildings have. No settling, no draft through the windows, no pipes knocking in the walls. At midnight, when Daniel had gone to bed in his room and I was lying awake on the couch under a throw blanket, the quiet became unbearable. I could hear the refrigerator motor in the kitchen. I could hear the elevator cables faintly through the wall. I could hear my own heart. I checked my phone 3 times, no messages. At 12:41, it rang, unknown number. I knew before I answered what I would hear. Still, I answered. "Hello?" Nothing. Then the sound of my own breathing, not through the phone, in the room, right behind the couch. I turned so fast the blanket tangled around my legs and I nearly fell. There was no one there. The call was still connected, and over it from the phone speaker, my own voice whispered, "Don't say it." The line went dead. I sat frozen, staring at the dark kitchen doorway. Then Daniel appeared in the hall in a t-shirt and sweatpants, hair rumpled, eyes narrowed. "What happened?" I looked at him. "I got a call." He reached for the lamp and turned it on. Warm yellow light spread across the room. Ordinary light. Safe light. I held the phone out to him. He checked the screen. No record of the call. "No number," I said. "No history." Daniel looked up at me, and for the first time since all of this began, I saw real fear on his face. Not worry for me, fear for himself, too. "You heard breathing?" he asked. I nodded. "On the phone?" "And behind me." He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. "You can sleep in my room. I'll take the couch." "No?" "Yes." "Daniel, I'm not asking." I was too tired to argue. I slept in his room with the bedside lamp on and still woke every hour. At dawn, I dreamed I was standing in front of a mirror I did not recognize. The room around it was pitch black, but the mirror was bright, lit from nowhere. My reflection stood still. I stood still too. Then my reflection smiled. I did not. It lifted one hand and touched the glass from the inside. Its mouth moved. It said my name. I woke with a cry caught in my throat and found Daniel standing in the doorway. "Bad dream?" he asked. I sat up. My shirt was soaked through. "Yeah." He looked like he had not slept either. He held up his phone. "My mother called. She says someone rang her landline at 3:30 in the morning and asked for me." I stared at him. "She said the voice sounded like mine," he said. That was when I understood something worse. It was not just using my voice, it was reaching through me. Whatever had started answering when I said my own name was learning the people around me too. We spent the morning trying to make rules. No saying my name aloud. No playing the voicemail. No answering unknown calls. No mirrors if possible, which sounded stupid until neither of us wanted to joke about it. By noon, I felt almost calm. Rules always make people feel calmer, even weak rules. Daniel made eggs. We ate in silence. Then he said, careful and slow, "Maybe your name isn't the problem." I looked up. "Maybe," he continued, "it's that you're the one saying it." I put my fork down. "What does that mean?" "I don't know, but think. Other people say your name all the time. Nothing happens. You say it, and people blank out. Calls break. Recordings start. Maybe it isn't about the word. Maybe it's about hearing yourself call yourself." A pressure built behind my ribs. He saw that I understood and went on anyway. "What if it's not responding to the name?" He swallowed. "What if it's responding to you trying to identify which one you are?" The room seemed to tilt. I stood up so fast the chair scraped. "That's insane." "Is it?" "Yes." But the word came out weak, because I had already been thinking it, in tiny pieces, in half-formed fears. The dream mirror, the voicemail, the voice by my bed, the sense not that something was entering my life, but that something very close had been there before I noticed it. That evening, I went back to my apartment because I needed clothes, and because some stubborn part of me refused to be chased out of my own home by fear. Daniel came with me. We did not speak in the stairwell. On the third-floor landing, the hall smelled faintly damp, with that old building smell of paint over age. I unlocked the door. The apartment was still, too still. Daniel stayed near the entrance while I went to the bedroom and stuffed clothes into a bag. I tried not to look at the mirror on the closet door. In the bathroom, I grabbed my toothbrush, razor, a clean shirt. When I came back out, Daniel was standing in the living room, staring at the coffee table. "What?" I asked. He pointed. There, in the thin layer of dust near the edge of the table, someone had written one word with a finger. "Heard." I stared at it. "No," I said at once. "No, that was not there." Daniel did not answer. The room felt close and airless. Then from the bedroom I had just left, my phone began playing audio. Not ringing, playing, the voicemail, my own voice from inside the room, muffled by walls. "Evan." I ran in and snatched up the phone from the bed. The screen was black, no media app open, but the sound kept coming from somewhere, not the phone, the closet. "Evan." Daniel appeared in the doorway behind me. I looked at the closet mirror, and for one brief second, I thought I saw movement in it that did not match us. Something like a man stepping into place half a second too late. The closet door shuddered, not from inside, from the mirror itself. A knock. Soft. Then another. Daniel grabbed my arm. "We're leaving." I did not argue. We ran. Down the hall, down the stairs, out into cold evening air. Only when we reached the sidewalk did I realize I had left the apartment door wide open. I did not go back. That night we checked into a motel near the highway because Daniel said, with surprising honesty, that he did not want whatever this was inside his home either. The room was small and smelled of laundry soap and old carpet. 2 beds. A TV bolted to the dresser. Thick curtains with a brown leaf pattern. It should have felt cheap. Instead, it felt protected, because no memory belonged there. We left all mirrors covered with towels. Neither of us laughed about that. At around 11, while Daniel showered, I sat on the edge of one bed and looked at the motel notepad on the side table. Without thinking, I wrote my name. Evan. Then I wrote it again. Then again. By the 5th time, my hand had started trembling. Why was I doing that? I stopped. The air in the room had changed. The bathroom water still ran, but it sounded distant now, as if the wall between us had grown thicker. A pressure began in my ears. Then from the room next door, I heard a man laughing. The laugh cut off sharply. A woman said, "Hello?" Silence. Then someone in the next room spoke in a voice so like mine that for a second I thought I had spoken without noticing. It said my name once. Then the woman screamed. I was on my feet before I knew I had moved. Daniel came out of the bathroom with water still on his face. "What happened?" I pointed at the wall. We heard the woman again, this time pounding on something, shouting words we could not make out. Then suddenly, the room next door went silent. Daniel was already reaching for the door. "Wait," I said. He looked at me, and in that moment, we both knew what the other was thinking. If we opened that door, what if someone inside answered with my face? The pounding in the next room stopped. Everything stopped. Then there came one soft knock on our wall exactly between the 2 beds. Daniel stepped back. A second knock. Then, through the wall, a whisper, "Can you still hear me?" We left the motel without checking out. We drove for over an hour with no plan, just moving, just staying ahead of whatever shape fear wanted to take if we stopped. At some point, the city thinned out. Stores gave way to dark stretches of road and patches of woods. The sky was clouded over, moonless. Headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the black. Daniel was driving. I sat in the passenger seat with my phone off in my lap. "Maybe this is feeding on attention," he said suddenly. "Maybe. Maybe we keep making it stronger by reacting. Maybe." He glanced at me. "You okay?" "No." That almost made him smile. Then the radio turned on by itself. Not music, static. Daniel slapped the dial. It did nothing. Through the static came my voice, soft and cracked. "Evan." Daniel turned the radio off completely. The voice continued. "Evan." Not from the speakers now, from the back seat. Neither of us turned around. You always think, when you imagine fear, that you would look. But some deep, old part of the mind knows better. Daniel's hands tightened on the wheel. The voice in the back seat spoke again, using my tone exactly, but with a terrible, patient gentleness. "You keep checking." My mouth went dry. Daniel whispered, "Don't answer." I wasn't going to. The thing in the back seat gave a small sigh. Then it laughed, not loudly, not wildly, just a quiet laugh, like one friend hearing another finally understand a joke. The car began drifting toward the shoulder. "Daniel," I said. "I know." His eyes were fixed on the road, but I could see in the hard set of his face that he was fighting something. Panic. Or the need to look in the mirror. Every mirror in the car, rear view, side. Places a face could wait. The voice behind us said, "He can't tell which one is talking." Daniel swore under his breath. Then, in one sudden move, he slammed the brakes. The car skidded, tires screaming, and stopped half on the gravel shoulder. The back seat was empty. Of course it was empty. Daniel was shaking so badly he had to grip the wheel with both hands just to steady himself. I looked straight ahead and said, "Don't look back." "I'm not." We sat there for a long time. Then I noticed something beyond the windshield, off the side of the road where the trees began. A house, small, dark, maybe abandoned. I had not seen it when the car was moving. It stood back from the road behind a rusted gate and a sagging line of shrubs. One upstairs window reflected our headlights faintly. I had the strangest certainty then, not a thought, not a guess, a certainty. It was waiting there for me long before I ever said my name out loud in my mother's kitchen. I opened the passenger door. Daniel looked at me. "What are you doing?" "I think it wants me to follow." "That's not a reason to follow." But I was already out of the car. The night air was cold and wet. Gravel crunched under my shoes. The house stood silent among the trees, its windows blind and square. Daniel came after me, angry and scared at once. "This is stupid." "I know." "Then stop walking." I did not. The front gate hung crooked. It gave under my hand with a soft metal groan. The path to the house was almost gone under weeds. At the front steps, I saw the door was slightly open. Daniel grabbed my sleeve. "No." Then from inside the house, very clearly, my mother's voice said, "Evan?" We both froze. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. "Mom?" I called before I could stop myself. Silence. Then Daniel hissed, "Why would she be here?" He was right. Of course he was right. But fear does not care about reason when it hears a familiar voice in the dark. I pushed the door. It opened inward into a narrow hall that smelled of rot and old rain. Our phone flashlights cut thin beams through dust. The wallpaper peeled in gray strips. A grandfather clock stood against one wall, its face cracked. Hand stopped at 2:06. There were framed photographs, too, their surfaces too dirty to make out clearly, and on the wall at the end of the hall, written over and over in uneven pencil, "Heard, heard, heard, heard." Daniel swore quietly. The floor creaked somewhere upstairs. Then my mother's voice came again, closer this time, from above us. "Evan, can you hear me?" Daniel whispered. "That isn't her." "I know." But my feet were already moving to the stairs. The second floor smelled worse. Damp plaster, mold, something sour under it all. The hallway held 3 closed doors and 1 open one. The open room at the end was lined with mirrors. Not wall mirrors, standing mirrors, vanity mirrors, cheap little hand mirrors nailed up in rows. Old and cloudy, new and bright. Different shapes, different frames, all turned toward the doorway as if waiting for someone to enter. In the center of the room sat a chair facing them. On the chair was my notepad from the motel. My handwriting covered every page with my name. Evan, Evan, Evan. Daniel made a sound behind me that I had never heard from him before. Not surprise, not fear exactly. A kind of crushed disbelief. How is that here?" I did not answer. In the mirrors, our flashlight beams jumped and multiplied. Too many rooms, too many us. Then one reflection blinked late. I saw it, only one of me, in one tall mirror near the corner, blinked after I did. I pointed the flashlight at it, and the face smiled. Not me. Not exactly. Same features, same eyes, same mouth. But there was relief in the expression, and hunger, and a deep tiredness that made the face look older than mine. It lifted a hand. I did not. Daniel whispered, "Don't move." The reflection mouthed something. I could not hear it. Then every other mirror in the room began to answer one by one, each reflecting me a little differently. Head tilted, smile wider, eyes wrong, a shoulder too high, a face too pale. And in all of them, my mouth moved while I stood still. They were all saying the same thing. I knew because I could read it, say it. The room seemed to press inward around us. My ears filled with a rushing sound. I stepped back. One of the mirrors nearest the chair gave a soft tap from the inside. Then another. Then all at once the room was full of it, knocking, dozens of little knocks from within the glass. Daniel pulled me hard by the arm. "We're done." But I could not stop staring at the center mirror, the one straight ahead over the chair. The version of me in that mirror was not knocking. He was leaning close, as if speaking through a window between deep places, and now I could hear him, not with my ears, somewhere more private than that. He said very softly, "You have been answering me your whole life." A memory struck me so hard my knees almost buckled. When I was 6, I used to talk to myself in the bathroom mirror while brushing my teeth. Not strange kid stuff, just little conversations. Making faces, saying my own name in different tones. My mother once laughed and asked who I was talking to. I had answered, "The other me." At the time, she thought it was cute. I had forgotten it completely. Now more memories came, calling my own name in empty rooms as a teenager for no reason I could explain. Practicing introductions before dates, saying, "Come on, Evan," when I was alone and frustrated. The comfort of hearing my own voice answer my own fear. Had I really been alone during those moments? Or had something always listened from the nearest reflection, the darkest window, the turned-off television screen, learning me by inches? The thing in the center mirror smiled wider, because it knew I remembered. Daniel was dragging me toward the door now, almost hauling me. The mirrors around us started speaking in whispers that all used my voice at different ages. Child voice, teen voice, my voice from last week, my voice exhausted, my voice crying, my voice laughing, all of them saying my name, not calling me, testing it, trying it on. As we reached the hall, one sound rose clearly above the rest, a woman sobbing, my mother's voice, "Please, answer me." I stopped. Daniel nearly fell when I jerked against his grip. "No." "What if that's really her?" I said. "It isn't." "But what if—" He grabbed both my shoulders and forced me to look at him. "Listen to me. If it were your mother, it would use your name because that's how she calls you. It isn't using your name. It wants you to use it." The truth of that cut through the panic. I nodded once. We ran. Down the stairs, through the hall, out the front door, into the cold dark. As soon as we hit the yard behind the gate, every light in the house came on at once, yellow in every window, bright as noon. In the upstairs center window, a figure stood watching, my shape, my face. Even from that distance I knew. It lifted one hand slowly and pressed it to the glass. Then Daniel shoved me into the car, got in, and drove. We did not speak until the first gas station 20 minutes later, where we pulled under hard white lights and sat with the engine idling. I was shaking all over. Daniel looked worse. "We need to do something final," he said. "What does final mean?" He thought for a long time. Then he said, "I think it wants you to confirm it." I stared at him. "By saying your own name," he added, "you tell it which one you are. You point. You choose. That's why people stop responding. Maybe for a second they can't tell who they're hearing. Or maybe they're hearing both." I leaned back against the seat and closed my eyes. What happens if I never say it again? I don't know. What if that isn't enough? He did not answer. A truck hissed past on the road. Inside the gas station, a clerk mopped the floor under bright rows of snacks and drinks. Normal life went on a few feet away, untouched. I opened my eyes. There has to be a way to break it. Daniel looked at me, then away. "Maybe there is." "Say it." He exhaled. "Maybe you have to stop responding, too." I knew what he meant before he explained. If something had been answering all these years whenever I called myself to attention, then maybe I was part of the exchange. Not just victim, participant, a loop, name called, self turns. Something steps closer. I thought of every time I had muttered my own name in anger or comfort or disbelief. "Come on, Evan. Get it together, Evan. What are you doing, Evan? Little summonses, little invitations." At sunrise, we went to my mother's house. I had called first without using my name, just to make sure she was there and safe. She sounded tired and afraid and kept asking what was happening. I told her only that I needed one thing from her. When we arrived, the rain had stopped. The yard glittered wetly in the pale morning light. She opened the door before I knocked. The moment she saw my face, her hand flew to her mouth. "You look terrible." "I know." We sat in the kitchen where this had begun. Same counter, same radio, same knife block, same window over the sink. Daylight made it all seem small and manageable. I hoped that meant something. It did not. I told her enough to make her understand the rules. No saying my name, no answering. If a voice sounded like me but felt wrong. No mirrors uncovered in the house for a while. She listened without interrupting, and that frightened me more than if she had argued. When I finished, she nodded once and said, "I used to hear you talking in your room when you were little." A cold silence followed. "I thought you had imaginary friends," she said, "but when I asked who you were talking to, you always said, 'me.'" My mouth went dry. She stared at the tabletop. "One night I opened your door because I heard you laughing. You were standing in front of the mirror. I asked what was funny. You looked at me and said, 'He knew I'd turn around.'" Daniel and I said nothing. My mother's eyes filled with tears, but she did not let them fall. I forgot that until now. I don't know how I forgot. I did. Some memories do not fade. They are pushed down because they never found a place to fit. I stood and went to the sink. In the window over it, I could see a faint reflection of the kitchen behind me, mine among them, still watching. I did not look long. "Mom," I said quietly, "I need you to do something for me." That evening, she removed every mirror she could from the house, covered the rest. We did the same at Daniel's place. At mine, I did not return at all. My landlord eventually called and left irritated voicemails I never answered. For days, I did not say my own name. I almost slipped many times. On the phone with work when they asked me to confirm my identity, at the pharmacy, at the bank. Each time I stopped myself and used some other way through the sentence. I thought the pressure might ease. Instead, it sharpened. People still paused sometimes when speaking to me, as if listening past my shoulder. Twice, strangers greeted me on the street with obvious familiarity, then frowned and said, "Sorry, thought you were someone else." One night, Daniel woke me because I had been talking in my sleep. "Were you saying it?" I asked. He hesitated. "No," he said. That was worse. "What was I saying?" He looked at me for a long time before answering. "You kept saying, 'That one isn't me.'" I stopped sleeping after that, except in broken scraps. The world began to feel thin. Store windows bothered me. Dark phone screens bothered me. Any smooth surface became a question. One late afternoon, about 2 weeks after the house in the woods, I was alone in Daniel's apartment while he was at work. I was making tea. The kettle had just started to murmur when someone knocked at the front door. 3 soft knocks. I froze. Nobody visited Daniel unannounced. The knock came again. Then a voice through the door. My voice. "Daniel, open up." I stepped back from the kitchen. The voice tried again, a little more urgent. "Daniel." Then, after a pause, it changed. My mother's voice now. "Please open the door." I backed into the counter hard enough to hurt. The voice outside gave a little sigh. Then it said, in my own voice again, right against the wood, "He says your name when you sleep." I covered my mouth with both hands. No more knocking followed. When Daniel came home an hour later, the hallway camera footage on his phone showed nothing at the door during that time. No person, no shadow, nothing at all. That night, we did not speak much. At around 2 in the morning, I woke to see Daniel standing at the foot of the bed in the dark. My whole body jolted. Then he spoke, and relief flooded me because it was really him. "Sorry," he whispered. "I heard something in the living room." I sat up. "What?" He did not answer right away. Then he said, "It sounded like you introducing yourself." We searched the apartment together. Nothing. Of course, nothing. But in the bathroom, beneath the towel we had taped over the mirror, someone had written from the inside in a line of steam that should not have been there. Which one woke up by morning, Daniel looked at me differently. He was trying not to. That made it worse, not with hatred, not with blame, with uncertainty. As if sometimes, when I entered a room, he had to decide something before speaking. I began to understand that this was the true horror of it. Not death. Not possession in the simple storybook sense, division, erosion. The slow destruction of the natural trust people place in a face they know. If they stop being sure which one is talking, then love has nowhere clean to land. That afternoon I made my decision. I went back to the house in the woods alone. I did not tell Daniel. I left a note without signing it. The drive there felt unreal, as if I had already done it many times. The house waited where it had before, quiet among the trees. Daylight gave it no mercy. It looked smaller than I remembered, more rotten, less supernatural. That almost fooled me. Inside, the hall was unchanged. The photographs on the walls were clearer now in the thin gray light. They were all of empty rooms, dozens of them, bedrooms, parlors, hallways, bathrooms. Every frame showed a room with a mirror visible somewhere inside it. At the end of the hall, the pencil mark still said, "Heard." Upstairs, the mirror room waited. The chair remained in the center, facing the glass, as if this room had only one use. I stood in the doorway and did not go in. For a long time, nothing moved. Then the center reflection appeared, not stepping into place this time. Already there, my face, my shape. It looked exhausted. So did I. It placed one hand flat against the inside of the glass. I did not mirror it. Its mouth moved. I heard the words in my head again. "Say it." I shook my head. A strange sadness touched its features. Then, unexpectedly, it pointed past me. I turned. In the hall behind me stood a little boy of 6 or 7, dark hair, thin arms, pajamas. Me, or a memory of me. He looked frightened, but not surprised. He held a toothbrush in one hand. I knew this scene, not from a dream, from somewhere farther back. The boy looked at me and said, "He told me if I said it enough, I'd never feel alone." My legs nearly gave way. I turned back to the mirror. The other me was smiling again, but now there was pity in it. The child behind me said, "You answered because you thought it was you." I shut my eyes. It all made a terrible kind of sense. Not a monster jumping out of darkness. Something worse. Something built slowly through loneliness, habit, attention, and repetition. A second self, given shape by every moment I turned inward and called for comfort in my own voice. A companion grown in the reflective spaces of childhood. And because I had named myself to it over and over, I had fed it certainty. When I opened my eyes, the child was gone. Only the mirrors remained and the other me, waiting. I understood then what had to happen. Not destruction, not exorcism, refusal. A self can only replace you if you keep checking that you are the one still here. I stepped into the room. The mirrors around me began to tremble softly. I took the chair and turned it around so it faced the door instead of the glass. The knocking in the mirrors started at once, sharp, quick, impatient. I sat down anyway. I closed my eyes, and I waited. The voices came first, my mother, Daniel, my own child voice, my own adult voice, all asking me to turn around, to check, to answer. I did not. Then came weeping, then laughter, then long stretches of silence so thick I could hear my pulse in my throat. My neck ached from the effort of not looking. At some point, I felt breath on the back of my head. At some point, fingers brushed my shoulder. At some point, my own voice, right beside my ear, whispered my name with such tenderness that tears filled my eyes. I still did not turn. Hours may have passed, or minutes. Eventually, the room changed. I knew it before I opened my eyes. The pressure was gone. The air smelled only of dust and damp wood. No whispers, no knocking. I stood carefully. The mirrors behind me were just mirrors. When I turned at last, they reflected one man, pale, tired, older somehow, just one. I left the house before sunset. On the drive back, no radio switched on by itself. No voice came from the back seat. When I reached Daniel's apartment, he opened the door with anger already on his face, ready to shout at me for disappearing. Then he stopped. "What?" I asked. He searched my face. I felt terror bloom again in one hot instant. "What?" He let out a shaky breath. "Nothing." "Daniel," he swallowed. "For the first time in days," he said quietly, "I didn't have to wonder who was standing there." I almost collapsed from relief. It has been 11 months since then. I never say my own name aloud, not once. Forms, introductions, appointments, all of it can be managed around. People think I am odd sometimes. Careful. Private. That is fine. I moved to a different apartment. New building. No old mirrors. No dark hallways. No history in the walls. Most nights I sleep. Not well, but enough. My mother is better too, though she still avoids reflective windows after sunset. Daniel and I remain friends, but there is a faint scar in the friendship now. Some things do not close cleanly. Some doubts never fully die. Every few weeks I wake from a dream in which I am standing in a room of mirrors with my back to them all, listening to someone behind me breathe. And sometimes, in the half-second before full waking, I feel the old urge rise in me, that soft, familiar urge to call myself back from fear, to say my name the way people do when they need comfort. The urge feels loving, helpful, natural. That is how I know it is still waiting. Last night, I was brushing my teeth before bed when the bathroom light flickered. Just once. I froze. The mirror above the sink showed my face, tired and drawn by the late hour. Then, for the shortest moment, my reflection looked relieved, not frightened, not angry, relieved, as if it had been waiting through a long silence and had finally heard me think in the old direction again. Its lips did not move. Mine did not either. But in the quiet room, with mint on my tongue and foam at the corner of my mouth, I felt a sentence form inside my head in a voice so close to mine there was no space between us. Go on. You can still hear me. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. Strangers look terrified when they make eye contact with me. The first time it happened, I thought the man was having some kind of health problem. It was early morning, cold and wet outside, and I had stopped at a small corner shop near my apartment to buy coffee before work. The place was quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerators and the soft crackle of a radio behind the counter. I remember all of that clearly because of what happened next. I was standing near the register, still half asleep, waiting for the cashier to scan my drink. A man about my age stepped in behind me. He wore a dark coat and had water on his shoulders from the rain. He looked ordinary, in the way strangers often do. Tired eyes, unshaved face, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a folded newspaper. He glanced at me by accident. His eyes met mine. The change in him was instant. He stopped breathing. That is the only way I can explain it. His body locked in place, and his face went so pale I actually thought he might faint. The newspaper slipped from his hand and opened on the floor. His mouth trembled. His eyes widened farther and farther, as if whatever he was seeing kept getting worse the longer he looked. "I'm sorry," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. He made a noise deep in his throat, not a word, just a broken little sound of fear. Then he stumbled backward into a shelf of gum and batteries so hard that several packs fell to the floor. The cashier shouted, asking if he was all right, but the man didn't answer. He kept looking at me with that same expression, one hand pressed over his heart. Then he turned and ran outside into the rain. The bell over the door rang wildly after him. The cashier and I stared at the open door for a second. Then she looked at me. Not for long, just a quick glance. But in that quick glance, I saw a little piece of the same fear touch her face before she forced it away. "Do you know him?" she asked. "No." She nodded too fast. "Okay." That was all. She rang me up. I paid. I left. But I spent the walk to work checking my reflection in parked car windows. I looked normal. I had the same face I had always had. Brown eyes, straight nose, slight shadows under my eyes from not sleeping enough. Nothing unusual, nothing sharp or ugly or disturbing. By noon, I had almost convinced myself the man had mistaken me for someone else. By evening, I could no longer pretend that. On the subway home, I was sitting across from an old woman with 2 shopping bags. She had a soft face and gray hair tucked under a knit hat. Every few seconds she would check one of the bags as if making sure something inside was still there. Bread, maybe. Fruit. Something fragile. The train slowed. She looked up. Our eyes met. Her whole body jerked, not in surprise, in horror. Her lips pulled apart. Tears filled her eyes so fast it was as if they had been waiting there. One hand flew to her throat. The bag slipped from her lap onto the floor, oranges rolling under the seats. She didn't seem to notice. She kept staring at me, frozen, her face twisting with a fear so deep and personal that I felt like I had walked into someone else's nightmare. Then she whispered, "No." I had no idea what she meant. The train doors opened. She snatched up one bag, left the other on the floor, and rushed out so fast she nearly fell. Through the window, I saw her on the platform, bent over, hands on her knees, shaking. Other passengers looked at me. I looked down at my shoes until the train moved again. That night, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror for almost 20 minutes. I told myself this was stupid. I told myself people were strange. People had bad days. People panicked for reasons that had nothing to do with me. But even while I thought that, I kept staring into my own eyes. Nothing happened. I saw my reflection, that was all. Still, something felt wrong. Not in a dramatic way, not a ghostly way. It was smaller than that and somehow more upsetting. A faint delay, a tiny hesitation, like my reflection was deciding whether it wanted to stay with me. I splashed water on my face, turned off the light, and went to bed. I did not sleep well. I dreamed of standing in a dark hallway while someone whispered my name from behind a closed door. The next morning at work, I was nervous in a way I could not explain. My office was on the 6th floor of a narrow brick building downtown. Nothing about it was frightening. Gray carpet, white walls, stale coffee, people discussing deadlines in tired voices. Normal life. Safe life. I kept my eyes on my desk for most of the morning. Around 11, my coworker Lila walked over holding a blue folder. Lila and I had worked together for 3 years. We were not close friends, but we got along well. She had once fed my cat while I was sick. I had helped her move a couch up 4 flights of stairs. We knew each other in that casual, comfortable way co-workers sometimes do. She was talking as she approached. "Hey, did you ever send me the updated numbers for—" She looked at me. The folder slid from her hand. For a second, she simply stood there, stiff and silent. Then she took one step back, then another. I stood up so quickly, my chair rolled into the partition behind me. "Lila?" She hit the wall of the cubicle and stayed there, one hand spread against it as if she needed help to remain standing. Her face had gone completely white. Her eyes were huge, wet, fixed on me with a kind of desperate disbelief. "What is it?" I asked. "What happened?" Her mouth moved, but nothing came out. People nearby started to look over. A man from accounting took off his headphones. Someone laughed nervously, thinking maybe this was some kind of mistake. "Lila," I said again, "did I do something?" She finally made a sound. It was not a word. It was more like the sound someone makes after opening a door and finding a room full of something they cannot understand. Then she turned and walked fast, almost running, toward the restroom. The office went quiet. My manager appeared from his office a few minutes later. He asked if there had been some kind of argument. I said no. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "Maybe I should take an early lunch and let everyone cool off." Cool off from what? I wanted to ask that. Instead, I grabbed my coat and left. Outside, I called Lila. No answer. I texted her. "Did I do something wrong?" No reply. I texted again. "Please, just tell me what happened." The message showed as delivered. Then nothing. I walked for an hour without really seeing where I was going. I kept my head down. Every time someone came toward me on the sidewalk, I looked away. I began to notice how often people try to catch each other's eyes in ordinary life. At crosswalks, in shops, in elevators. Tiny little checks, tiny little acknowledgments. Human beings are always reaching for each other like that, even when they don't mean to. By afternoon, I had started to fear something as simple as looking up. That evening, I called my sister Mara. She answered on the third ring. "Hey! Hey! What's wrong?" There was no hello beyond that, no joke, no warm-up. She knew me too well. She could hear something in my voice. "I need to ask you something weird," I said. "That sounds serious?" "It is, I think." I told her about the man in the shop, then the old woman on the train, then Lila. Mara stayed quiet until I finished. Then she asked, very softly, "Has this started again?" The word "again" seemed to tilt the room. "What do you mean again?" Silence. "Mara, I'm not sure." "Not sure about what?" She let out a breath. "I might be remembering something wrong." "Then tell me anyway." I sat on the edge of my couch while I waited. My apartment was small and dim and full of evening shadows. A bus sighed to a stop outside. Somewhere in the building above me, water ran through old pipes. Finally, Mara said, "When we were little, Mom used to get upset if you stared at people too long." I almost laughed. "What?" "She would pull you away." "You're joking." "No." I rubbed my forehead. "That doesn't mean anything." "It might." "Mara, people are acting like they've seen a dead body when they look at me." "I know." I paused. "You know?" "I remember pieces," she said. "Not much." "I was young, too." "But I remember one of our neighbors crying after talking to you. I remember Mom making a big deal about keeping mirrors covered for a while. I remember doctors." I stood up. "Doctors?" "Yes." "What doctors?" "I don't know. Child specialists, maybe. Eye doctors. Therapists. I was little." I began to pace. Why have I never heard any of this before? "I think because things got better after we moved." "Moved from where?" Another silence. Then she said, "Do you remember the first house?" A memory stirred in me then, so faint I almost missed it. A narrow upstairs hall, yellow wallpaper, a door at the end. "I don't know," I said. "Well, I barely do either, but I remember not liking that place." My throat felt tight. Why not? I used to hear you talking at night. That made me stop pacing. Talking to who? I don't know, she said. That was the problem. I barely slept that night. Every small sound in my apartment felt sharper than usual. The hum of the refrigerator, the ticking wall clock, footsteps in the hallway outside my door that seemed to pause too long before moving on. Around 3 a.m, I got out of bed and went to the bathroom. I looked in the mirror again. At first, there was only my face in the dim light. Then I had the sudden, sickening feeling that someone else was standing exactly where I was standing, using my reflection. The thought was so strange and stupid that I almost laughed. Instead, I leaned closer. My reflection leaned closer too. But I swear, and I still swear this now, its smile appeared a fraction of a second before mine. I didn't realize I was smiling until I jerked backward and my own mouth dropped open. The reflection matched me perfectly then. I turned off the bathroom light and stood in darkness for a long time before going back to bed. The next day, I skipped work and drove to my mother's house. She lived alone in a small town 2 hours away. The house was neat, in the careful, nervous way older houses become when one person fills them with habits instead of warmth. The same wind chime still hung near the porch. The same potted plant sat by the door, though it had long ago dried into something gray and brittle. When she opened the door and saw me, her face changed, not to fear, to resignation. "You should have called," she said. "I need to ask you something." She stepped aside. Inside, the house smelled like tea, dust, and old paper. The curtains were half closed even though it was daytime. I followed her into the kitchen. She busied herself with the kettle, even though I had not asked for anything. "Mara told me something," I said. My mother did not turn around. "Mara remembers too much and too little." "What does that mean?" "She set a cup on the counter with too much care. It means half memories are dangerous." I pulled out a chair and sat. "Were there doctors when I was a kid?" Her shoulders rose and fell once. "Yes." "Why?" She turned then and looked at me. Her face was older than I had realized. Not just lined, but worn. As if some strain had never left it, only settled deeper over time. "You tell me," she said. "Why do you think?" I held her gaze. Nothing happened, but I saw her pupils tighten just a little before she looked away. My voice came out flatter than I intended. "Why do strangers look terrified when they make eye contact with me?" The kettle began to whistle. Neither of us moved. At last, she turned off the stove and sat across from me. "It started when you were 4, she said. I said nothing. "At first we thought you were only intense. Some children are. They stare too hard. They ask odd questions. They notice things adults miss." She folded her hands together. "Then the neighbors started reacting to you." "How?" She gave me a bitter little smile. "The same way they react now." "What did they say they saw?" Her answer came immediately. "Nothing they could describe." That somehow made it worse. "I don't understand." "No," she said, "neither did we." She stood and went to a drawer near the sink. From it, she took out an old photograph and a key on a plain ring. She placed both on the table between us. The photograph showed a dark, narrow house with a sagging porch and 2 upstairs windows. The sight of it hit me with a wave of nausea so strong I had to grip the edge of the chair. I knew that house, not from memory at first, from dread. That was our first house, my mother said, the one before this town, the one your father rented because it was cheap. I touched the corner of the photograph. A picture flashed in my mind. Me as a child, standing in an upstairs hall in the middle of the night. Bare feet, cold floor, whispering from behind a door. I pulled my hand away. What happened there? My mother stared at the key. There was a room upstairs at the end of the hall. It was locked when we moved in. The landlord said it was old storage space, and he'd find the key later. The air in the kitchen felt heavy now. You used to stand outside that room, she said, every night. We'd wake up and find you there just looking at the door. I swallowed. Sleepwalking? That's what we thought. Then one night, your father carried you back to bed, and in the morning your feet were covered in black dust from under the door. She looked at me again. You said the boy inside was lonely. I did not speak. One afternoon the room was open. How? I don't know. What was in it? Almost nothing. Just a chair, an old mirror, and marks on the floor. What kind of marks? She closed her eyes. Circular, as if furniture had been dragged around and around. A memory pressed weakly against my mind, something being moved in darkness, slow scraping, repetition, a pattern I had once known by heart. You became different after that, my mother said. How? You started whispering to mirrors. A cold wave moved through my body. That's impossible. You were 4, very polite, very quiet. And then one day I found you sitting in front of the bathroom mirror, talking to your reflection as if someone was answering. Her eyes were fixed on me now, shiny with old fear. At first I thought, imaginary friend. Then you started saying things you couldn't know. Like what? She hesitated. I pressed. Like what? You told Mrs. Green that her missing son was under the water and was tired of the dark. I felt all the muscles in my back tighten. He had gone missing the day before, she said. They found him in the pond that evening. I shook my head. No. You told your father not to go into the basement because the hanging man was angry. I stared at her. There was no man, she said quickly. But there was a beam hidden behind the old ceiling boards and an old rope tied there. I stood up and walked to the sink, gripping it hard enough to hurt. Behind me, my mother went on speaking. And one night, she said, voice shaking now, you looked at me and asked why I kept pretending there was only one of you. I turned around slowly. The kitchen had become too quiet. Even the clock seemed to have stopped. What does that mean? I don't know, she whispered. I looked at the key, an old brass key worn dark at the teeth. You kept it. I should have thrown it away. But you didn't. No. I took the key. My mother's chair scraped back. Don't. I also took the photograph. Please, she said, standing now. Don't go back there. Why? Her face crumpled in a way I had not seen since I was a child. Because after we left that house, things stopped. You forgot. You were normal. Normal. The word hurt more than it should have. And now? I asked. She looked at my eyes and then quickly away. Now, I think something remembered you. I left before she could stop me. The drive to the old town took nearly 3 hours. I had to stop twice because my hands were shaking too badly to keep on the wheel. The further I went, the more strange little feelings stirred in me. A bend in the road I somehow expected, the shape of a hill beyond the trees, a cracked stone wall near a field. None of it came as clear memory. It felt more like my body was remembering what my mind had hidden. By the time I reached the address, evening had started to dim the sky. The house stood at the end of a narrow lane behind an overgrown gate. I sat in my car for several minutes just looking at it. It was smaller than in the photograph and more ruined, but unmistakable. The porch sagged. 2 windows upstairs stared out over the yard like dark, tired eyes. Weeds had swallowed most of the front path. One shutter hung crooked, tapping lightly against the wall in the wind. No lights, no car, no sign of anyone living there. Still, I had the strong, immediate feeling that the house was occupied, not by a person, by waiting. I got out of the car and went through the gate. Leaves crackled under my shoes. The air smelled of damp wood and earth. A crow flew from the roof as I stepped onto the porch, and the sudden beat of its wings made me flinch hard enough to nearly lose the key. The front door was locked, but one of the side windows had already been broken long ago. I reached in, found the latch, and pushed the door open. The smell inside was thick and old, rotten wood, wet plaster, dust, and under all of it, a faint, sweet smell I recognized with a shock of disgust. Flowers, the kind left too long in still water. I turned on my phone light and stepped in. The beam moved over peeling wallpaper, warped floorboards, and scraps of fallen ceiling. Every room looked gnawed by time, yet the shape of the place felt horribly familiar. I knew where the kitchen was before I saw it. I knew where the hall narrowed. I knew which stair would creak. I climbed slowly. Each step produced that same old sound from my dream. At the top, the hallway opened before me. Yellow wallpaper, long shadows, a dark stain on the ceiling. My chest tightened until breathing hurt. At the end of the hall stood a door, closed. I took one step toward it. The floor gave a soft groan. Then I heard a child laugh, not loud, not playful, just one small breath of laughter from somewhere farther down the hall than the hall should have allowed. I lifted my light. Nothing. I went on. Halfway there, I became aware of another sound. Whispering. At first it was too soft to make out words. Then, little by little, it gathered shape. He came back. My feet stopped moving. The voice was mine, younger, smaller, but mine. The door at the end of the hall had opened a crack. I know it had been fully closed before. I know it. Cold air slid out of that narrow opening and touched my face. I walked the rest of the way. The old brass key fit the lock perfectly. When I turned it, something inside the room scraped across the floor. I pushed the door open. The beam of my phone light reached a small room with slanted walls and water stains. In one corner sat a wooden chair. On the far wall stood a tall, narrow mirror, clouded with age. The moment I saw it, every hair on my body lifted. I knew that mirror, not from seeing it, from standing in front of it, night after night after night. The door slammed shut behind me. I spun around and grabbed the knob. It would not move. Panic hit me so fast that I thought I might vomit. Then the whispering rose all around me, not from the mirror, from the walls, from under the floor, from inside my own ears. He came back. He came back. He came back. I forced myself to look at the mirror. At first I saw only my own shape in the dirty glass. Then the reflection sharpened. I was standing in the middle of the room, pale, tense, one hand still on the doorknob. And behind me stood a child, a little boy in striped pajamas, barefoot, thin, still. He had my face, not similar, not close, my exact face, just younger and somehow emptier. As if certain pieces had never fully formed, I spun around, no one there. When I looked back at the mirror, the boy remained behind me in the glass. He smiled. "Hello," he said. The voice came from everywhere at once. I stepped backward until my legs hit the chair. My mouth had gone dry. "What are you?" The boy tilted his head like he was puzzled by the question. "I'm you," he said. "No." "Yes." Something moved in the glass behind him. At first it looked like a shadow crossing the room. Then I realized it was taller than the room, much taller. It bent itself down into the frame the way smoke might bend into a bottle. Its shape kept changing. A face began to form and then broke apart. Eyes became mouths. Mouths became folds of skin. Teeth flashed where no teeth should be. I couldn't fix on any one feature long enough for it to stay. The boy did not look back at it. He kept looking at me. "You left," he said, and now his voice sounded hurt. "You left me here." My knees weakened. "I don't understand." "Yes, you do." The words hit me like a shove, and then the memories came, not all at once, in waves. Me as a child sitting on the floor in front of the mirror, while my reflection whispered things I should not know. Me learning to hold eye contact with insects until they tore themselves against the glass, trying to escape something behind me. Me looking at neighbors and seeing flickers under their skin, hidden little doors of terror, things they carried but never showed. Me realizing that if I stared just right, something on the other side of the mirror could look through me and into them. I dropped to one knee, gasping. The boy watched me calmly. "I was the part that stayed in the room," he said, "the part that listened." The thing behind him leaned lower. I wanted to look away but couldn't. Its knot face pressed close to the glass over his shoulder, restless and patient. In one blink, it looked like a man grinning too widely. In the next, it looked like a cluster of wet eyes. Then it looked like nothing I had words for at all. "What is that?" I whispered. The boy smiled again, but this time with pity. "You used to know." "No. You called it the one who watches through." The phrase opened another memory. I was 4, maybe 5, sitting on the chair in this room while a mirror reflected not me, not the room, but a darkness with shape moving deep inside it. I was not scared. That is what truly horrified me. I was curious. I was listening. I was learning. It had shown me people, not their faces, their hidden fears, the place in them where terror lived waiting. And children being children, I had wanted to show everyone what I had learned. When I looked into people's eyes, it looked back through mine. That was what they saw. Not me, never me. The thing behind me, the thing using my eyes as cracks in a door. The boy in the mirror took one small step forward. The glass did not stop him exactly. It bent around him slightly like water resisting a hand. "Mom took you away," he said. "She covered the mirrors. She made you forget. She left me with him." My voice broke. "You're not real." He gave me the saddest expression I had ever seen on my own face. "Then why are you crying?" I touched my cheek. It was wet. The room darkened. My phone light flickered and died. Only the mirror remained visible now, silver gray in the gloom. Shapes began to appear in it behind the boy. Faces. The man from the corner shop, the old woman from the train, Lila. Others I had passed on streets and elevators and stores. All of them looked terrified. Not at me, past me, at something standing just behind where I should have been. The boy turned and looked at them with mild interest, as if they were trapped moths, pinned in a display. "They opened a little," he said. "What?" "When they looked at you, they opened a little." I crawled backward until my shoulders touched the wall. The mirror's surface rippled. One of the trapped faces pressed close from the inside, a young woman I did not know. Her expression was frozen in the exact second of unbearable understanding. "Please," I said, though I did not know to whom. The boy crouched in the mirror until his face was level with mine. "He likes to be seen," he whispered, "but only almost. That's the part that hurts them." The thing behind him shifted again. I heard a wet clicking sound from deep in its changing shape. Its many unfinished features turned toward me one by one. I understood then that it recognized me too, not as prey, as a doorway it had once used and wanted back. "How do I stop this?" I asked. The boy looked over his shoulder at the thing, then back at me. "You can't stop him," he said. "Only choose where he looks from." The room began to vibrate faintly. Dust fell from the ceiling. Whispering rose from every side, voices layered over voices until the air seemed full of breath. "What do you mean?" His answer came gently. "You can leave me here again." I stared at him. "Or you can let me out." I knew, without fully understanding, that neither option was good. "If I leave you, then he stays with you alone," the boy said. "He uses your eyes. He keeps opening people." "And if I let you out?" The boy smiled with heartbreaking hope. "Then we can share him." Something in me recoiled so hard it felt physical. No. The mirror darkened further. The trapped faces behind him shifted and twisted, all trying to speak, but unable to move more than their eyes. The boy's expression slowly cooled. "You already chose once." I thought then of my mother covering mirrors, of moving away, of the gap in my childhood memories. A terrible understanding grew inside me. I had not simply forgotten this place. Some part of me had agreed to forget. Some part had chosen to leave something behind. I looked around blindly for anything heavy. My hand found the old chair. The moment I touched it, the boy's face changed. "Don't," he said. The thing behind him swelled, pushing against the glass. Hairline cracks began to snake through the mirror's edges, though I had not hit it yet. "Don't," he said again, and now the voice was not pleading, it was warning. I stood up with the chair clutched in both hands. The room grew violently cold. The whispering became shrieking. The knot face behind the boy unfolded wider and wider, trying to fit more of itself into the narrow frame. I saw then what had happened all those years ago. The mirror had not trapped the boy. The mirror had trapped the opening. The boy was only the piece of me left guarding it. And I had come back with a face and a pair of eyes it still recognized. I swung the chair. The first blow struck the mirror's center with a crack like a gunshot. The glass split down the middle. The trapped faces vanished. The boy screamed, not in pain, in rage. The second blow shattered the frame. Glass burst outward. A blast of freezing air slammed into me so hard I flew backward and hit the floor. The room went black except for flashes inside the storm of shards. In those flashes, I saw the boy standing in front of the broken mirror, no longer reflected, but physically there in the room, his small body shaken, his face furious and terrified at once. Behind him, the darkness tried to force itself through the broken space. It could not fit. It reached. It bent. It pushed. Its changing face came half into the room, and I saw too much of it. Too many eyes closing in the wrong direction. Too many mouths opening without sound. Too many versions of human features arranged around some deeper shape that had never been meant for sight. I screamed. The boy turned and threw himself against the broken frame like he was trying to hold something shut with his own body. Then he looked at me one last time. And in that look, I saw accusation, loneliness, and a kind of exhausted mercy. "Run," he said. I did. I tore the door open and fled down the hallway as the house groaned around me. Something heavy moved behind the walls, not chasing exactly, but waking. Dust poured from the ceiling. A door on my left slammed shut by itself. Another opened. In one room, I caught a glimpse of a figure standing by a window, tall and still, but when I turned my light toward it, there was only hanging wallpaper. I fell halfway down the stairs, hit hard, kept going. By the time I reached the front door, the whole house seemed alive with noises, whispers, dragging sounds, the fast patter of bare feet overhead. I got outside and ran across the yard without once looking back. At the road, I finally stopped and turned. Upstairs, in the left window, a child's face watched me. Mine. Then a second face slowly rose behind it, much taller. The glass went dark. I don't remember driving away. I only remember sitting in a gas station parking lot miles later with both hands on the steering wheel, shaking so badly I could not feel my fingers. My phone battery had nearly died. My clothes were dusty and streaked with something dark I hoped was dirt. I told no one the truth. Not the police when they later called asking if I knew anything about a report of broken windows at the old property. Not my mother when I told her I had gone there anyway. Not Mara when she asked, in a whisper, whether I had seen anything. I said only this: the mirror is gone. My mother cried when I said that. At first, life seemed to improve. People no longer recoiled so violently when they looked at me. Cashiers met my eyes without flinching. People on the street smiled politely instead of going pale. Lila returned to work after taking a week off and acted embarrassed when I asked if she remembered what happened. "I think my blood sugar dropped," she said too quickly. I knew she was lying, but I also knew she believed her lie. Whatever she had seen had already blurred at the edges. That should have comforted me. It didn't, because mirrors changed after that. Not all the time, not enough to prove anything, just enough. If I looked too long while shaving, my reflection would seem slightly behind me, as if delayed by a thought. If I passed a dark window at night, I would sometimes catch sight of a child keeping pace a step behind my reflected shoulder. Once, in an elevator with mirrored walls, I looked up too fast and saw that every reflection in the elevator was facing me except my own. I moved apartments. I bought curtains thick enough to cover every reflective surface after dark. I put the bathroom mirror on a hinge so I could turn it toward the wall when I slept. For a while, that routine helped. Then one evening, nearly 6 months after the house, I was walking home from work in winter dusk when I saw a little girl standing at a bus stop across the street. She wore a red coat and had dark braids. Cars moved between us. People passed behind her. She looked ordinary, patient, bored. Then she glanced up. Our eyes met. I braced myself for the usual reaction. The sudden fear, the flinch, the look past me. None of that happened. Instead, the girl smiled. Not a friendly child smile, a knowing one, the kind adults exchange when they share a secret. The bus pulled in front of her for 1 second. When it pulled away, she was gone. I crossed the street immediately and looked up and down the block. Nothing. No child. No parent. No red coat in sight. That night, I barely breathed. I checked every lock 3 times. I opened every closet. I looked under the bed like a child afraid of the dark. At some point, near dawn, thirsty and shaking, I went into the kitchen and poured a glass of water. The window above the sink showed only darkness and my faint reflection. Then another face rose slowly behind mine. The little girl. Her smile was softer now, almost kind. I dropped the glass and it shattered in the sink. When I spun around, the kitchen was empty. Then her voice came not from behind me, but from everywhere at once. "You broke the old door," she said, "but pieces still remember how to open." I stood frozen in the kitchen until daylight. After that, strangers changed. Some still looked frightened when they met my eyes, but not all. Some looked confused, as if they had almost remembered something terrible and then lost it. Some glanced behind me first, and a very small number did something much worse. They smiled, not because they liked me, because they recognized what was looking through me. I started noticing them in shops, on trains, in crowds. A man in a gray suit who stared too long and then gave the smallest nod. A woman in a grocery store whose expression brightened with quiet excitement when our eyes met. A teenage boy on a bus who looked at me, looked past me, and smiled like he had found an old friend. I never saw any of them twice, at least not that I know of. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night and find myself standing in front of the covered bathroom mirror with my hand on the cloth. I do not remember getting out of bed. Once I woke with black dust on my feet, the kind that gathers under old doors. I do not own any old doors. Last month, I tried something foolish. I set up my phone camera facing me and looked directly into the lens for several minutes, thinking maybe if there was really something wrong with my eyes, I might catch it on video. When I played the footage back, I saw only myself at first. Then 3 minutes in, I noticed something that made my blood turn cold. Every time I blinked, the room behind me changed, not dramatically, only for the space of one blink, a doorway where no doorway should be, wallpaper instead of paint, a dim hall, and at the very end of that hall, a small child standing still. The file corrupted before I could make a copy. Now, I don't use cameras much. I don't look into dark windows. I don't let myself hold eye contact with strangers longer than a heartbeat. And I never, ever uncover the bathroom mirror after midnight. Tonight, though, I made a mistake. I was getting ready for bed. The apartment was silent. Rain tapped softly at the windows. I had just turned off the hall light when I caught movement from the bathroom. The mirror was still covered, but something beneath the cloth had leaned forward, only a little, enough to suggest a face pressing from the other side. I stood in the hallway without moving. My own breathing sounded too loud. Then the cloth slowly pulled inward at one point, as if touched by a fingertip. Another point, another, 5 little dents spread across it like a hand, small hand, child-sized. I backed into my bedroom and shut the door. I am in bed now as I think this, trying very hard not to listen, but I can hear soft movement in the hall, slow, bare footsteps, stopping outside my door, then moving on. Sometimes they are small footsteps, sometimes they are not. The worst part is not the fear anymore. The worst part is what comes with it. Recognition, a homesick feeling, a quiet pull in my chest when I imagine the old house and the broken mirror and the boy with my face standing there alone in the cold dark, still holding shut something that wants through. Part of me thinks I abandoned him twice. Part of me thinks he is not alone anymore. And part of me, the part I do not trust, wonders what would happen if I uncovered the mirror and finally looked long enough to let whoever is waiting finish climbing into my reflection. That part of me grows stronger when I am tired. It grows stronger when the room is dark. It grows strongest when I hear someone whispering from the other side of the bedroom door in a voice that sounds exactly like mine. Just now, it said my name. Just now it said, very gently, as if not wanting to scare me, "You can sleep, I'll watch." I am trying not to answer. I am trying not to look toward the mirror I know I left covered, because even from here in the dark, I can see that the cloth over it is no longer hanging flat. It has a shape under it now, a head and shoulders. And if I keep staring, I think I can see one arm beginning to rise beneath the fabric very slowly, as if it is about to wave or reach for me or pull the cover away from its own face. So I have shut my eyes. I will keep them shut. I will keep them shut even if I hear the bedroom door open, even if I hear bare feet come to the side of the bed, even if I feel someone lean close enough for cold breath to touch my cheek, because I know what happens to people who look too long, and I know now that strangers are not terrified when they make eye contact with me because of what I am. They are terrified because for one impossible second they see what has spent years trying to become me. And lately, every night, I fear that it is getting better at it. I fear that one morning soon I will look into a mirror and feel no resistance at all. I will smile. It will smile. And for the first time, there will be no delay between us. When that day comes, I don't think strangers will look terrified anymore. I think they will look relieved, like something they have been waiting for has finally arrived.